I'm glad everybody's enthusiastic about today. I recognize lots of difficulties in a modern environment when we have a distributed workforce in addition to dealing with everybody's comfort level with the pandemic. So for those joining both in person and online, I thank you. Today is going to be a long day, as they typically are, of going through everything that has happened with our organization over the past few years, as well as everything we want to happen with our organization in the coming year. A couple of things, though, before we get started, housekeeping-wise. If my clicker works, then it will be housekeeping-wise. Oh boy, we can't start it too early. All right, so we got a couple items that had no other place that I just want to get out of the way, and many of these were shared at our leadership session yesterday. The first one that I want to make sure that everybody in the company understands is that we're going to start having our weekly leadership meetings on Monday. We're going to try and have those in person, always with the option to attend remotely for anybody in the company. Now, if you're not part of leadership, why are you telling me this? Just ultimately speaking, so that you can understand that hybrid meetings can be a thing. We're going to try it out. We're going to learn from it. And if you in the future want to have a hybrid meeting and the health and safety code says that you can, we should start to have standards for it and equipment that needs to be done. So just know that that is coming. The second thing is that, as I had mentioned in a leadership decision, if you want to read it, I said sort of tongue-in-cheek, I personally made sort of an idiotic decision of bifurcating how our leadership teams meet. And so once a month we have an all-leadership meeting in the office, or could be hybrid, but we're including everybody in the leadership team. That's myself all the way down to team leads, and hopefully that should lead to a lot better communication across the organization and consistency, which we love. A more fun piece of news for those that have not heard, we are distributing profit share in the January 21st paycheck. This is about 2 months earlier than we said we were going to distribute it. We said we distributed our common date, which is in March, April, if I'm not mistaken. But we're in a unique position this year, and we're in a unique position for two reasons. One, we're cash heavy, which you're going to see soon. But the second is that we have almost zero accounts receivable. And I got permission on this yesterday to call out Zach Powell for reducing our accounts receivable for what has been in the past over sometimes $300,000–$400,000 coming into January to almost zero. So can we just give Zach Powell a round of applause? He may be quiet, but those are the ones that really know how to collect. And ultimately speaking, that's a large reason why we're able to do this. We don't have outstanding liabilities that are of deep concern with us. So we should have calculations done in the next week or two, and then of course those will be communicated and distributed. But I do want to emphasize we're doing this because we can do it at this current moment, but this is an exception to the rule. This is not the rule moving forward. The rule moving forward is that we will be doing this on the common date. Everybody understand? All right, there's like some head nods. Like, let's get a little more enthusiasm here, folks. All right, see, all right, look at Dan Drago making it happen. So a couple other things you're going to hear throughout the presentations today. There are going to be a lot of presentations that have scores in some way. There's a hacker score in one place. There's a satisfaction score in another place. All of those scores, most of those scores, are things that we have yet to create. And so what we're going to do as a leadership team that's pushing the strategic plan is build single omnibus surveys that will go out once a week or once a month, so you're not bombarded with surveys. How are we doing with this? How are we doing with this? How are we feeling about this? You'll just get one shot. And that way, you don't have to worry about 1,000 different things coming in your email. Again, health and safety announcements. For those in the room, keep your mask on unless you're speaking to the group or eating. Bathrooms, you literally go right out this door and you'll run right into them. If there's an emergency, you can see the exit signs. Look at me, flight attendant style. Right out there, you can go outside. It's very cold. So hopefully you'll be safer out there than in here should an emergency arise. For those joining remotely, please participate. We've gone to great lengths to ensure that you guys can be included just like you were in the room. So do not be bashful about asking questions, asking for clarifications, cheering for success, and or calling me out when I say something dumb. or anybody else, of course. And in that spirit, as I distributed yesterday, I'm sorry that you don't have these remotely. They were sort of a last-minute ad. Yeah, they are. In the room here, everyone's going to get what my brother calls the Kyle face of discontent. When you do not like something, please raise the Kyle face of discontent, and I can see what it looks like to have a Kyle face of discontent. Online, you can do your best impression of the Kyle face of discontent. So take one down, pass it around. Hopefully it'll be lively. But it is often very difficult when you're presenting, particularly in a room like this, to keep presenting and keep saying things. There's going to be a lot of repetition today without some feedback from the audience. So again, participation is key, both for the speaker and for the participants. Chad sees it as a great fan already, so this is good. As far as logging time, you do not need to log time today unless you're doing any client work. 8 hours of comp time has been added to your total comp time, so just create a request in Hacker using comp time for today. That way it'll zero out any requirements and keep everything even, and of course everybody will get those approved instantly. Laptops and headphones are needed. Headphones aren't necessary if you're at home, but for breakout groups in this room, you'll either need to find a quiet corner or put on some headphones in order to make the breakout groups effective. Understand? Yep. John, did you have a quick? Chad, you don't like that? My man, keeping it lively. So we have 3 team activity times today. Your leaders know what those activities are, and they're going to explain them to you a little bit more. But key takeaway, if you have a sole objective of all of today's activities, it's to make sure you know what part you're playing in this plan. So if for any reason you walk out of here today and you go, man, I guess that I just spent that whole day and I don't know what I'm supposed to do, make sure you try and address that in the last breakout session so that you at least have some action item to move forward with and know how to show progress on things. All right, now as far as today's agenda for my presentation here, we're going to do part 1, which is a look back on 2021. We're going to look at financial performance, leadership performance, resource development and utilization, and also talk a little bit about our mission, vision, and values. Part 2, we're going to look at strategic planning. We're going to go back into the days of yesteryear, drag some of those old skeletons out of the closet and see which ones we were able to bury and not get caught, and other ones that have come back to haunt us. And then in part 3, we're going to talk a little bit about our new strategic goals for 2022, and I'm going to dive into a little bit of strategy. All right? All right, part 1, looking back at 2021. Let's get a cheer for that. All right, there's no boos, that's good. So I've gone through this, virtually everybody has seen this chart before, the practical business life cycle, but for the sake of refreshing, I'm going to go through it very briefly for everyone in the room. So these are the different stages of a business. In the first stage of a business, that little wee person down in the bottom left corner, that is the person before they decide to start a business. They're small, big hill in front of them, and ultimately speaking, as I've said to a lot of people, it's one of the most humiliating decisions that you could ever make, because you're effectively saying, I would like to work twice as hard with a very high chance of going bankrupt in doing it. So it's not a position that a lot of people enjoy, and I put a little boulder there after that person because usually that boulder beats the tar out of them for a few years, and that's why they get smaller in year 2. If they make it through, if the boulder doesn't completely asphyxiate them, they become a startup company. And in a startup company, as you all know, a great hallmark of a startup company is that you say what to everything? Yes. You guys listen to me, I like it. You say yes to everything. When somebody calls and says, hey, can you develop this thing in Django? We say, hey, do you know anything about Peachtree accounting? We say, oh. We say yes, we say yes, we say yes. And you keep saying yes in a startup because you need to build some momentum, you need to generate some revenue, and you also have to have a certain set of products that you're able to sell to folks. And so you hope something capitulates and it is something that you're able to build a business out of. And then I turn the screen off. No. If you can do that, it's a very, very big boulder to cross, but if you're able to do that, you're able to do it consistently, and you become an early stage company. And an early stage company, it has a couple employees. None of them really collectively know what they're doing together, but they're all there, and everybody's just kind of flying by the seat of their pants. Everybody wears a bunch of different hats, and the hallmark of an early stage company is that you're starting to see a little bit of growth inside the company. You're making a little bit of money. There's more than one person doing the work, and ultimately speaking, your organization is based upon the fact that you're a very small group of folks, so you sort of draft off one another in order to be able to get things done. But eventually you need to grow. And that's a painful one, and something we overcame a few years ago. You become a growth stage company, that bus gets bigger, and in a growth stage company, you're really starting to try and keep up with everything that's going on. You're sort of thinking faster than the organization is able to actually grow. You're doing a lot of work with the intention of going back and fixing it later. Sound familiar to anybody? Yeah? Don't agree too enthusiastically with that. But also in a growth stage company, the only way you know how to grow is by adding people, and often it's very disorganized in how you add those people. But in a growth stage company, or as a growth stage company, most companies actually stay there for an indefinite period of time. Very, very, very few companies break out of a growth stage company. So what we set out to do about 5 years ago was become a scale stage company, and that's what we're going to talk about for the majority of our time this morning. Scale stage companies have very unique properties that allow them to grow and thrive inside of a market in a very predictable fashion. As a scale stage company, we would be in a club of, I believe it is now 0.004% of organizations can pass all of the scale stage tests, which we'll show in a minute. And I believe we're there. I believed we were there last year, believe we are there even more this year, and I'll tell you why. Be excited about that. But what happens with a lot of organizations is that if they ever get to that scale stage, they get there ever so briefly, they don't know they're there, and they usually go right into the treadmill stage. So what typically happens is somebody goes right from growth, they go right over to treadmill, and what a treadmill organization does is exactly what they've been doing because that's the way they've always been doing it. So when somebody says, hey, why do we do something this way? If you're in a treadmill stage company, the answer is because we've always done it that way. It's not a very good justification for things. It's sort of perpetual insanity, but on the same token, a lot of organizations fall victim to this because they get lethargic in the growth stage. They're not willing to make that additional push, and so things sort of atrophy, and you can see, you eventually go from the treadmill to a spiral death, and you crash. That's the end of the organization, or it becomes a shadow of its former self, or it becomes sort of a hobby company. It's always important to show these things, or I always find it important to show these things to understand where we are, where we want to remain, and what we have to do to remain there, because it is very difficult to stay up at the top of the hill. So there's a couple of scaling tests. How do we really make sure that we're in that airplane at the top of the hill? So the first scaling test is the business will face no significant operational challenge if any employee were to disappear. And boy, we've been challenged on that this year, I'd say. And I would extend that even as far as to myself as well. As many of you know, I've sort of been out of commission for the last 2 months. I've not been doing nearly the amount of work that I've been able to in the past for various health reasons that will be resolved very shortly. But that being said, we passed that pretty well. In fact, I think I do better. We all do better when I'm not here. Products and services can be delivered repetitively with predictable success and profit margin. Boy, what a change we've seen over this in the past couple of years. I'm not saying we're perfect, and keep in mind, this is no delusion. We're never going to be perfect on these things. The goal is that this is what we're looking for, but we're not going to make perfect the enemy of good. Boy, we're getting a lot better than that. Accounting services has expanded dramatically. Zoho department has expanded dramatically. Custom dev, I'm not going to say you've expanded dramatically in headcount as much as Zoho or accounting services. But at the end of the day, we've got positions open to expand you just as dramatically. Support services, the entire new hierarchy, it's all about consistent predictability across the board. The business can define its geographical territory. Not only are we defining our geographical territory by picking up a lot more local business, but we're also defining our space inside of the larger, particularly Zoho and accounting ecosystems. As I've mentioned in previous morning meetings, We will, the little KDG organization in Allentown will be Zoho's #1 global partner. All across the globe, yeah, right, thank you. All right, that's worth a cheer. All across the entire world, we are #1. That's not Accenture, that's not Ernst & Young, that's not, what's the Cloud Bakers, that's not Catalyst Connect, who's not even on the leaderboard, but purports to be a major player. That's KDG, and that's one of the things that we do. So this is a huge pass of that test. And then the organizational structure limits water carriers and supports leaders that can make level-specific, high-quality business decisions. So let me break that down. What's a water carrier? Gopher. What is a gopher, Chad? They go for things. They just, whatever you tell them to do, they do. Okay, is this good enough? I'm going to go do this again. Is this good enough? That is not an organizational benefit. That's somebody who just checks off boxes, but doesn't understand the why behind them. We created an entirely new organizational structure this year and implemented it for the specific purpose of we want to have leaders at all different levels of the organization that can make very high quality business decisions, both in the domains that they're working in as well as for the organization as a whole. So these are significant things. I encourage you to give yourself a round of applause for being able to make and adhere to these things over a consistent period of time. Because we are making it happen. And so when we look at going from a growth stage company where we've come from to a scale stage company where we have come to, there's a couple of clear differences that I want to point out. So a growth stage company is constantly adapting and trying new things for the sake of finding some foothold in a market. Many of you who have been here 3, 4, 5 years, we've done this. Does this work? Not perfectly. Okay, scrap that. Does this work? Not fine. And you keep doing that over and over and over. You keep saying a lot of yeses, and you hope you get some capitulation. We're not there anymore. Increasing the number of employees to meet demand. Ultimately speaking, this is the way a lot of consulting organizations work. You get a project, you hire people, the project's finished, those people no longer work there. That is not a sustainable business model over the course of time. That's more of a project management organization. We are not there. Sales leads the company. Everybody else tries to adapt. This is always my favorite because, gosh, I love selling things, and I'm so sorry because I am the one that causes the most pain here because I love selling things. I love selling things. And then you all hear what the heck I just sold and go, oh, for the love of God. But as I hope you have realized, I have done my best to restrain myself over the past year. Lynette, have I sold anything too crazy this year? Matt, don't answer that question. But ultimately speaking, we are moving out of that, and it is me that is the only person holding us back. And the last is that it's very difficult to separate branding from marketing. I did a dumb thing. I named the company the Kyle David Group. Sounds like a solid jazz band, which I'd love to hear it someday. But ultimately speaking, when you have a problem at the Kyle David Group, who do you want to speak to? Yeah, not good, let me tell you. And we have actually gone leaps and bounds to get over that. Now, few people want to talk to me. It's a little bit lonely on the island sometimes. They only want me when they really have to yell, which is a very positive thing for the organization. So as a scale company, we're consistently delivering predictable results in a finite number of offerings. And granted, that finite number has grown over the course of time, but also one of the reasons we put the leadership structure in place that we have is that so we could make sure that we could predictably deliver results in those finite numbers of offerings. Increasing efficiency and capacity of employees to meet demand. So we don't necessarily want to just keep adding people to the organization. We do want to make the people that we have better. And as we add people, we want to make them more effective as well. It's a much better strategy for growth long term. Service delivery leads the company. Sales simply provides distribution. Lynette, if you know that we do an amazing job in accounting services, which I know we do, is it easy to sell? Yeah, it's pretty easy to sell. If we do an amazing job in design, it's very easy to sell because you can be on the phone, you can be very confident in it. And it's not just easy for Lynette. It's easy for Kaylin to sell accounting services. It's easy for Matt to sell accounting services. I'm not suggesting that they're picking up and calling prospects every day, but if they hear a need, they can say confidently, we deliver these things really well. Hey, I don't really know a lot about these things. Man, we deliver them really well. I've seen the morning meetings. I've seen our reviews. You should really talk to somebody. Please, just not Kyle. And then last but not least, the brand becomes distinct and is not inextricably linked to service delivery. And this is key for us and has been a big one over the past year. And that is that we are not tied to a single service that we deliver. So we've seen a lot of clients, the entire top of that spreadsheet every morning of client expansions and referrals. That's because they've trusted us in one area and been able to purchase something in another very easily. So even if we goof in one area, they're easily able to transfer that trust from one service area to another. And again, scaling companies can do this incredibly well. Make sense? So what headwinds are we facing when scaling? Now, you can put all the academic tests up there that you want to, but what are the real things that have been happening to us? Well, what are, we're flying in this plane, we're scaling, we're gaining altitude. What are the rockets being shot at us or the turbulence in the air? There's been many of them. We've had a global pandemic. Obviously, it's a very unique meeting than ones we've had in the past. That's sort of a fairly significant headwind for what it is that we do. We've had a high turnover as a result of many different factors, which are some other headwinds that we'll go into. We've had involuntary loss of employees. We've had voluntary loss of employees. We've had a new hierarchy. We've had 6 new leaders and counting. We've had rapid and unending inflation. We've had negative Nancys and negative Neds in the organization that have been difficult to maneuver. We've had a geographically expanded workforce. Hey, Christy. Hey, Alberto. So they're pretty geographically distributed. We've had challenges with Zoho. We had some significant challenges, litigious challenges with Zoho at the beginning of this year. We've had some bad hires. We've had to deal with F# problems and a lot of other things. And was that just the look of dissatisfaction? So we've had a lot of headwinds. And the point here is not to call it like, oh, here are all things that are going wrong for us. This is an optimistic slide. Here's everything we've overcome. And when I say we've overcome it, let's look at what really matters. I mean, this is the scoreboard at the end of the day for business performance. In 2019, we had $3.78 million in revenue. In 2020, we had a global pandemic, total chaos. We fudged a little bit going from one year to the next. Expenses went up, revenue went down. Wasn't the greatest year. Look how we rebounded. We went from $3.72 million in 2020 to $4.64 million, almost a 25% increase in revenue. First, round of applause for that. We had a 22.2% increase in EBITDA. That's our post-profit sharing earnings. We had an equal increase in our actual profit sharing number. These are estimates. We haven't gotten the precise numbers yet, but they're within a very, very small range. In our efficiency, despite all of those things on the previous slide, every one of these things, look at our efficiency. It barely changed. That's a scaling company, guys, and that's something you should be very proud of. There's no organization that has absolutely no problems, particularly in this economy right now, but this is an organization that's pretty darn stable, and that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. In 2022, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more, our revenue target is actually $6.5 million. We're expecting a 40% increase from 2021 to 2022. And that's broken down into a couple of factors, but a pretty big one is the fact we can raise our prices pretty significantly, and nobody seems to care at this moment, which praise be to God for that. We're expecting a 60-some% increase in EBITDA post-profit sharing, and the same with our profit sharing number, because we're just looking to push our efficiency up, about 1.5%. And we think that's a very realistic and attainable goal, given all the momentum that we already have. And if you wanted to give any more confidence in this slide moving forward, as I mentioned, the Monday, Tuesday the 4th, the first day everybody was back before our meetings. It was one of the top 5 days we've had in the last 2 years at KDG. Let me tell you, the day back from vacation is never one of the top 5 days that we have had at KDG. So you all deserve a round of applause for this as well. But I want to pause a minute for any questions on these items before we start diving a little bit deeper. I'm going to start calling on you like my students soon. I saw Kaylin quickly put her mask on as if I couldn't see her if she had her mask on. All right, so it's important. So EBITDA, earnings before interest, depreciation, taxes, and amortization. This is effectively our pre-tax profit, $680,000, $567,000, roughly $693,000 this year. Where does that money go? And I think it's very important as an open books company that you guys understand where that money goes. Two places. One, we've got to pay about a third of it to the IRS. But the second is that this is a screen capture from our online banking yesterday. You'll see there, that's about $1.7 million, $1.72 million sitting in KDG's money market account. That money is sitting in cash. Now, why in God's name would we have that much cash on hand? And some of you have heard this spiel from me before, but I will give it to you briefly again today. Ultimately speaking, there is so much economic uncertainty. What we do not want to do is what virtually everybody else is doing right now, and that is borrowing their future. And that gives us a lot of cushion to make mistakes, not be concerned about unanticipated changes, increase pay with safety. That's sort of a big thing. Nobody wants a pay raise and then job jeopardy, immediately thereafter. That allows us to give these inflation raises that we have every quarter. There's a lot of power in that number, and we can start to flex a little bit this year, knowing that we have built that foundation over time. And that is something as well to celebrate as an organization, because it gives us now 2 feet that are firm on the ground. So you're going to hear in a minute or a little bit later this morning about what we want to do this year. And the question is always, can we do that? Is this going to be possible? Yeah, we got the resources to do it. And importantly, should something else come up that's unforeseen, like a coronavirus pandemic or some crazy thing, we don't really need to worry about it. As many of you may remember, the day before we all went remote back in, before the dark ages, as Scott Klein calls them, we sat in the KDG conference room, and I said to you all, don't worry. Whatever comes up, we got cash to handle it. We're cool. And that played out exactly as I expected it would. And that, as an organization, we're probably going to have to grow that number to provide the same level of assurity. Our expenses are about $335,000 a month right now, so a bad month starts to cut into that pretty quickly. But ultimately speaking, having financial surety is a pretty nice thing. It's a great luxury as an organization, so we intend to keep it. So leadership performance, we implemented an entirely new hierarchy this year. We're still implementing that hierarchy, and we're still solidifying that hierarchy, and which was a massive change, inside of the organization, including new titles, new leaders in completely new positions, new sets of responsibilities, first-time leaders that have oversight into strategy and performance of other people. Big changes. And what we ask leaders to do every month is self-rate. And we ask them to self-rate in a couple of different areas. One being accountability. So how accountability are leaders to each other? And the questions we asked our leaders, we each have a clear understanding of individual roles and responsibilities. Because trust me, if the leadership team can't get it right, nobody else is going to get it right. So we have to make sure that that is solidified. The second is that we have a clear understanding of each other's roles. So I got to know what the heck Matt does in order to be an effective leader to Matt, and Matt needs to know what the heck he should be doing as an effective leader to you all. There's little overlap and redundancy between our roles and responsibilities. These are the questions we asked our leaders to rate on a 1 to 5. Stewardship of the organization. Taken together, our roles and responsibility ensure oversight over all material areas of the operation. Cool. Does information flow freely between us? We hope so. And our decisions made at an appropriate level. And that is one of those scaling tests. That's one of those hallmarks of a scaling company. Can we make level-specific decisions? 5 years ago, every decision in this company was ask Kyle, ask Kyle, ask Kyle, ask Kyle. Now, as I said, nobody asks me anything unless they're really upset. But that's a good thing for the organization. That means we can autonomously grow. And then last but not least, meetings are the lifeblood of a good leadership team. So we asked our leaders, do we meet appropriately? Do we meet in subgroups appropriately? Are our meetings effective and efficient? And do our meetings produce high-quality decisions? As some of you know, we have a very stringent and specific procedure now, both for how we formulate decisions that will impact the company, as well as how we all agree upon them. And so leaders over the course of time, back in June, I promise you, the fortunate thing about KDG is everybody's got a lot of humility and will call something out. So when we asked leaders to self-rate starting in June, it was at 3.76 out of 5. Not a great rating. We also had a couple areas that were significantly below that average, and we had to call them out and work on them. So, here was the summer. We called them out. We started working on them. And as you can see, leadership has continued to self-affirm up to a 4.58. I don't think we're statistically going to get much better than that. But this is important because this isn't leadership being like, oh, we're so good. This came through a lot of work from a leadership team that came together and said, okay, we got some problems. We got to work on them. And ultimately speaking, nobody wanted to be attached to a team that wasn't working on their problems and getting through them effectively. So we're very proud of that. I would give a round of applause to all of the leaders, old and new, that have been able to make that happen. Because again, this is a great sign of a healthy organization that is performance-minded. So this is a chart of resource development and utilization. So the blue bars on the bar chart, that is the number of hours billed per employee. And the green bar is the total number of billable hours in a specific quarter. And that little red bar is the number of employees that are actually logging time. So this is logging client billable time. So this doesn't include folks that aren't billing clients, but if you've put so much as 1 hour down for a client in a quarter, you get included in that number. So a couple key takeaways here. Look at the company growth over the past 3 years. I mean, it's pretty much a straight shot from the bottom left to the top right. Something to be celebrated there. Hours growth. Boy, look at last year. I mean, we were head and shoulders above everything prior to. And again, we had more staff, but not that much more staff. And that's really where we got some efficiency pickup there. And then, as you will see a little bit later in the presentation, our employee or our onboarding effectiveness has gotten so good that virtually all folks are beating their average targets right out of the gate, which is a wonderful thing. And so I'll just jump right into that. This is a very simple graph. Mary Beth presented this in a meeting a couple months ago of new hires by ID. Obviously, we've sanitized them that are in a position to bill hours. Right here at number 90 is when we implemented new hiring standards and a much better onboarding process for new employees. And within the first 30 days, you can see most employees are above that 0 mark, meaning they're beating their targets in their first 30 days. Correct, Mary Beth? Here's day 31 through 60. Again, looking at employee 90 up, we're getting a bit more consistency, and we still have people beating the average there. Prior to it, sort of all over the place. And again, this is a result of much better hiring processes and procedures, much better screening processes and procedures, and putting together very clear and definitive goals for folks. And then if we go into, so that's, 60 to 90 days there. So I do want to take a stop to just give a round of applause. Deborah has been an unsung hero in a lot of this because she is on the phone nonstop interviewing people. I drive her crazy, so I would like a round of applause for Deborah because she really has been a huge part of this process. Additionally, Mary Beth has been a huge part in revamping how this process actually happens. But I can foresee, and you can foresee, the quality of our hires are just getting better, and that's really a great thing for everybody. So every week in Hacker, in your weekly reflections, we ask you, how are we adhering to our mission? We ask you to rate you on a 1 to 5 because, well, that's the best we got. And you can see we've got a lot of longitudinal data here. We can see all the way back to 2019 at about this time at this meeting. We were down here in the, sort of the 3.7 or 3.8-ish range. And since we implemented new values, since we implemented new hiring practices, since we implemented new leadership structures and implemented new leaders, look at the change in how satisfied people are that we are adhering to our vision. That's fantastic. And I promise you, you say again, oh, this is a self-rating. This is a self-rating across the entire organization. But don't for a second think that people weren't critical here, I know every bad decision I made at those points. I know every dumb thing that we did, and y'all are like, throw up the Kyle face of discontent. That's what the virtual Kyle face of discontent is. But we're happy to see that this is continuing to trend upward, and it's something we use to make a lot of leadership decisions. So I encourage you to answer it honestly over the course of time, because it helps us understand where we are from a numerical standpoint. Questions? Rob Sweeney, what's your question?
Yeah, can you name one of your bad decisions you made?
That's called flinging mud right back. Let's see. How many bad? Well, I'll take the easy one that I mentioned, not including team leads in all leadership meetings. Why? I'm sure I had some great justification at the time. It's a pretty stupid one in hindsight. So is that good? Anybody else have another bad decision I made? No? All right, good. Don't get, y'all, I saw you get excited there online. All right. So I want to show this as well. Every week, again, we are rating, where we have succeeded with our values and where we need improvement with our values. I'm going to get the color coding on this right today because I know it's different on my screen versus your screen. But ultimately speaking, most folks called us out the most, or called us out the most for sweating the details. That's 29.2% right up top there. Which is good to know, because oftentimes people say, hey, we miss details. But that was the most apt thing for folks to call out. Amazingly, the negative was we communicate thoroughly and transparently. That was the thing we were called out the most on for not doing properly. And it's something that this year's strategic plan is really geared at helping to close the gap on. And we hope to do that. So, let's roll in here to part two and looking at strategic planning across the last couple of years. So in 2019, I'm pretty sure we were in this building, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, all right, thank you. Time, it's tough now. So, our plan was to develop the Zoho department to be inclusive of accounting services, to develop quality documentation process with clear ownership and flow, to standardize and document available recommended technologies and services for employees at KDG, and support and enforce declarative, reproducible, and consistent build processes and environments. So at the top, the accounting services team is now 4 people wide. Raise your hands, cheer a little bit. Woo, go accounting services. Come on, don't be the typical stereotype of accountants like, yeah, whoa, good, it's good. I think Annie's the only person in the room today. But she is living it up back there. So, all right, here's something important to know. I was, for those that were on the morning meeting yesterday or were part of a leadership meeting, I wore a very tight-fitting ladies' large, ugly sweater, simply because I had made a wager with Steve over the summer that if they could if accounting services could get in the black by the end of the year, I would accept a dare of their choosing, which was the ugly sweater. But in 3 years, we've gone from an idea of a department to a department with 4 people and continues to grow. That's profitable. That's something to be happy about. That's something to be very, very excited about. That shows that we can flex our muscle pretty good there. And again, a lot of credit to the accounting services team, but also a lot of credit to sales and marketing for selling it, a lot of credit to the Zoho team because they are pretty tightly linked. Develop a quality documentation process with clear ownership and flow. Anybody thinking we got this? Didn't work out so hot. Standardize and document available or recommended technologies and services for employees at KDG. I like the hand gestures. Andy's given one of these like, so I put it in a gray box as sort of the feeling was like, I don't know how he did that. Support and enforce declarative, reproducible, and consistent build processes and environments. Andy's giving me the same flipper. It's like so. All right, we got Chuck's going. So there's our scorecard from 2019 on our strategic plan. Looking back in 2019, what were our operational problems? And I like looking at this because I have a folder in my email that has nothing but problems in it. And I archive them, and I have for many, many years, simply so that I can go back and look at them a little bit more as time goes on and see, are the problems from yesterday the same as problems today? And generally, the bells go off in my head if that's true, but oftentimes I look back and chuckle at how important I thought something was 5 years ago that is sort of irrelevant in the current. But our operational problems in 2019, we lost long-term high-margin clients due to just poor communication and client management. We incurred the greatest amount of bad debt in our history as a result of dissatisfied clients not paying their bills. Granted, we didn't have Zach Powell to go chase them down, but still, that one's on us. We have no resourcing plan in place, making it nearly impossible for us to forecast and hit deadlines appropriately, let alone staff the organization appropriately. We went over almost every estimate in 2019, caused a lot of frustration. We continued to just run to the loudest voice. We derailed long-term clients as a result, and very, very few projects were following a set process. Boy, we've come a long way from here. No, I'm not suggesting we just erase these off the board completely, but a lot of these problems just simply don't exist today, and that is something to be proud of. Now let's look back at 2020 when we had our strategic planning meeting 100% remote on Zoom, and it was not nearly as exciting, but it's what you got to do. Our strategic objectives were develop sales funnels for existing business lines other than Zoho, become the easiest firm to do business with, and standardize and operationalize quality control of people, processes, and projects. And deliver the strongest support in the industry. So as far as developing sales funnels for existing business lines other than Zoho, hey, definitely did that one. I heard yesterday we sent out 2 MSP agreements to existing clients. That's on top of the 2 agreements we sent out, correct? ComQuip and Meals on Wheels, just before the holidays. I would say we're making some great strides there. We certainly have diversified that group of folks. Become the easiest firm to do business with. I think we have made incredible leaps and bounds. Everything from contracting to how we deliver progress updates and budget updates. Are we the easiest? No. Again, we don't want to make perfect the enemy of good. We're going to work on that even more this year. But ultimately speaking, looking at where we came from to where we are, I would say we made great strides there. All right, here's what got us again. Standardize and operationalize the quality control of people, processes, and projects. Andy, flipper hand. There it is. I wish y'all could see it online. It's very lackluster. Deliver the strongest support in the industry. We're getting there. Something we can continue to work on this year. So again, looking back at 2020, what were some of our operational problems? Without internal projects, it would have been impossible for most to hit FQ. So we did a lot of scrambling last year, as did a lot of organizations, in order to be able to navigate the early days of the pandemic and try and keep our wits about us. Resourcing was still concerning for both clients and for us. Client retention for low-end engagements continued to be problematic, and all of those things we have made leaps and bounds to overcome. So resourcing, we're having resourcing meetings, we're having escalation meetings. We're looking at that with a finer tooth comb and doing it well. We have really gotten rid of low-end engagements. There's no sense in trying to sell clients that can't afford our services. And so we've made that less problematic, which has freed up our folks to work on clients that want to work with us and can afford our engagements. And ultimately speaking, we have put a lot of effort into our internal projects, which we're going to continue to do in 2021. But as you will see when Mary Beth presents our financial model, we factored in those internal projects this year with a high factor of safety to make sure that we are able to include them as part of the plan and not something off the edge of everybody's desk. Nobody claps for that? It's exciting. Come on, Brandon, you don't want to call about Hacker at 5 o'clock on a Friday? That's good, all right, that's good. So looking back on 2021, our plan was to drive who we are into everything that we do, develop leaders to be able to set and meet goals for their teams, focus on making and meeting promises. So we kept it pretty straightforward. Drive who we are into everything that we do. I'm pretty sure y'all are sick and tired of chanting our values, but repetition is key. And as you will see today, there's going to be a lot of repetition, but that's for an important reason that I'll mention at the end of the day. Develop leaders to be able to set and meet goals for their teams. We had almost immediate leader effectiveness in every position we put into place. This is extraordinary and really, really great for the organization. And then focus on making and meeting promises. I'm always so heartened by how much we are looking to better ourselves and how much we're promising to better ourselves, which you're going to see today. And importantly, we're doing that for clients too. So I took this right out of our slide deck from last year because these were sort of the tests we wanted to see, okay, moving forward, here are things we want to become facts. So can a client receive consistent answers regardless of who they speak with at KDG? Do we think that they can do that now? Better. That was the, anybody online? All right, there's a flipper hand from Dan Drago. We'll take the flipper hand. Okay, we're getting better. Can they feel our values through our words and deeds and trust that we're going to espouse them on their behalf? Is that a thumbs up online, thumbs down online? Give me something. All right, we got some thumbs up. Sweeney's like, do I have to do this? How about in the room? Anybody? All right, a little mix. Can they understand the difference between job grades? Huh. I saw a couple head shakes online. I'm sorry, I'm a little too far away to see exactly who that was, but that was funny. And speak to us as their counselors and advocates. Where are we on the stage there? All right, a lot more thumbs up there. That's good. The same as the questions are for employees. Can employees receive consistent answers regardless of who they speak with at KDG? Ain't nobody answering that one. Everyone's like, no, I'm not going to say that. So that's a thumbs down. I'll do it for you. We need to get better there. Feel our values through our words and deeds and trust that we're going to espouse them on their behalf. All right, there's a couple. I think I saw, yeah, all right, that's pretty good across the board. Understand the difference between job grades. I got a couple flippers, otherwise I'll give the thumbs down on that. All right, there was a half over there from John. And refer to each other as counselors and advocates. All right, so a couple more thumbs up, that's good. So again, more things we need to keep focus on it. You'll see that we're doing that in our plan. So as you know, I always like to separate things between what did we get because we were just lucky? What did we not get because we were unlucky? And then what did we achieve because we were actually really good? And of course, what did we not achieve because we were not very good? It's a very, very important matrix to understanding sort of who you are and where you are. So lucky, geopolitical instability has made outsourcing less appealing regardless of rates. Nobody really wants to send work anywhere in the world right now because of political instability and the lack of data privacy. And that is a good thing for KDG. Markets have allowed us to increase pricing, sometimes significantly without much pushback. We sent out 68 or 69 price increase letters in December. We'll continue to send them on a rolling monthly basis. We got pushback from one. So that is a sign that the market has helped us a bit there. And demand hasn't been a problem due to supply constraints. So we won't always be in this honeymoon period, but ultimately speaking, luck favors the prepared, and we're at least prepared to accept it. Where have we been unlucky? You know, inflation has led to market chaos. It's very, very difficult to price services right now because they're all over the board. And I swear some folks are just making things up on a daily basis. We spent quite a bit of money for things that never panned out due to the pandemic. So we spent quite a bit of money on expanding the office. We spent quite a bit of money dressing up the office. We spent money on an HVAC refit to filter the air so that nobody would get COVID. We spent some money on what I call networking goose chases. Mary Beth and I got involved in the Small Giants community, which was not a small investment, but again, due to the pandemic, the effect of it was diminished quite significantly. So these things happen, but it was sort of unlucky. I don't think any of them were bad strategic moves. We just got the unlucky slap of the marketplace. And you know, we're in a difficult hiring market for the talent that KDG is looking for. I expect that to pan out probably for the first quarter, maybe a little part of the second, but the news coming out right now about the Fed overcorrecting right now is encouraging for what the hiring market is going to be very, very shortly. So are we good or are we bad? Good. Sales is the largest pipeline of new projects in our history. Woo! Historic reduction in accounts receivable. Woo! Our new hire success rate's going through the roof. We're consistently hiring higher quality candidates. Brand awareness is working out for us in the local community. We picked up quite a few new local clients in the past year, so that's a yay. New leadership has become effective almost instantly. Woohoo! And GoBox presentations were thoughtful and led to quick action and implementation, which you'll see shortly. So way to go, everybody on that. Bad, rough transition on projects when people leave or are out of the office unexpectedly, causing some uncertainty with our clients. Big boo, right. See, that gets the participation. I love it. That gets the Kyle face of discontent. That's not good. We don't want that. So that's something we need to improve, and it's something that we've baked pretty deeply into this year's strategic plan. Slow to transition employees that clearly were the wrong fit. And I know it sounds sort of crazy, but what's that?
Oh, no, I gave that a shots fired.
No. No, this is not an indictment of anybody, but over the course of time, if we have somebody that's in the wrong seat on the bus, we need to be a little bit more thoughtful about who else it impacts in the organization and work through those things. Still lacking standards and procedures, which has led to inconsistent experiences from client to client. Yeah, that's wave it, Chad. It's not good. We don't want that. So these are the things that, again, we're going to look back on in a year, and hopefully we've made progress on these things. We don't want to make perfect the enemy of good, but part of the purpose of staying as a scaling company is that we're consistently calling out our problems and working on them, and that's a good thing. So moving forward in 2022, our formula for success, it's going to be consistency. Consistency in client expansion, consistency in resourcing, consistency in standardization, consistency in HR retention and onboarding. Another word for consistency is predictability, which is clearly one of our values, but I wanted to mix it up a little bit for you so I don't just keep repeating myself this morning. We're going to add that to efficiency. Look at reducing cost of sales, and there's a huge part of our strategic plan this year. Look at increasing our sales volume without having to get sales involved, and look at managing a sales backlog appropriately. So it is okay that we have clients that wait for our services. We just don't want them to have to wait too long. And so figuring out, okay, well, where's the most effective spot in that backlog is going to be key to our success this year. And that's going to come down to margin for us. And margin or efficiency rate, as I showed it on the previous financial slide, is going to be critical in a high inflation environment. As I've mentioned before, we're just going to have to absorb a lot of costs over the course of time. We've got quarterly pay increases due to inflation. There's salary inflation across the board. That's our number one cost. Y'all need to spend more for things. We got to pay you guys more for things. And we have to look at consciously increasing, safely increasing salaries. We can only do that if we can generate the margin to be able to do that. Because if we dip below a certain margin, well, now all of a sudden things become unsafe. We were doing stuff just to dip into our factor of safety, and that's not something we want to do. So we really have to look at this consciously as we move forward. So part 3 today is going to be talking about our strategic plan for 2022. But before I do that, does anybody have any questions on part 2 or anything that we've discussed this morning? Rolana. Thank you.
As we start tracking efficiency and consistency, is there any metrics or conversations around tracking the quality of being consistent? Because if we're consistently putting out bad work, it's maybe not the best thing to be consistent about.
Absolutely. So consistency is going to have to be coupled with quality, otherwise it's going to lead to a lot of very quick inconsistency. So if we consistently turn out terrible work, unfortunately, you reap what you sow. We're very consistently going to have quality issues, which is going to undermine our ability to send out even crappy work. So ultimately speaking, I see those two things as inextricably linked. And what you will see actually in a few short slides is sort of how we've woven that together as a strategic plan goal to make sure that at every team level we're addressing those things specific to where the team needs to be. Does that answer your question? Sort of. I promise you there'll be more on it. Anybody else? Anybody online? All right, thumbs up. All right, so drum roll please, our 2020 strategic plan goals. Develop knowledge and capabilities. You all got nice swag with this on it. demonstrate our capabilities instantly, develop teams that generate demand, and be the best place to work. Now, we're going to go through a lot of presentations today with every one of the individual leaders talking about how their specific purviews are going to be addressing each one of these items. You're going to hear a lot of repetition. A lot of people say, hey, we're doing the same thing as this other team. You're also going to hear a lot of folks that say, we're going to do the same thing, we got the same objective, but we're going to do it in a little bit different way. And the goal here is to allow our leaders to lead, to make level-specific decisions for their departments in the ways that they need to be made. And that goes across all four of these things. And so as you hear people talking, you're going to go, huh, man, that sounds pretty familiar to what they're doing. And I hope you say, huh, that's cool. I hope we can learn from that team. And the idea here is we're going to skin the, I shouldn't say skin the cat, we're going to slice the apple in a couple of different ways here in hopes that we come up with the most optimal way to achieve solutions. But the other reason for the repetition is that we can't come back here in a year and say, one green check, great, the other three totally failed. It's a waste of time. That's a waste of efficiency. We don't have the option to not execute on these things properly. And again, one of the reasons that we expanded leadership, by a factor of almost 150%, is so that we have the oversight to be able to get these things done. I promise you won't have to hear me for too much longer, but wanted to start our strategic plan out with some strategy. And so we've broken our plan down into strategic goals, objectives, and key results. Strategic goal, those 4 items that I mentioned earlier, you've got them on buttons, notebooks, and thermoses. Objectives, they're things that departments want to achieve inside of those strategic goals. Key results are the items that we want to see as a key result of our efforts. So not just necessarily that we check something off in a box, but what is the actual tangible change that we are able to realize as a result of our efforts. And so, as many of you know, one of my absolute favorite movies in the world is Mean Girls. And so I've tried to keep our strategy very Mean Girls themed today. What I realized, though, in talking to a few of you, is very few of you have seen the movie, so this will probably be hilarious to you because it'll be me trying to make jokes that go nowhere because y'all haven't seen the movie. But this all came because I Googled person getting hit by a bus, which I don't recommend because there's a lot of very graphic things, but I did find this one, which I went to use as a great analogy for strategy, with no volume, but ultimately speaking, whammo, she gets hit by a bus. You're welcome. What does that have to do with strategy? So good strategy helps us repel the status quo. If we have good strategy, we will not become lemmings to what everybody else is doing. We won't try and meet the moment every time. We'll look a little further beyond it. It gives us the opportunity to look to better ourselves. Better strategy does that, obviously, as the name would suggest. Makes us reach for something. But really, the best strategy forces us to look up now and again to make sure we don't get hit by something we can't or didn't bother to see coming. And that's really the essence of strategy, not just at KDG, but in any organization. What are we not seeing coming, and how do we operate around those things? So our first strategic goal is to develop knowledge and capabilities. So why is that strategic goal strategic? First and foremost, there's a whole lot of technology and no one knows what they are doing. You call Microsoft support, half the time they haven't a clue of the products they're even selling. You call Google support, they're even worse. Sometimes they forget they even work at Google. There's a lot of technology. See, can I get an amen online there? There's a lot of technology that is developed by a very small group of people. Those small group of people retain a lot of knowledge and then diffuse over time, making it very, very difficult to learn technology at any depth. Does that resonate with anybody in here? Yeah? Anybody love Zoho support? And the Kyle face of discontent. All right, that was it. That got the most Kyle faces of discontent. So it's very strategic of us to be able to outmaneuver them in terms of knowledge. When you can outmaneuver your vendor, you're in a good place. We do it all the time with Zoho. Comprehensive and deep understanding is such a rarity in our industry that it's a liability for those that think they have it and don't. There are a lot of organizations that profess themselves to be experts at things that can barely put one foot in front of the other. And I know we give that as a criticism of KDG many times. We say, oh, we hold ourselves out to be experts. Trust me when I say I've done the research, I've done the secret shops. I've talked to a lot of people. When we say we're not performing at the level of expertise that we want to be performing at, that's out of self-hatred, but relative comparison, boy, we're doing really well here. But we want to make this a core driver of our success, which means we're going to need to focus on it even more. And then separating out necessary skills into our relevant departments and then immersing ourselves in them is a strategy for winning market share and having fun doing it. So why wouldn't you want to go to KDG when Andy's LampStack team can dominate anything in the LampStack? Why would you go and have somebody else try and just hobble through it and figure it out? I pretty much want to go to Andy. And conversely, wouldn't you want to work for Andy too? Because they know what they're doing. You can learn a lot there. There's a Kyle's face of discontent. The ability there to deepen expertise is fun all around and something that we can help as a tool for growth. So we have an objective here, and that is to develop best practices for client expansions. And this is, remember, this is coming under the house of strategy. Each department is going to address this strategic goal in their own specific way, but I lead our strategy group, which is myself and my alter ego. But ultimately speaking, the reason that this objective was created is that we're excellent at selling new business and even at expanding clients, but we sort of do it by the seat of our pants with little coordination. And so from a strategic point of view, if we're going to build all this knowledge in the organization, you're going to hear that from some of the other leaders, we better have a real coordinated way to sell it. And ultimately speaking, we need to put that scaffolding in place so that as we deepen our knowledge, we've got very clear communication that showcases the fact that we've deepened that knowledge. And then focusing on our own clients for new business as much as new clients. I mean, obviously, we're good at this. We can be even better. But it allows us to make easy sales in places that we have levels of expertise. So some key results that I'm looking to see out of this. Ultimately, we want a template proposal that showcases our expertise, and we want to rehearse large client scenarios that could benefit from that expertise. And this is a strategy because we want processes that can be practiced and executed that demonstrate that we know what the heck that we're doing. And the key is that second part, demonstrate that know what the heck that we're doing. So the second strategic goal is to develop teams that generate demand. So why is this strategic? Is anybody enjoying these jokes? Jim, thank you, Jim, for that charitable. Did you go home and watch Mean Girls last night? No? Tonight, all right, that's good. Anybody online, right? Thumbs up, thumbs down? All right, I thank you for the enthusiastic thumbs up from those of you that you get me. So why is this strategic? So competency alone generates more demand. So you can see how these two things are intertwined. We get better at things, we generate more demand, but only if we know how to sell that competency. So those things are inextricably linked. So unlocking, communicating, and understanding needs drives an immense amount of efficiency into the organization. So again, when we understand each other, when we understand where people are confident, when we can rely on each other for those things, it's naturally going to generate demand. People can hear in the tone of your voice how confident you are in something. You can't BS it. And don't you dare type in the chat that Kyle can. So again, why is this strategic? Efficiency drives longitudinal client growth and loyalty. Obviously, if we can do things more efficiently, it costs the client less. If we can do it with more expertise, it costs the client less. The client becomes more loyal. It becomes more difficult for them to change. This is a key strategic item for us. So a second objective here is to develop promise-made, promise-kept reporting. And you may say, what the Kyle, gosh, you've lost your mind. How does that generate demand? So we provide, Rolana, James, I'm sure you guys can agree to this, a lot of non-actionable reporting and information. We need to replace with very actionable and very accountable information that makes promises and acknowledges them upon completion. So why is that a strategy? Nothing makes a client warm and fuzzy like promises and accountability. The problem is you can't just make them out of the ether. You actually have to have a process for making promises. And everybody goes, oh, I don't know when I can deliver this. I don't know what these other client obligations are going to be. And this is the case in every industry. It's not just KDG. In any service-based industry, there are so many external variables that you really can't make definitive promises all the time. And I will show you how other organizations have overcome that. So this is just a very simple example. I'm picking on Matt now. of promises made, promises kept communication. We've got a deliverable, we've got a promise, and we've got accountability. Did we deliver to that promise? Boy, people like reading things in this format because it's not necessarily telling them that the objective was complete, although it does. It's telling them that we're self-accountable, and they can give us something else, and we'll be self-accountable to it. We can give them something else, and we'll be self-accountable to it. It trains them, and that in and of itself generates demand. But to the question of, how do I give a deadline to something? I don't know all the variables at play. I got to research this a little bit. I got to do this. I got to find out more about the requirement. The shipping industry is famous for this because ultimately speaking, they don't know what warehouse, what shelf, do they have supply? I mean, even with the best inventory system, you probably got maybe an 80, 85% chance that it's going to be accurate. Oh, then you've got carrier delays, you've got COVID, you've got staffing shortages, you've got weather, you've got trucks, problems, you name it. So what do? We all get these emails. You promise a longer deadline, and as soon as you start coloring in the dots, that deadline shrinks. How many people open up every email that comes from UPS that says you have a package that's about to be delivered?
Shouldn't open everyone because they might be spam.
Seriously, if somebody says there's a package coming to your house, you do not open that email? Nonsense. Nonsense.
No. I use the UPS app to confirm.
Oh, I see.
that
He's even more proactive. He uses the UPS app. But the
If
reason...
there's a package coming to my house, my wife ordered it, and she's checking it religiously.
See, Rob's just outsourcing the task, but in the same token, the reason people love delivery on time apps, Grubhub, Uber, you name it, you see a little car, you know how far away they are. It's important to you to understand how time changes. What this does, it gives client an appearance of control, even though things may seem out of control at places. Getting good at this framework is really key to generating more demand because ultimately speaking, you may not love, when I ordered whatever the heck this was on Amazon, I may not have loved that it was going to come, I placed the order on Sunday. Oh my gosh, who waits till Wednesday anymore? Like, good gracious, what are they bringing it by horse and buggy? But they set my expectation low. They actually delivered it on Monday morning, I think it was. So it wasn't even the next afternoon. It was Cars decals for my son. Now I remember. But again, set the expectation low, come in high. It's good formula for marriage as well. Just ask my wife. But on the same token, all things aside, this is something that generates demand because people can be certain in delivery on things. So some key results that we want to get out of promise made, promise kept reporting. First and foremost, we want to create a template for all the different places this applies. It does not just apply to progress updates and budget updates. It applies to a lot of other actionable reporting in the organization. So we want to create some templates for those and then talk them out. Have some trainings on how those can be implemented and where they will be most effective, and importantly, how to use them consistently so that we don't have one area of the business making promises, another area of the business invalidating those promises. Develop a model promise made, promise kept project with annotations. So you've got some models to view from in addition to trainings, and then start to roll these things out. I'm not going to read these all for you there, but you'll have a copy of the slides if that's fun to you. But what's the strategy here? We want to put predictability at the forefront of all of our reporting. Predictability, predictability, predictability. You got to know when it's going to happen. One of my favorite quotes from any movie, there's an 80% chance it's already raining. That's sort of what we want to do here. Setting expectations low. Okay, so last objective in this, have a system that's a single source of truth for all client billing operations and legal documentation. So in short, there are just too many different sources for truth in a project in order to generate demand. We need to make it obvious. We have some things in Google Drive, we have some things in Zoho Projects, we have some things in email, we have some things in GitHub or Bitbucket. We need to work on consolidating all of that, and we've made great strides thanks to Zach Reeder, John Bates, Kelsey, James, and anybody else who has worked on ATC in building a system that's unified and has all of that information together in one place. We're going to continue to do that because it makes us look competent. When you ask people questions and they give you the same answers every time because they're all looking at the same source, it generates demand in and of itself because you know you're going to get consistency in the work product. So Key results here, again, I'm not going to go through all these in too much detail, but the strategy here, spend time on non-repetitive value-added tasks. Let's not waste time on tasks that are sort of automated, can be automated, and lead to a lot of places where inconsistency can find. Disorganization is going in the burn book. Boom, not a scene, not even a giggle, nothing. All right, and this is much of the same. Develop more predictable process management and execution. Again, this is more of a continuation of ATC, but the strategy here is let's allow ATC to help us automate and dominate everything from project updates to financial accounting on projects, to client communication on projects, and contracting with clients. It'll all live in a nice, beautiful place. And again, hats off to the ATC team who have just made, I mean, from last year to this year, it is unrecognizable in the most positive of ways, and lots of cool stuff to come out in the future. All right, one more objective here, develop more predictable process management and execution. Again, ultimately, we want to work towards standard engagements and making sure that engagement guides are being followed for everything. And our strategy here is when we have an answer that's within arm's reach, when we always have the answer at an arm's reach, more questions will be asked. So if we always know the next step, if we always know what came before, if we always know what the quality control process is on something, more questions will be asked of us, and more questions generates demand. So our last strategic goal is be the best place to work. Why is it strategic? Being the best is nuanced, but we know that it starts with heart. You need to come to work for something more than yourself. And KDG needs to do a good job of making sure we're listening to your something and responding accordingly. You're going to be more fulfilled in your job. And the minute you can correlate what it is that you do with what your personal mission is, boy, it's very fulfilling as a work or as a vocation. As I always say, you know, what my job is and what I actually do are two totally different things. But my job is, you know, ultimately speaking as Kyle David, my job is to employ some 40X people. There's how many mortgages, there's how many college payments, there's how many student loan payments. That's my job, to make sure that you can be fulfilled in doing those things in your life. And I get a lot of joy out of that. And I do that by selling things to piss off Rob Sweeney. But hey, it's worked so far, so no, I'm just kidding. A couple of objectives. First is we want to create a barn door event. Now, what's a barn door event? That's an event featuring the company where everybody is invited, employees, clients, potential clients, the community, and alike. We can be introverts no more. Creating long-lasting brand impressions, it's affirming for us as a company, but it's also affirming for everyone else. I mean, wouldn't you want to be part of a forum that KDG is putting on that showcases our expertise? Wouldn't you want to be affiliated with an organization that does those things? So events, you know, while they're difficult to pull off, they showcase all that we are, from people to skills to capabilities to expertise to strength, and they're very, very self-affirming. And as soon as the pandemic starts to crest, ultimately speaking, I'm guessing events are going to be pretty darn popular. So we want to get a jump on this. It's going to take a while to plan. It's going to take an even longer time to execute, and also thread the needle between whatever other changes happen in our macro environment from now to then. But we want to start pushing the ball down in this. So statistically, this is a strategy because statistically we grow longer-term, higher-margin clients when we meet them in person. You also feel more fulfilled in working with those clients because, like, when you can talk to them, when you know them, when you can kibitz with them, when you can break bread with them, they're sort of more fun to work with. And ultimately speaking, barn door events allow us to do this efficiently with a high level of brand identity. And then last but not least, you know, create a proactive potential employee, current employee marketing piece that outlines all the benefits of working at KDG. So similar to other objectives, we need to start tooting our own horn. There's a lot of things we do at this organization that just sort of happen in a vacuum. It's the proverbial tree in the woods. We need to be a little more at the forefront of showcasing all that we do in our organization. We can't be the best place to work if nobody knows about it. So again, some key results that we're looking for. We want something pretty trivial here. Detailed description of how profit sharing works and how it's distributable alone or as part of a large document. And we want you all to be able to see that in a live basis, so it's not sort of something that just happens at the end of the year. We want to create detailed employee marketing collateral, current employee marketing collateral. Like, instead of just giving you the Capital Blue PDF and being like, oh, well, good luck, get your Ouija board out and figure what the heck's in it. Like, how about we itemize what's in it and be very, very specific in onboarding documents about, hey, did you know you can join any gym in, I think it's 20,000 gyms for $25 or something as part of our health insurance? It's a pretty cool benefit. And follow on for some other items there as well. But what's the strategy here? Get better at tooting our own horn. You know, we're not a regular employer, we're a cool company. Nothing. I humiliate myself for you. We want to make sure that Hacker is updated to better serve and support our employees. It can no longer be the stepchild of development. We have to put conscious effort into making sure that people can all get better as a result of what it can produce for us. So by the end of 2020, our goal is that it should be a source of pride for everyone in their roles by giving them all the data that needs to be. 2022, thank you. I might do that a few more times. So that's our objective. We want Hacker to be updated to better serve our employees. Our own software should demonstrate our capabilities. We cannot be the cobbler's kids. Any questions? All right, that's it for me until the end of the day. With that being said, thank you. Very kind of you, Chad. Kissing up. If you do have any questions about anything that I have presented, feel free to come up to me directly. Of course, there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of nuance in here, but ultimately speaking.
So, good morning. For those of you who haven't met me in person or perhaps just forgot, I'm Mary Beth Myford, Chief Operating Officer under Kyle. And you know what? I noticed while Kyle was speaking, while we get to see everybody online, the only person they get to see is the speaker. So Matt, would it be possible for you to turn the camera so everybody can maybe wave to each other and kind of bring us all together for a second? So yeah, everybody wave. So it isn't just one person here. Just so you know, there's all of us here, and I just thought it would be fun if we could all say hello to each other. All righty, so let me get started with how the human resources and operations are going to support the strategic planning goals that we have for this year. So, developing knowledge and capabilities. So what we have now is an annual employee evaluation process. And some of you have been through it, and some of you are going to go through it in the spring. It's very good at allowing us to see these are the things that we did this year, these are the things we could have done, should have done, here's how we could do better in our projects. But what it lacks is a really strong component towards our training. So, you know, what is it, talking to our manager, what is it that we want to do over the next couple years? Do we want to get promoted in our same position? Do we want to move to a different department? Do we want to go into leadership? Whoops. Okay. So what I want to do this year is to enhance our employee evaluation process so that we do add a training component. One that, you know, every single person will have a plan for, okay, if you want to continue to improve in the Zoho area, what are the type of things that you're going to need to do? If you would someday like to move to design, well, all right, so what are some of the skills we can do to help you eventually be able to get into that group or go into leadership? And you create a plan that actually next year you're going to be accountable for. So how does this support the strategic goal? Is this actually takes this whole idea of developing knowledge and capabilities and brings it down to every single one of us with a specific plan of what each one of us is going to do to support this goal. So the objective that I have here is create an annual employee evaluation process that includes a training component to identify development needs and create action plans to improve knowledge, capabilities, and performance. And one of the things I need to learn is have shorter objectives so I can talk to you as opposed to just looking at the slides. So this is, the objective is, let's have these conversations. Let's figure out, hey, what would you like to do? The manager, of course, gives you feedback on things that you could improve on and things you want to put together. Let's have that conversation. Let's document that plan. And next year, let's make sure that we actually achieve that plan. So as a key result for this, first thing you do is I'll have to create what this process looks like. But to really be effective, we're going to need to make sure there's proper training. So I want everybody to get full advantage of this plan. So it's not just I got to write down a few things and go on. I want everybody to fully get what you want to do and make sure we've got something in place for you. And then last summer, for those of you who are here, you remember taking a pretty extensive survey from a company called Best Places to Work. It's a company outside of KDG. They collect all the data. It's totally anonymous. They compile it. They send it back to us. There were 2 questions that caught my eye. One is, this organization treats me like a person and not a number. So we had 80% of our employees agreeing with that statement. I'd really like to see this process help support increasing that to at least 85% of our employees realize that we're not numbers. We actually are people. And this organization provides as much ongoing training as I need. Didn't do as well. Only 71% of our employees thought that that was a true statement. I'd like to increase that to at least 80, just to show that you guys agree that we have made improvements here. Are there any questions? All righty. So for the next goal, develop teams that generate demand. So there are 3 things that I want to talk about how operations and HR can support that. So first is improving efficiency. It's just what can we do to get some of that wasted time and effort out so it's easier for us to get things done. I know somebody's going to be talking about if we can automatically create progress updates, important thing, but if we can take the time away of doing that, then we can be doing other things. We can provide that as well as doing some other valuable things. Improving our communications so we know what's going on, and then increasing the workforce, just bringing in more people that help us generate demand. So the first objective, increase the ability of our team to log billable time and improve our efficiency, is just that, is what is it that we can do to just make it easier for everybody to get their jobs done. That's really that simple. As a key result, first is identifying what is it that I want to attack that will decrease, that will make your life easier. And it's something that I want to be very specific on. What is it we're doing now? How much time is it taking us? And then how can we reduce that by at least 10%? So you take 10% of that time out of your day, and you can focus on billable client or internal billable time. And then actually doing the work, implementing process, implementing new tools, buying something that helps with efficiency, and then actually measuring to make sure, did it work? Did we actually decrease our non-billable time in that area by 10%? Does that make sense? All righty. So then another thing is improving our communication to our employees. So there is something that struck me in the Best Places survey. Only 51% of our employees agreed with the statement, changes that affect them are communicated prior to implementation. That's not good. That's not good at all. It's not one of our values. But also, if you're told something the day before it's going to happen, how much are you scrambling and how much are you taking away from your client work, your important work, your billable work because you're suddenly reacting? So that's just, it's just not right. It's not one of our values. And it's also another thing that decreases our efficiency and decreases our ability to generate demand. So this is something I want to attack this year. Taking a look, first, I just want to understand what are the things that are surprising people. Is it policies that we're laying out that they're being surprised by that? Is it software that we're implementing? Is it some sort of change in the organization? Whatever it is, just find out what are the things that we're surprising people on. Because then at that point, what I want to do is figure out, all right, how should we be rolling out new things? And again, changes and new things, it's one of the things I have to figure out. But meaning, what are the things that are surprising us? And then figure out, all right, how can we not do that? Again, almost thinking about the bus coming along. If we know it's going to happen, what can we do to not surprise people? And then I'd like to see that score that go from 51% to at least 60%, something that shows, yep, we made a marked improvement in this area and people aren't as surprised anymore. Any questions? All righty. And then, you know what? Just increase our workforce. I think it's pretty simple. We have more people talking to clients, we have more people working on client work, we have more billable coming in. It's just more of us to do the work, to sell the work, promote the work. And really, pretty simple. The goal is to hire 4 new employees every quarter this year. Any questions on that? All righty. And be the best place to work. So what I want to focus on here is our employee policies and our employee handbook. This is a pretty big task. If anybody remembers or is familiar, or for new people, if you've taken a look, your employee handbook really is the document that tells us this is what our PTO policy is, this is what our insurance policy is, this is what our paternity policy is. These are all the rules of engagement. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. And quite frankly, it hasn't been really updated significantly for a few years since I've been here. And so this is where I want to focus effort, because by communicating policies, by updating policies, by being competitive with other companies, I think that this is really going to help us be, happier here. So the objective, updating the handbook, so we have documented policies, but they're to clarify for all employees, also to protect employee rights, also ensure business is operating according to federal and state regulations. Especially now that we're in multiple states, we need to make sure we understand what all the regulations are. So the key result here is to first, Kyle and I are now working with 2 external HR firms to help us understand what do we need to do for regulatory compliance? What do we need? What are other companies doing? And how can we remain competitive with other companies? And so we're going to get this initial wish list of all the things that could potentially be in an employee handbook. We're going to talk to employees and leaders and really just get the whole big wish list. But then what we need to do is really determine what's necessary for, for us. Like right now, I don't think we need to worry about Alaska state regulations, but maybe, we'll see. But just really get a good list of this is what has to be in our handbook. This is what we have to look at, address, update, create. And it's something that leadership will need to approve on this. And then we'll take the time to collect input from our employees, from the 2 external HR sources to figure out what do we want to do? How do we want to improve some of these policies? What policies do we want to add? What just is obsolete and we just need to get rid of? And so we will put that together, have all the brand new policies, have it approved by senior leadership, and then there will be a formal communication. And I'm not just talking about a written communication, discussions so that everybody understands what our policies are, where they are, how you ask questions or express concerns. And then I want to make sure that we don't wait a few years to really do this again and instead create an annual process where just take a look, make sure we're okay with everything we have from a regulation perspective, from just being competitive with other company perspective. Any questions? All righty. And so employees, what I'd like to have as an objective is employees are engaged with the success of this year's strategic goals. So employee engagement is an indicator of how happy people are at a company. So if you are engaged, you like participating, you feel like you're adding value, and it's really important that every single one of us feel like we're adding value to the goals that we've set this year. And so I want to really tap in and make sure every single person is engaged, is working towards one or more of our strategic goals. So first, I want to have a monthly survey that just asks people, do you think these are working? Do you think we're improving? Are you bought into it? Just to get a feel for how everybody's feeling about our progress towards the goals and whether they're actually working for KDG. And then, of course, as we see the numbers go up and down, we can react to those numbers. And then by the middle of the year, I would like to see 50% at least of employees have actually logged time to our project, meaning you're actually working on something, one of the objectives, one of the key results, because I want everybody, essentially all hands on deck for this. And then by the end of the year, I'd like to see 100% of our employees have actually spent time working towards one of the objectives. Because can you imagine if every single one of us is working towards these goals? I mean, the likelihood of success and the success we'll have will be so much greater. And I think that everybody, I hope that you'll find that it'll be a lot more fulfilling and fun for you as well. Any questions? All righty. Well, that is what I have. Actually, a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry, Rolana. So how does it, so your question is, okay, we want to put all this time into strategic planning, and how does that conflict with non-billable time? So you're absolutely right, but it's one of these things where a lot of this will be, you put some effort into figuring out where we can reduce non-billable time, and then the result is less billable time. And then you put some effort in some other activities, and you find that you can reduce the non-billable time of doing that. When you looking at the best place to work, then we have people who want to stay with the company, and we're reducing time in recruiting because we don't have to recruit people. So it's one of these things where we invest some time, and then we get payback, and then we invest some time, and we get payback. And so that's what the goal is. Does that make sense? All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you for that.
For anyone who doesn't know me, or if I haven't met you in person yet, it's fun to be able to meet a few of you in person. I know I've met most of you online. My name is Lynette Wills, and I am the VP of Sales and Marketing here at KDG. And I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the objectives and key results that our team has put together for our strategic plan for 2022, which we're all very excited about. The first goal that we have for developing knowledge and capabilities is that we're going to be working to focus on expanding our knowledge on the services that we offer and increasing our own capabilities by acquiring certifications that align with company offerings. And in order to do this, we will be spending time with each of the teams, with each one of your teams, to learn more about the areas of expertise and your client needs, and individually, we will also be certifying in one of those areas as well. The first objective that we have identified is to understand and learn the capabilities and services of other departments. And the ways that we want to do this is we want to be the best communicators about KDG, who we are, what we do, and we also want to expand our ability to speak knowledgeably to our prospects and our clients alike. We want to have the answers to questions that clients haven't even asked yet. When you think about it, it's marketing and sales that is really educating our prospects and even our current clients through our email campaigns, our blogs, our newsletters, and additional training in the things that we are offering and the things that you guys are all doing for our clients. It's just going to allow us to do that even more effectively. We also feel that as we become better educated ourselves, we will be more capable of learning about our clients' needs and discussing our expertise and in turn our solutions. And so with that improved ability, we'll be able to understand our clients and capabilities and able to provide a better handoff to our development teams. So as you can see, here are key results to accomplish this. We're going to be working with team leads to identify appropriate CE sessions that you guys are having for your teams, but that we can attend. That may not mean that all of us will show up into one of your CE sessions, but it might be that Malachi might attend one, Carrie another, Christina one, and possibly me another one. And then working with team leads to identify and schedule appropriate client meetings that we can attend. We wouldn't just show up. We would definitely communicate with you and have that scheduled. But we would like to shadow in one of the meetings that you have with one of your clients in order to get a better insight into the projects further along into the process and understand what we can about their pain points and how we're solving them. And as we attend these meetings and any other calls that we have where we're bringing in experts from KDG, a lot of the times you'll hear me say it every morning in the meeting, we're having Matt come in or Mike come in or Steve come into a call to help us with that pre-sales process. Anytime we have a call with that in that way, or if we're attending one of your calls, we're going to be recording and compiling a list of analysis questions to create an index that can be used for sales moving forward, but also can be used by anyone in the company as a resource. And we believe that really by recording those and then asking the right questions, our clients will come away with not only the satisfaction that they've been listened to and understood, but that we will actually have the ability to provide more insight into their needs and again, help provide a better handoff to the development teams. And so I'm gonna preempt Kyle because I know he's gonna ask, what are some examples of those types of questions that we might be asking? So one of those might be, lately we've been having a lot of discussions with clients about Zoho inventory. So one of the questions that we want to ask and get further insight into is, what type of inventory are you keeping track of? Are you keeping inventory of just a single product? Are you keeping inventory of different pieces that make up the single product? We want to learn as much as we can about those composite items and that bundling, if you will, in order to be able to provide them a better experience. Another question that I always ask when I'm talking to accounting, like accounting services clients, in my mind, they're not really accounting services clients, but they need accounting services to do a migration, is, do you need your historical transaction data migrated, or can we be considering just migrating over opening balances? And if we're just migrating opening balances for you, would they be monthly? Would they be quarterly? Would they be yearly? So those are the types of questions that we're going to be wanting to keep an index of for everyone to use moving forward. Any other questions at this point? No, okay. So our second objective under this goal is to acquire a certification that aligns with the service offering of KDG. And we created this objective because we want to gain additional expertise in at least one of our service offerings. So each of us will identify what that will be, and this will allow us to build our own skill sets and then be able to effectively communicate with our prospective clients in that realm. And through our marketing and sales activities, we are then educating our prospects and building a level of trust. We want to improve ourselves so that we can just do that more efficiently and more effectively. Acquiring a certification in an area that is of interest or a pain point for each one of us will allow us to, again, be more consultative with our clients, communicate with them on a more educated level, and improve our own professional skills. Personally, again, I brought it up earlier, I'm really excited about possibly getting certified in Zoho Inventory and books. They're of a high interest to me as they're becoming more and more, those discussions are becoming more and more frequent. Zoho is becoming more and more known for its ability to be an ERP solution, and clients are really attracted to that full-blown solution in one platform. And because of that, we're having more and more discussions surrounding how do we integrate Zoho Books, how do we integrate Zoho Inventory. So that's something I'm a little bit more interested in. And so I will be, that personally for me will be something I'll be looking at. All certifications that we will be gaining, and that's not just sales and marketing, but any certifications that might be gained by anyone in the company, we will be publishing and promoting to not only cheer for those achievements, but then to demonstrate our expertise as well in a social platform. Any other questions regarding this objective? Okay. Moving on then, in developing teams that generate demand, our team will be expanding and revamping our accounting services engagement. We'll also be creating 4 success stories and promoting them internally and externally for learning and improvement. And so the first objective that I want to talk about is revamping our accounting services engagement structures to flat fee monthly plans. And as KDG embarked on the journey of the accounting services engagement, which is currently structured as an SLA, we found the demand for higher rate work was often needed, and we were performing those tasks at a lower rate. So for those of you who may not understand, our bookkeeping engagements or our accounting services engagements are billed at a lower rate than a lot of the other types of work that our accounting services team is involved in, such as migrations and business process optimization within Zoho Inventory and Books and that kind of thing. And so in response to that, we created a split rate engagement where most tasks were performed at the lower rate. That would be the bookkeeping tasks. And then more advanced accounting services tasks were performed at the higher rate. And while that seemed like a good solution, it honestly became more difficult to manage, and it became pretty difficult to sell. So in other words, I would have to explain to a client, okay, we're going to sell you this accounting services engagement for 50 hours a month, but you're not going to get really 50 hours at a month. You're only going to get maybe 42 at the lower rate and maybe only 5 at the higher rate. And so it's not the best experience. And so therefore, we're going to revamp this engagement to have leveled plans with flat monthly fees for a specific set of tasks. And you might be asking, well, how does this help KDG? And we just believe that this will, this structure around a specific set of tasks for the flat fee is going to create a better experience for our clients. It's going to be easier to understand the billing structure. It will be much more efficient to bill, and the PMs will have a lot smoother communication process, and it'll be easier for them to manage those hours as well. And not to mention that it'll just be easier for our sales to have that discussion with the prospective clients around the engagement. But these engagements will also be more aligned to our competitors who are offering this type of service in the exact same format. So how will we go about this? Well, first we will work with Accounting Services Department to determine the service level plans, associated activities, and the pricing for each monthly plan. And Stephen, Ashley, and I met before the holidays. We reviewed competitors' pricing, we reviewed their plans, and we determined a loose structure and pricing for this new KDG offering. Our immediate next step is going to be assigning more specific activities to each one of those levels. That's going to really involve more the accounting services team than myself. But once we get those plans finalized and what's going to be involved in each one of those monthly plans, then we are going to let marketing do their magic and promote these new improved engagement plans for our accounting services. And then what marketing will do at that point is they'll be creating a pricing sheet, a landing page, an email campaign. We'll be creating a sales presentation, a survey for our marketing and sales purposes. And we'll blast out those new engagement structures across all platforms, and then the fun begins. We'll be doing our thing to sell the engagement, and then measuring our inquiries and our rejections. If less than 5% of the rejections are based on the monthly plan structures, then we are going to consider this a win. And if it's greater than that, then it may make sense to say, okay, we've tested the waters, it's not so great, and we may need to pivot quite a little bit. And I don't know what that pivot's gonna look like yet. I don't know if it means scrapping it and starting over. I don't know if it just means working with accounting to adjust tasks within those plans, or if it means adjust pricing, but I think we'll learn as we go. Our goal is then to sell 2 engagements under this new structure by the end of April. This gives, I'm excited to get those sold because it will give us the opportunity to really understand if in fact these are easier for the client to understand, if they actually do provide a better experience for them, and if they're more efficient to manage by our team. And if they are not easier for our team and clients begin to complain, or they just don't sell, then again, we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll try again with some adjustments. Any questions on that one? Silence. Okay. Our next objective is building content for and promoting 4 success stories externally and internally. This is fairly self-explanatory. We not only want to cheer for our successes, but we want to exploit them. We feel that by creating a well-told, well-produced success story, that we can generate more demand. We'll be contacting you and working with you guys to identify what those stories are, to produce them and promote them, and really to showcase our ability to provide valuable solutions and form strong partnerships with our clients. We also want these stories to resonate with our clients and our prospective clients especially. We want them to identify with the people that we're talking about. We want them to identify with the features that we may be working on, the client's solution that's being showcased, and we want them to say, hey, I want to be in their shoes. So we will be reaching out to work with you on those success stories. We want to do 4 in the year of 2022. We're going to be doing 2 at a time just for the matter of efficiency. So we'll be identifying the best medium for each of those stories to present them and have them consumed. And then while it's our goal to do that, we may not be promoting them both at the same time, but we will be creating them at the same 2 at a time. We'll be posting a link from our website on Connect for internal consumption as well. We'll be measuring and ensuring that at least 30% of you have viewed the story. I'm hoping that it's not something where I have to bribe people. I know that other people in the company have done that in the past. Matt's pointing at Kyle. But hopefully these are engaging enough that we don't have to do that. Or I might just have to be a nag. I'm kind of good at that too. Ask Mike. And we hope you'll find them valuable. We hope that you will consume them, perhaps enough that you can apply them to your own work in some way. And again, while we want to cheer for our clients and cheer for the work that we do, we are really hoping to touch those prospective clients with these stories that might need the same solutions and crave that valuable partnership with a firm that has their act together and lives their values and just make them more successful. We just want them to feel like they won't be unless they work with KDG. Matt.
Hey, this is Matt here from Emmaus. I have a question. How does a success story differ from something like a case study?
I think a success story will be more about what success is. It might not be a ton different, but I think it would be more about the success that we've brought to the organization, if that makes sense. Yeah. We'll still be doing case studies.
One more question.
Yes.
I'm Jim from Macungie. Long-time
Hi,
listener.
Jim from Macungie.
First-time caller. I was curious if you have any idea of which departments you would like to focus for these success stories, or one from different departments?
I definitely would want that. That would be ideal in my mind. Would be 4 different departments, 4 different service offerings. Yeah.
Thanks.
If anybody wants to volunteer, that would be fantastic. All right. The next goal is demonstrating our capabilities instantly. And in order to do that, we want to work with each of the departments to showcase our expertise or your expertise, and then developing compelling sales presentations for KDG's sales and marketing efforts. We want to do this by assisting you with the timely creation of a demonstration on your capabilities. Ideally, we would want to produce one of these once per quarter, but again, we understand that there's going to be a lot of collaboration in doing that, and you will be heavily involved in that. So we will have to align that with your timelines and schedules, and we understand that. But then we want to utilize these demos that we're creating in every possible way to increase leads and increase sales and increase trust. Thirdly, we will be creating sales presentations and scripts for KDG's offerings to facilitate better discussions and provide a tool for KDG's employees to also use these for their own sales opportunities or expansions. So the first objective that we identified was to instantly demonstrate our most popular services to showcase our expertise and value. I'm really excited about this objective. We created this objective to support you, our teams, and the generation of demos and tools to showcase your knowledge, your capabilities, and your solutions. And once they're created, we will be using them in our marketing and sales activities and to measure their effectiveness in capturing leads and driving sales. In the key results that you see behind me, you can see that we want to work with all of you and in order to show off those capabilities and solutions. We want to be able to use these demonstrations in our sales calls. We want to be tracking these sales calls in CRM and measuring their effectiveness. And then if there's any course correction that needs to be done, then we'll do so. We're excited to promote video snippets of these demonstrations as teasers that we're hoping will build excitement and curiosity around your demos. We'll be blasting these snippets out in email campaigns. We'll be using a bookings link, and it is our goal to have prospective clients or even current clients who are curious about a whole separate engagement with KDG book at least 4 sessions to see a full demo every quarter. The bookings links we have been using, they're not used heavily, but when they are used, they're fairly successful. But it just really allows the user to be proactive in reaching out to us and really creating that meeting on our calendar without having a lot of back and forth. And so that's just creating a better experience for our prospective clients. And we want to have 30% of the calls where we've utilized a demo to result in a sale. That's our goal. So it's when we can show our capabilities and our solutions and prospects can actually see the value that we can bring to them and their organization, it just increases trust and that increases our sales. Any other questions for me on this one? No? Okay. Our next one is to develop a library of sales presentations and scripts for each major area of service at KDG. When sales got involved with promoting the IT network security assessment last year, we built out sales presentations and accompanying scripts for that engagement. Then we also did it for the MSP engagement, and those scripts became invaluable, I think, to their team as well as to our team in driving a more meaningful discussion around those services and allowing us to easily provide answers to our clients, I think really even before they even had to ask them. Therefore, we're going to be following the same model that we used for those in at least 4 other service offerings at KDG. I say least because I don't want to over promise, but I think we'll be able to do them for a lot of, hopefully all of them, honestly, by the end of the year. But Carrie's probably having a conniption right now listening to me. Is she good? Did she fall over? This will ensure that really, if we have all of these, and we'll make sure that everything is public facing to you internally here at KDG, so that you will have access to them, and that any team member at all at KDG can pick up one of these presentations and one of these scripts and confidently use them and be able to present on another service or engagement professionally, and also deliver a consistent message as well. And you better believe that we'll be using a lot of that same content in our marketing efforts as well moving forward. So the first step in in the process of creating this library is just to get one done. And again, our goal is to get one done every quarter. I'm hoping that we can work a little faster than that, but we'll be building out those and ensuring that the entire company has access to them and that they're useful to you. As we're using them, we expect to receive feedback, and we hope that we'll receive it from you. We hope that we'll receive it from the prospects that we're talking to, and this will just allow us to improve them and continually tweak them. So we see them as living documents, if you will, or a living resource that we can continue to make more effective and more compelling as we utilize them. It will be our goal to measure the effectiveness of the calls where the sales presentations and scripts are being used, and we'll meet our key result when 20% of those calls result in a sale. Any other questions? Kyle, where are you from?
Kyle from Moorfield, Pennsylvania. So just to throw you a lob, I know you guys did this with the network security assessments and with MSP. Can you talk, and it'd be helpful for somebody from IT to give the answer as well. How did it help you? I mean, I know it did. What were some of the quantitative outcomes, once you developed those scripts and ran it by the whole team and got, buy-in from everybody? For me personally, if IT wants to answer this as well,
It just really helped for me to be able to talk about the types of things that are involved in like an MSP engagement or in a network security assessment, because we've outlined what those benefits are in those engagements. And to be very honest, that's probably the area of our business that I am the least familiar with. It's the one that I talk about the least, well, custom too, but and so what that allows us to do is just to be able to be more confident in providing those benefits, and then also almost delivering them in a way where I truly do believe we're answering a lot of their questions before they're asked, if that makes sense.
How many engagements have you sold?
Maybe 6? Yeah, okay. Does anyone from IT have any other comments on this?
Yeah, I would add to that before we had the script in place, it was taking us about a month to turn around IT network security assessments, just because we weren't sure about the next steps. We weren't sure how the client wanted to receive the deliverables. And once we put that script in place, we cut that time in about half. We are able to turn around the network security assessments in about 2 weeks, which I think makes a more immediate impact for the prospective client.
Yeah, I want to add to that actually a little bit. It also helps in onboarding a new client as well. You know, we just went through it with Meals on Wheels. I know we didn't do a network security assessment, but with the network security assessments, one of the key things is to get the individual need of the client. And sometimes that individual need may not be seen without a security assessment to see, okay, hey, you have this hole here, let's fix it before China comes and gets you, you know, or you know, hey, you're doing it this way, you're at half speed from link between switches, let's make things better, and then it can be a big improvement. So a security assessment holistically makes an MSP onboarding and engagement a lot better.
Any other questions? Oh, Mary Beth's giving me the sign. Okay, which is good, because we're on the last objective, which is be the best place to work. To work towards this strategic plan, publicly recognize the value that each employee has contributed to the success of KDG as an organization. And we will do this by facilitating and overseeing a process by which leaders will detail how a specific employee has contributed to the success of the company, and then is shared publicly in a company-wide meeting. So the objective that we have is recognizing the value each employee has contributed toward the success of KDG as an organization. Our team created this objective because as we were reviewing the results for the Best Places to Work survey, we noticed that many of the employees at KDG did not feel that the organization gave them enough credit or recognition for work that is well done. So by facilitating a process that we will recognize the contributions of individual employees and publicly sharing them on a weekly basis, we will have an effect on the well-being of our employees, our culture, and ultimately the organization. We hope that by participating in this process, that leaders will thoughtfully consider the contributions that individuals make, and then recognize them privately as well. This will help KDG by valuing our employees, recognizing their contributions, and making KDG a better place to work. We'll be creating and sending a form to the department leads to capture information about the specific employees' contributions, and this information will then be used to create a slide for consumption during a KDG weekly meeting. The leader will be doing the recognizing and speak to the employees' contributions publicly, and the success and the contributions that they've made to the success of the organization that year. We will be monitoring this and ensuring that there is a highlight story every single week, and that each and every employee at KDG is recognized during 2022. Any other questions? Did I make it in time? Thank you.
All right, so for anyone who doesn't know me, I am Matt Harwig, VP of Professional Services here. I think I've met everyone in passing at least once, I'd like to think. But I'm going to be talking about the Professional Services Department today first. So under Developing Knowledge and Capabilities, we really want to focus on improving KDG's business sense. We know we're good at doing work, but oftentimes we're doing things because clients come to us and they say, hey, Matt, can you put this in my application? And I say, I sure can. And I never ask, why do you want that in there? What that leads to is we may do a request for a client and then we find out after it didn't actually solve any concern that they had because they thought it would and it just didn't. So understanding their business concerns behind everything that they may ask us is going to go a long way in making sure we're actually doing what they need. If we're always solving to these business objectives, it's just going to make us more effective, and they're going to begin to see us more as trusted advisors and not just, oh, that's the developer that can do the work when I ask for it. So the first objective here is improving our business understanding with employees so employees ask deeper questions about a client's business and more clearly understand their business motives. So as I mentioned, we do a lot of work. We may not understand why. If a client comes to us and they say, hey, I'd like you to migrate me to Zoho Books from QuickBooks, we can say, sure, we can do that. Ultimately, if we do the whole migration and then we find out that Zoho doesn't have what they were looking for, we're going to be the ones they're going to be upset with because they're going to say, well, you migrated me over and it can't do this. If we understand why they're trying to do that migration, then we can say, oh, when we're doing the migration, we need to make sure we do this or that this is built into it. It just makes us more effective with what we're trying to do. So the first result here is that employees from 2 different departments take a CE lesson to improve these skills. Where's the CE lesson? I don't know. Who knows? I'll find one. But the goal is that anybody from any department can pick up a lesson. You know, maybe they have a free hour, their team isn't doing CE one week. They can pick up a lesson and they can learn more about how to ask these questions so that if they're brought onto a project, they're not just, hey, we need you to help with this one thing. They're brought on and they can say, oh, this is why I'm helpful. I know a little bit more about this and I understand what the client is trying to do. The next item is that the customer stakeholders and business concerns are documented for every project. I know right now one of the assessment questions is key stakeholders and their primary concerns. I know sometimes I've heard answers like, they want to make sure it's done right. But why? Why do they even care that it's done right? So understanding what they truly want will help a lot in understanding how to communicate with them. Oh, this person really only cares about the book side of things. So when I'm talking, I want to make sure I either include them or maybe they're not on this call because we're not talking about this. But understanding what they care about will go a long way in forming those relationships. And the last one on here is that one employee is able to get a second engagement with a client because they understood what the client was trying to accomplish and realized that another engagement would help meet this objective. So Chad, it's going to be you. I might as well have put your name up here. I can feel it. You're going to talk to somebody this year and you're going to say, you know what? You need a marketing plan. And then you're going to come to me and you're going to say, hey, Matt, put my name on this slide and tell the company that I did it. But in all seriousness, this can be anybody. A client's going to come to us and they're going to say, I signed up for a Zoho SLA, I signed up for a custom development plan, and they're going to have these business objectives and you're going to say, that doesn't make sense for what we're doing right now. We need to get this other team involved, and maybe it's not a second engagement, but we extend an engagement. But making sure we understand what they're trying to accomplish will help us to look better because then we know that we're trying to solve what they're really trying to do. Do we have any questions on the first one, improving the business understanding? All right, rolling on. So developing teams that generate demand. With this one, I want to focus on defining responsibilities at KDG. When we were a small company, I know when I started, I think there were like 8 of us. What was I then? I don't know. I was a bad developer. You can ask Andy about that. I was a designer, a project manager, did all sorts of things, but I wasn't great at anything because I had to be pretty good at all sorts of things. So now we've gotten to a point where we're wearing very specialized hats. We're getting much better at the things we do because people can specialize in those. But because of that, there are some responsibilities that have really started to get muddy. Who owns things? We don't know because there used to be one person who did all sorts of things. So why it was created, we're hiring specialists. We want to be the absolute best at everything that we do. We stopped hiring those Swiss Army knives, and now we're really trying to target people who are exceptional at everything that they need to do. It's led to confusion on who owns what for certain tasks, and responsibilities have been lost. Balls have been dropped because Everyone stands around and they think, I think that person's going to be doing this, so I don't have to. And then we find out nobody did it. So the first result for this is that all of leadership votes that a RACI matrix is accurate and to be used moving forward on our projects. So I was asked yesterday, let's talk a little bit about a RACI matrix, because we've talked about them, I think, a lot while I've been here, but we've never, as far as I know, successfully implemented one on anything. So just to touch on high level what it means, this is a laser on it? Oh, yeah. So the R in RACI is responsible. Who's doing the work to complete a specific task? It really should be one person. It could be a few more than one, but you need to have one, because if you don't have anybody doing that work, it's not going to get done. The A stands for accountability. Who's going to delegate it and make sure that they review it, because if something goes wrong, they're going to be the ones that get in trouble because they need to make sure it gets done. This really should be one person, and this is just one guide that I found. Maybe another guide says 2, I don't know. But really, if you have to yell at 4 different people, then nobody's really getting yelled at, so it's good to have one. The C is consulted. Someone who the work is being done, it's going to impact them. So they just need to know what's going on. Maybe they're picking it up from a certain point, so they just need to know when something's going to be done. Maybe they're kind of advising on how to do something. But who needs to be consulted for this? And the I is informed. Who needs to be in the loop on everything? They're not really doing the work. They just need to know what's going on. So I thought an example would be very helpful. And I hope that people who have seen Mean Girls also are into Lord of the Rings. I think that those are two very similar movies. So on the left-hand side, these are our tasks. Who's going to decide what to do with the ring? Who's going to create the fellowship? Who's going to get the ring to Mount Doom? Who's going to distract and defeat the enemies? That's what we need to know. On this side, we've got Mr. Frodo. We got his best friend, the wizard. We got that guy with the sword, and then the big elf man. These here at KDG, we probably don't want to start with names, or else things get confusing. We really want to make this, ring bearer, rather than Frodo specifically. What if Frodo gets stabbed and doesn't survive on that mountain? Well, now somebody else needs to take that responsibility on. So this is kind of how it will look for KDG, and we really want to break down everything. Who's going to be doing the tasks? Who's going to create the tasks? Who's going to update the percentage? Really everything, so that when we start a project, we always know all the moving pieces and who's going to be doing that work. So the first result for this, the first one was a RACI matrix. The next result is that there are no escalations in a month for 3 months in a row, where the crux of an escalation was uncertain ownership of responsibilities. Right now, escalation, it could be internal. It could be because a client gave us a bad feedback score. Oftentimes, it is just a dropped ball, where somebody thought somebody was going to do something and they didn't, and now there's conflict as to who owns that. It's come up with client escalations where they thought, I thought I was going to get these progress updates. It turns out you just weren't getting the emails. Like, these kinds of things happen, but if we at least define all these responsibilities, we know we're not going to be to blame when something like this happens. It's going to be something on the client side. We just need to make sure that we're ready on our end. And the last one is that the first customer receives a copy of the matrix for their project that explains who's responsible for each part of the project. If you're a client and you're starting a brand new engagement with KDG, you're probably a little nervous, a little anxious, you're excited to get started, but at the same time, what if the team isn't good? How do I know who to go to for certain things? Okay, well then they go to the project manager, they go straight to a developer. If we hand them a matrix that says, hey, this person is going to be the owner of these tasks, and they ever have a question, they know who to go to for it. You know, we can funnel it through project management or however we want to do it, but ultimately the project manager needs to know who to go for things. So if we hand that to a client, it's going to show everybody that KDG really has its act together. We're not just going to have, somebody's going to get it done. We're not sure when, we're not sure who. We'll show them. We know what's going on as soon as you start this project with us. Any questions on the Matrix, Lord of the Rings, anything like that? What's that?
Whose responsibility would it be to assign to fill out the matrix?
Could you ask that again?
Where does the responsibility of actually filling out and assigning the matrix fall?
So the goal is that first, I am accountable to create more of a company-wide matrix. I'm not going to do it by myself. I'm going to enlist help of all my elf friends and Gimli and whoever else I need. But then ultimately, when the project is kicked off, we will have to determine who's creating it. Maybe it's sales. I know Lynette asks for resourcing. Maybe it's the project manager who's going to be owning the project. But in terms of actually saying, you know, you are the person who's going to do this, we're going to have to determine that along the way. I don't have that answer right now. Sure. Anyone else? All right, moving on. Demonstrating capabilities immediately. For this one, we really want to make sure that we understand what professional services means to KDG and then start offering it more to our clients. The role existed for a little while, went away, and now it's back. So being more consistent will allow us to decide what clients are actually a good candidate for this role. Not every client needs this. And then it costs money for operations, and billing more time out of the operations department will ensure it's not just an expense and that I'm not just sitting on my couch not doing anything. So why it was created, it's not being used to its full capacity. It's being plugged in where it can, and oftentimes it's more just in a project management role. So really leveraging professional services to help our client relationships will go a long way in growing those. And the first result is going to be that the operations team is hitting its revenue target for 6 weeks straight. I had the embarrassment of reporting on my department for probably 5 months straight saying, hey, I haven't hit my revenue targets, and I'm probably not going to next week either. But by the end of the year, I started actually getting put on projects and being able to build towards things. So the first goal that I have for this year is that we're hitting the revenue target for 6 weeks in a row. That will show that we're starting to actually leverage that and, you know, bail out of the department. The next is that our first client is paying KDG's desired professional services billable rate. So this is going to involve really differentiating between what is project management, what is professional services, figuring out what those tasks and responsibilities are. We can't really just sometimes bill someone $275 for a progress update and sometimes $175 for a progress update. We have to really know what is this role supposed to do so that we can start billing it appropriately. So when we have our first client paying for that rate, we know we've started to define what that means. Ideally, they're not just complaining about the bill after it's sent, but I'm not responsible for that, so that's okay. Sorry, billing department. Zach Powell, that's all you. And the next result is that a second employee is filling a professional services role on a project. Right now, I know Kyle used the phrase, me and my alter ego, when he presented his. That is kind of what it is right now. It's just me. I don't know that we necessarily need a professional services employee or if we can have employees who fill that role on a project. And that's where we would decide that at the outset of a project. So by the end of the year, my hope is that it is not just me trying to stick my fingers in every single project, but we have other employees who can kind of fill this role and start billing at that rate. Any questions on the professional services work? Good one, Chuck. You don't need to know that. So Kyle, you can tell me if I'm completely off on this, but it's relationships. So when clients come to us, they want to know, how can you help my business? And sometimes it's custom development, sometimes it's going to be Zoho development, sometimes it's going to be marketing. But ultimately, the client relationship manager who can move them into different fields with us and make sure that we're actually giving them what they need for their business and not just, oh, you need some Zoho development and I'm going to be here along for the ride, but making sure that we are helping them to grow and develop their business and they're utilizing the technology that we give them to actually get better at that. Kyle, does that work? A+. He said A+. I don't know if you heard him, so pretty good. Does that answer your question, Chuck? Cool. And last but not least, be the best place to work. This one, really want to focus on continuing education. If we can focus on knowledge growth opportunities, we get better as a company. And secondly, if you want to do CE outside of work, it takes two things: time and oftentimes money. You need to buy something. You need to buy a book. You need to buy a training session. You need to try and get a certification. So that means it's probably not going to occur. I'm not really looking to do both of those things outside of that 40-hour work week. So why it was created, this is improve the company's CE reimbursement options. Conversation of reimbursable CE has come up multiple times over the past year by various employees. I know myself, Claudia, have talked to a lot of people about what did it look like at your previous job, and why do you think it fits in at KDG? And in our Best Places to Work survey last year, only 50% of employees said that they were satisfied with the company's tuition reimbursement benefits. 50%, I think, Mary Beth, was it the lowest score? The lowest score in the Best Places to Work survey. So that means that Lynette was very satisfied and Jim was very unsatisfied. So trying to improve that score this year is very important to us. So the first thing that we're going to do, get approval from senior leadership on a Q1 trial run for CE reimbursement. I'm happy to say that did happen. We have approval, and I will be talking about that more later today. The next result is that one employee from each department has a CE reimbursement approved. So I'm really going to be harassing team leads in this first quarter to say, hey, did you get people to sign up for something? Is anybody doing something? And if there's a department that doesn't have anybody, I'm going to find a way to get back at them. I don't know how. But that's my second result, is that every department has somebody that takes part in this reimbursement program. And lastly for this, it is that one employee from each department uses the full allocation amount for Q1. What is allocation amount? I'll be talking about that more later this afternoon. But essentially we have this is how much KDG is willing to back you. We want somebody from each department to take full advantage of that during our trial run in this first quarter. Anybody have any questions on the CE program that I won't answer later today, but I will? All right, that's all I got. Thank you, everybody.
So hello, everyone. My name is Claudia Miller. I'm from Allentown, Pennsylvania, if that matters. And I am the AVP of support. So for those that don't know, the support team consists of both the IT side with our friendly and awesome technical consultants that answer your help desk tickets, amongst a lot of other things that they do. And then also the QA side, which right now is just Dennis. But you'll hear in a little bit, we're going to utilize this plan in hopes to get him some more buddies on the QA side. So as you know, the first strategic plan goal is to develop knowledge and capabilities. So for our team, for the strategic plan goal, we're going to be focusing on providing a consistent and efficient experience for all requests that come from internal KDG team members. So what that means is that at a high level, we're going to be creating a list of services that IT provides and including all the corresponding information that we need in order to complete the service. So whether that's different credentials, hosting information, anything that you would need to get from a client to give to us in order to complete the service, that'll all be included. We're going to be publishing this list internally so that when you reach out to help desk, you know exactly what information you need to provide in order for us to efficiently complete your request. In addition, we're also going to be working towards improving our resolution time for all requests. And this will involve creating some reporting so that we can monitor this as a department. And our goal is to utilize this data to gain insight into what items that we need, such as where procedures need to be updated and where we need further training. So the first objective is officially ensure a consistent and efficient experience for all internal requests. So when I say internal requests, I mean coming from a KDG team member. This could be, and typically is, you requesting something on behalf of a client, but the key is that it originates, or the sender is a KDG employee. We created this objective because we often receive help desk tickets that contain very little information because the sender knows something needs to be accomplished, but they don't know how it will be accomplished and what it takes to accomplish that. And honestly, sometimes as a department, we don't even really know because we don't have these documented procedures. So our hope is that with this objective, when you need something done, whether it's for yourself or for a client, you're going to know exactly the information needed and the estimated lead time for the service. In addition, we're also going to be focusing on providing consistent support. And obviously, our hope is that it's consistently good support. And we're going to be working towards that with some standard procedure documentation for each service we provide. So our first key result under this objective is that for at least 15 out of 20 days, no requests from KDG team members are completed without a help desk ticket. So no individual clicks, no click calls, no emails, everything's coming through help desk. Our favorite the infamous example of this is the "yo, you got a sec" click message from Rob Sweeney. So sorry, Rob, but we're putting an end to it in 2022. I am also guilty of doing things like that, so it's not just Rob at all. But this is this is a necessary first step because we can't do any of the tracking for our later key results if requests don't come through help desk. It's also going to be much easier to provide the consistent experience we're aiming for if all of the requests are coming from the same place of origin. So hint, hint to everyone listening to this presentation, help us complete this key result and we'll be able to better serve you. The second key result is that every ticket that comes in from a KDG team member falls under a defined service for 1 week. In order to track this, we're going to be utilizing the tag feature in Desk. So in order to complete the key result, we're going to have a very accurate service listing so that an agent can appropriately tag a ticket. If we don't have that service listing, they're not going to be able to apply the tag, and we're going to know that we need to adjust our listing. And creating this service listing is the foundation for the next few key results. And by utilizing the tag feature, we're going to start building a lot of data on the tickets that we receive and what service they fall under, which is not information that we currently have, which I'm pretty excited about. The third key result of this objective is that for 1 week, every ticket that comes in from a KDG team member either includes the necessary information for the service or the agent is able to immediately follow up with the exact pieces of information needed in order to complete the ticket. So to accomplish this, we're going to need to take that service listing from the last key result and include all of the relevant information required in order to complete that service. This will make sure that if you know exactly the information you need to supply, and that helps facilitate communications between you and the client, and then in turn, you and the help desk agent. So just think about how nice it would be if you needed to reach out to help desk for a test site, or a client was interested in switching hosting, or whatever it might be, and you had just a simple checklist of all the information you needed from the client before you even came to a help desk agent. And then also how much quicker that will take or allow us to turn around requests. The fourth key result for this objective is that no more than 1 ticket comes in or is reopened from a KDG team member due to a standard procedure not being performed adequately for 1 week. So in order to accomplish this key result, each service in the listing that we create is going to need to have at least 1 accompanying procedure documented. This is something that we are very much so lacking, so it's going to be a big undertaking, but we are excited to do so, and we plan to confirm all the documentation we create on a quarterly basis to make sure it's still accurate. The final key result for this objective is just taking everything a little bit further, and it's for every week for 1 calendar month, we review tickets from KDG employees and evaluate the time for completion to the service listing's estimated time for completion. So if it takes more than 25% of the top range of the estimate, we're going to have a follow-up action. And those follow-up actions are either we perform a lessons learned discussion, we assign procedure updates to that procedure documentation that we've created, or we schedule a training opportunity with either another team member or utilizing an external resource to make sure that we are developing our knowledge in that area. Monitoring this estimated versus actual time for completion is going to inform us on all these different areas that we don't currently have much insight into. Does anyone have any questions on that objective?
Claudia?
Yeah.
So my question is, what constitutes a ticket? Like anytime we need to talk to IT for anything?
Yes. Anytime that you need, it could be anytime you need action from an IT member.
Okay, like including like quarantine emails and stuff like that.
I would say yes.
Yes. Let's say yes. Let's start strong. Any other questions? All right. So the next objective under the same goal is to improve our resolution time. Time is a huge component of a good experience, and obviously we want to be providing a good experience to anyone who reaches out to help desk. Resolution times are going to give us insight into whether we are developing our knowledge and capabilities as a department. We also created this objective because right now Zoho Desk is utilizing somewhat of a mysterious and unreliable calculation for resolution time. So part of this objective is for us as a department to define what we want that calculation to be, to make sure that we understand what we're working towards and that it is a valuable metric to be tracking. We are leaning towards a 15% improvement to our resolution times, but as I mentioned, right now we really don't have reliable data to go off of, so we will solidify that after the second key result, which we'll go over soon. So the first key result is that the calculation for resolution time is documented and signed off by each team member. It's an important first step because as a team, we need to fully understand and commit to what we're working towards. The second key result is that every team member has access to a developed report with real-time or close to data. This will require that we build a dashboard or report to track as a team. After this key result is when we're going to solidify the percentage improvement we are aiming for once we have access to this data. And the third key result is that for 1 month, each weekly team meetings agenda has an item for our resolution time for the past week. By the end of this month, our resolution time improves by 5% from the previous month. So we are hoping that by discussing resolution time in depth at least once a week, it's going to become a focus of the team. We're going to be able to share experiences or tips and work together towards this goal. And the final key result is that our resolution time from January of 2022 is improved by whatever this percentage is. This is counting on the fact that our report that we develop allows us to see historical data. But we believe that by tracking our resolution time closely and improving it, we're going to be creating better experiences for the requester, ensure that we are accurately and appropriately training within the department, and allow us to be more effective and progress more efforts internally. Does anyone have any questions on that objective?
I have one. Is waiting on the client for whatever the purpose is contributes towards that data?
That's our first key result, is to define how we want that calculation to work. So
Gotcha.
take that thought for then. Anyone else have a question? All right. So for the second strategic plan goal of developing teams that generate demand, we're going to be building service offerings for both the QA and IT teams that easily integrate with our current services at KDG, particularly custom applications. So these service offerings are going to generate demand for KDG, but also provide the support and quality that our clients are expecting from a trusted partner. So on the QA side, we're going to be putting together processes and a plan for QA engagements so that we can offer automated and manual testing as a default to our custom application projects. We're also currently experiencing demand for application performance, error monitoring, and application security. So we have clients asking about this, and we're going to be utilizing this objective to create a solidified service offering to meet the demand and hopefully keep it going. So our first objective is to build a QA team and processes so that we can offer automated and manual testing as a default to our custom application projects. So in 2021, we began forging a path for testing at KDG thanks to the work of Dennis and the rest of the 10-4 team. 10-4 is obviously a gigantic project that started long before 2021. So it's led to some interesting times and some really good lessons learned. So we need to leverage those lessons learned in order to create standards for how we will conduct testing on a custom applications moving forward. These standards will help us uphold the level of quality clients expect from KDG. And the objective will result in increased test coverage across the company, ultimately leading to less issues in production, which will make everyone happy. The first key result for this objective is a document of standards and deliverables is created, and a high-level walkthrough is recorded and posted on Connect for the company to view. 9 individuals view the post. So our thought is that this documentation will include items such as what will reside in Test Cafe, what will reside in Test Cafe, how, or Test Rail, how we will define success, what the testing schedule looks like, a checklist for how we're going to perform the testing, and really, we really think that this documentation is going to provide insight into the company about what QA is doing, because up until this point, it's been pretty secluded to the 10-4 team, and I really think that everyone could benefit from this information in some way. We also need to have this level of documentation because we really can't or shouldn't offer this service to clients if we aren't understanding how it's going to work internally. The next key result is that all marketing materials for custom applications include information on the benefits of our QA testing. The sales team completes the Connect post video from the previous key result and is able to confidently talk about this on 2 prospective client calls. So if our QA testing is going to be the default, it needs to be communicated to the prospect from the initial engagement. Sales is going to need to have an understanding of how QA testing is going to fit into the custom application lifecycle, the benefits of QA testing, potentially the impact to timeline and budget, and basically anything else that they feel a prospective client will need to know before starting an engagement. The third key result is to grow the QA team by at least 1 team member. We're going to need to have the resources in order to fulfill the demand. We can't only rely on Dennis for all of this, so we'll get him some buddies. Our final key result is to onboard 1 new client for a custom application with QA testing in their project plan. So this key result means that we have been able to generate this demand, and hopefully we will be able to continue generating demand through future releases. So by involving the QA team from the onset of a project, we will be able to build the foundation needed for successful testing, including test cases, release scheduling, etc. Does anyone have any questions on the QA side of things? All right. The second objective for the goal of developing teams that generate demand is to develop a standard service offering for applications performance and error monitoring and application security. So this objective was created because approximately 3 times in the last quarter of 2021, the IT team was asked about our process for application monitoring and security scans. And our answer is we're kind of winging it with the service offering. There's interest and we need to know how to deliver. The service offering will allow us to provide the level of support our clients will expect from a trusted partner. And we really see it as a final piece for delivery on our custom applications. It's also an easy add-on to our current clients, which we hope will facilitate upselling potentially without even needing to involve the sales team. The first key result is that a document on the service offering is created, including the services that will be provided, when, by whom, what won't be provided, and for how much each month, because we're kind of figuring it's going to be a package, a monthly package. An engagement guide is posted to Connect and receives 9 views. This supports the objective because we currently have absolutely 0 documentation right now. So by creating this documentation, it's going to provide us the processes that we're currently lacking, and it's also going to serve as the foundation for additional marketing materials that we'll cover in the subsequent key results. The second key result is that marketing materials for application performance error monitoring and application security are created, and the materials for custom applications are updated to include the service offering. So this is going to ensure that we have both current custom applications covered for the upsell opportunities, as well as prospective clients that might not even be considering the monitoring that comes after the development portion. The third key result for this objective is that marketing materials are sent to our current custom application clients that do not have current monitoring agreements. And we schedule a call with at least 1 current client to discuss this service offering. This is setting us up for those upsell opportunities. There really should be little overhead involved in making these sales because we're going to have these necessary marketing materials. And we also have a team that knows the client and their needs well already. The final key result is to onboard 1 client, whether that's a new client or an existing client for this service offering. By signing a client, we are going to be generating recurring revenue for KDG. As I mentioned, we're foreseeing this being a monthly package. And we're also going to get the IT team in front of the client on a regular basis. We will be having presentations of our deliverables and providing advisory work during this engagement, which we are hoping could lead to additional expansion into our IT services. Does anyone have any questions on that? All right. For the strategic plan goal of demonstrate our capabilities immediately, we're going to be working towards ensuring that clients that reach out to help desk always get a consistent experience. We really don't know who's going to reach out to help desk, especially when we get to the point where we can support more custom applications. So by being able to demonstrate our capabilities immediately and providing a great support experience, we are opening ourselves up to the opportunities to further our engagement. So for example, if a custom application client reaches out to help desk and they're provided a great experience, they could become interested in our IT services, such as an MSP agreement, because of that support that they receive. The official objective for this goal is to ensure that a client who reaches out to help desk always gets a consistent experience. We created this objective because the email address for a help desk is widely broadcast. It's in our email autoresponders, it's shared in progress updates, and honestly kind of thrown around easily these days. So we don't know who could be reaching out to us, and help desk does offer us the unique opportunity to create the immediate impact on the requester. Also, part of this objective is going to be us working towards providing custom application support via help desk effectively. So this means that the requesters will likely be clients of KDG, but not of IT. And again, we're hoping that we can utilize this to expand the relationships. The first key result is to create a list of all existing desks, define what they should be used for, remove desks that are no longer in use, and post the list to Connect for the company to review and receive 9 views. So some people might not know this, but throughout the years, we have tried a bunch of different approaches to Zoho Desk. And we have a lot of desks that aren't currently used, whether that was a department-specific desk, a project-specific desk, whatever it might be. And we need to start from a clean slate in 2022. We need to make sure that we are aware of every way a client could reach out to us and understand how we are expected to support them. The second key result is that by utilizing a to-be-determined system, we classify all tickets for a week under a specific level. Based on the level, we know what the next steps are for office hour support as well as off-hour support. So the level support approach is important because we need to define what our next steps are based on the severity of a ticket. No one wants to be on on-call support and get a ticket at midnight that they're unsure of how to move forward with. This would personally make me lose a lot of sleep, and I already don't get enough sleep with Charlie. So we need to get this in place so we can act confidently and consistently as a department. The final key result for this objective at this time is that one client transitions to help desk with all necessary project handoff documentation and does not reach out to the project team directly for 1 month. So this is going to require us to finalize a process for project handoffs to help desk, which has been something that has been in talks for years at this point. So this is going to push us to get this finished in 2022. We expect that this documentation will include these level-specific definitions that we just discussed in the previous key result and have next steps that are specific to the project based on those levels. By achieving this key result, we're going to be able to free up project teams to work on development items rather than just focusing on end user support, which could just be user error that we can handle easily. And we will also expose current clients to the IT team and hopefully expand engagements. And that is all that I have. Anyone have any questions on anything we walked through? All right, thank you.
Anybody that hasn't met me yet, I'm Steve Solt. I am the team lead for the accounting services group. There we go. All right, so for our first part of developing knowledge and capabilities, we want to expand our application knowledge outside of Zoho. We're very, very much vested in it, but it's not the only platform out there, and it's not the first one that come to people's mind. everybody knows QuickBooks. If you have a startup, that's the first place you go to. That's what everybody thinks about. Their client base is enormous, and it's probably Zoho's #1 competitor. I don't know that for sure, but I'm sure it is. And there's also another platform that we've been leveraging because we get a lot of inquiries about sales tax compliance. And that system is called Avalara, which connects directly both to Zoho and to QuickBooks. So we can become pro advisors for QuickBooks and an implementation partner for Avalara. And that would allow us to expand what we're doing without having to shift anybody to Zoho that doesn't want to. So why did we decide we were going to do this? Zoho is growing, but everybody already thinks of, and this is going to start with just QuickBooks. Everybody immediately thinks about QuickBooks when it comes to bookkeeping. So if we were to go and get our QuickBooks Pro Advisor certification, we're immediately validated with what our skill set is. And QuickBooks has its pool. They will send you prospects that says, hey, we're on QuickBooks and we need help to do these things. All of a sudden we can do QuickBooks stand-ups because we have that certification, or get people trained on it. And it just completely opens up the avenue. Now, this is not to say that we're going to start pushing QuickBooks, and that's certainly not going to be the case. This is simply just another avenue for those that don't want to leave the platform, because what everybody might not know is you can connect Zoho Analytics to QuickBooks and solve a whole bunch of problems by giving them insights that they didn't know about. And we've already got one active project that we're doing that with. So our first key result on the QuickBooks side of things, right now we're a team of 4. We're going to have 2 of our employees agree to go through the training program. Now, this is kind of a divide and conquer approach. And main reason I'm doing it this way, if nobody's interested in doing it, it's probably not going to go very well. Now, they break the training into three modules, as they call it, where it's a certification prep, a product training, and then a specialty course. So certification prep and the product training, both people will do in completion. I believe that the specialty courses are kind of a la carte. So my goal is to have coverage over all of the 9 modules, but it's going to be split between the 2 employees. So you might do 4 and 5, 5 and 4, or maybe you both do 5. I'm not really sure yet. But in the end, we're going to have 2 team members that are QuickBooks Pro Advisors certified. Now, Avatax is that other software. Simply, we don't want to get into learning all the rules of sales tax. It's way too much. Every state's different. Every city's different. It's a giant pain. I've dealt with it for several years, and it's not pleasant. Like, that's a full-time job, is learning all those rules that change year over year. It's crazy. So the software does it all for you because they manage all those rules. We have touched using it. We have put 2 clients in the system already this year. So the simple answer is, if we're starting to do it, why not become a certified partner for implementation? So first key result on that becomes the other 2 members will volunteer to go through that one. You could overlap, you could do both if you really wanted to, but that's going to be the first piece. I don't know what's involved in their training program or testing. So we're going to have to go figure out what that is, develop a schedule, and put that in place. And we're going to have both members that agreed to doing it agree on what that training plan is. And in the end, we're going to have 2 members that are completely certified in implementation. Okay. So this next one actually also overlaps with my strategic plan number 4. And we're going to look inwardly at what our strengths and weaknesses are. So we're going to go and do what we call a SWOT analysis. So strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, if anybody hasn't heard that before. and there's going to be some a training mechanism to it, and a employee satisfaction piece to it. So, and I'm going to speak mostly to the training mechanism on this. So if we know where our strengths and weaknesses are, we can make sure that our projects we're working on projects we're strong on, or if we're weak in an area, we can develop a training plan around it. So the first result on this is going to be, well, first we have to complete it, but then each team member from accounting is going to sign off on what that analysis is. Let's say, I agree, I'm strong here, I'm weak here. This is an opportunity for me. So that might be somebody that wants to get into another area, whether that's moving from bookkeeping into migration. It could be more drastic that says, hey, I want to start designing. I don't really know. We'll find that out when we go and do it. Obviously, weak areas are pretty self-explanatory. So the next key result, and all of these are going to go over a 2 of 3 month span, simply because I expect that first month to require reallocation. We might need to shift projects around. I don't want an employee on a project that falls within their weakness area unsupervised. And I put that in because we can use those as a training opportunity to remove that weakness and turn that into either like a neutral or a strength. I also want to get somebody into a project area that falls under that opportunity within that same time frame for that 2 or 3 months. So if you want to get into a migration, you want to get into the implementation, we can get you in that with that supervision to start training you in those areas. And the same goes for the weakness. We want to either get you off of that weakness or start training in that area. Any questions on those? There's a whole lot of information pretty quick. I know it's super thrilling. It's all numbers and taxes. Okay. So developing teams that generate demand. This will fall on the backbone of the first objective, because we're getting these certifications, and if we don't do anything with them, it's kind of a lost cause because they're just wasted time. So I'm going to rely heavily on Lynette, and she even has an objective that aligns with this. With once we get these certifications, we can start pushing that information out. So the entire goal is that we're going to leverage the Avatax and the QuickBooks tools to start generating demand that way, so that these certifications are what's bringing people in. In the end, using these makes sales job easier. So the first result, we want to get 5 prospects on the phone with Lynette because we have that certification. So this can be from QuickBooks, Avalara's resources, not necessarily our materials going out. And from that pool of 5, we want to have at least 1 that's got to sign an agreement and we get onboarded. Now, this next piece is we're going to get 3 referrals from that certification partner, which means QuickBooks, Avatax, they're going to say, we have this client in your area, we think you can help them. We've already got a pretty good shot with that with Avatax, because we've got 2 that are going through there, and we're one of the few people that have that specialized knowledge with Zoho and integration to Avatax. And from that pool of 3, we want to get 1 that's got a signed agreement and onboarded. Thoughts or questions there? Okay. Now, for demonstrating our capabilities immediately, our plans to build up the webinar repository. We've had pretty good success with this, along with some long-term clients that came out of it. The first one that comes to mind is Richmond Machine, which has been here a year and a half now, I think sounds right. And it looks like they're even moving into an MSP after that year and a half. And so that's a lot of confidence that came out of one webinar almost 2 years ago. It makes it easy sales material for the sales team. And so we can kind of keep the ball rolling with all of that. So the more we have, the easier it becomes. And then you can even see more of those tools ready to go. Lynette's going to be my new best friend over the next couple of months because I'm going to need her to agree on a webinar list with a list of features. And I'm going to be leveraging her a lot because she knows what prospects are asking about, where we know what's coming up after we get into an implementation where there's features that may not be so prominent that they even know they want. And that comes up more often than I probably could start naming cases. So from each webinar, we want to have at least 3 prospect calls. And then from that pool, get 1 client from each. I don't know if our webinar list is going to be 1. Is it going to be 5? Is it going to be 20? It's not going to be 20. It's too many. But from each one we do, we want to get at least 3 prospects and 1 signed client from those. Now, the next piece of this is I want to get at least 5 employees that are not inside accounting services to watch that webinar, because there becomes it becomes an easy cross sell sometimes to say, hey, we can do this for you if you hear the right keywords from a client. And I know I have one that I'm going to say we're going to be converting from, it's a inventory implementation and it's going to go over into web design. Matt, you can hold me to that one. Hope he'll be here soon. So it just becomes, once they see some of that capacity and those skill sets, they can see that you can say, hey, I heard you had this, look at this webinar, let me know if you have questions. You don't have to sell them. You just, hey, look at this webinar and see what you think.
I got the pink one.
And then, yes. And then from that, we want to have at least 1 potential sales call on that. Here you go. They don't have to sign on board, but it's going to be that kind of vote of confidence. Any questions there? Okay. So being the best place to work, this comes back to that SWOT analysis we did in strategic planning in objective number 1. We want to align everybody's skill sets with their projects. There can be dissatisfaction if you're in an area that you're not comfortable, if you're not challenged, because if you're not challenged, you're not bored, you might be looking for something else. So if you're in an area that you're not comfortable with, the goal is to move you off those weaknesses, and then we can get you added to projects that fall in an area you want to learn, and we can get you training and make sure that you are aligned with where your strengths are. So we're going to start pretty simple, and it's going to be we're going to do a baseline survey to start, to just say, where are we? And then every month for the next 6 months after that, we're going to continue to say, are we moving in the right direction, so that we can measure, are we improving? Are we getting more in alignment? And that fulfillment on those things. I think that was the end of that. Any questions there? Okay. So the next piece is just to make sure that we get the family work-life balance in alignment. And to me, this becomes, there can be a huge perception what we think is, what stressors are. What stresses me out might not stress out Christina or Zach. You never know what we think might be. So if we can at least, so the first piece is we're the accounting team is going to come up with a threats list to what may be impacting that. And now these will fall under, and this is going to be potentially unique to us, and then it can go company wide. But what we're going to do is take this list and then list them in priority order to say what needs to be addressed first, and then call them into 2 different categories, one where we can control it and one where we can't control it. Like daycare getting shut down for 2 weeks, not going to be controllable, but there might be something we can put in place that can help mitigate some of that stress if that happens. And then, so what we're going to do from that list, we're going to take the top issue in each, come up with a proposed solution and present that to leadership. Now, this is not intended to be the final solution. This is intended to be at least the starting point to spark the discussion that's going to lead to potentially a policy change, or what that final resolution may be, or there might be an answer that we can't do something about it. But that's at least to get the ball moving in that direction. Questions there? I believe that was everything. Yep.
All right, that was excellent, Steve. Thanks very much.
Hello, everybody. If you don't know me, I am Kaylin. Thank you. I am a design team lead. I am from 2 minutes that way. Don't rob me. So for our first strategic plan goal, develop knowledge and capabilities, the design team is really focusing on consistency as an overarching goal there. So we want to improve our repeatable services and make sure they're delivered consistently, and also standardize some of our CE programs to make sure that we're keeping up to date with the latest in the industry, and also that we're documenting everything for any future designer. Our first objective is to spread out our knowledge of the custom application process on the design team so that anyone can take a custom app project and have success interpreting client needs and solving them with software. This was created because our custom apps vary greatly in terms of execution, subject matter, and end goals. Because of this, we don't have any sort of structured process. So we want to make sure that when it comes to resourcing, the design team doesn't become a bottleneck, and anybody can jump on any of those projects. The first key result is that one custom app focused course is documented and created for CE. This will be very, very high level because, as I said, the subject matter and everything varies greatly between them, but at least having a glossary of terminology or just the life cycle of software documented just to give everyone a starting point. The next key result would be that every member of the team is on a custom app project. This could be at the level of just shadowing the project. This could be a backup designer. Exposure is really the best way to get everyone up to date on how custom apps work. And then the next key result is that every lead or hire on the design team is leading a custom app project. So first we want to get everyone on a project, and then next we want everyone lead or hire leading a project. Any questions? Awesome. The next objective is a consistent experience is always delivered for reproducible web engagements. As a design team, we have a few very reproducible services, and they've continued to get more and more efficient throughout the years, but we don't document how that works. So poor John joined the design team, and we have no documentation on how these repeatable services can be repeated. So a lot of that information just lives within the heads of the people who have been here a few years and have worked through those projects. So we definitely want to make sure that those steps are documented. So I combined my key results here because they are very similar, but so we would want 3 separate checklists. One would be for an Avada redesign. A key result would be that one project can go through that checklist without needing to be modified. Same goes for giving campaigns. We would like the same giving campaign project to be able to follow that checklist. And then for the custom app checklist, again, it would be very high level, but being able to successfully use that for a new project. Any questions on that objective? The next objective is that department training is consistent and kept up to date with current standards. Our industry is always changing, and I do think that our design team has done a very good job keeping up with those new standards, but unfortunately we haven't been documenting them for any new members that are onboarded. So we want to keep doing what we're doing, but enhance that by documenting them for future reference if we forget and we just want a refresher, or to get a new member caught up to date with the rest of the team. So the first key result there would be that all team members approve of storage location and maintenance method for design team CE lessons. Obviously, we want buy-in so that we can continue to use this beyond 2022. So having everyone on board there would definitely help. The next key result would be that 4 lessons are documented and stored consistently. We're going to go low and hopefully over-deliver, but we want to start with having 4 documented. Ideally ones that are core for the UI UX position. And then each team member hosts 1 knowledge share session. Moving forward in 2022, I'd love to have any member take a topic that they're passionate about, maybe it's a hot topic or a new standard that's coming out, and learn about it and teach the team about it. And then the last one is that a KDG team member completes 1 lesson on their own without needing assistance to start. What came to mind with this was when Lynette was saying that she wants her marketing team to sit in on CE lessons for everybody. Our team is hopefully going to document them well enough where anyone can just take them without needing to sit in. Any questions there? For developing teams that generate demand, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So a question, so you were talking about the design team deciding on new standards, for various technologies and things like that. How do you guys go through that decision process? I know a lot of other teams sort of struggle with that as well, as to what to explore, what not to explore, when to kill a new idea.
Sure. Well, one key example, I guess, would be we were kind of forced into using the new Bootstrap. Basically, we were using Font Awesome, and then the Font Awesome gets expired because now you need the new Bootstrap. So it's basically the technology we're already using forcefully gets upgraded, and also they become very intertwined. So if you want to know Avada, you should probably know Bootstrap, and it kind of more or less forces us into learning those latest. Also, it helps that we hire new grads. I know at least when I started and came here, Flexbox wasn't really a thing, but we learned that in college. We were able to bring that to the team and do a team-wide lesson there. Anything else? For developing teams that generate demand, the design team gets a decent amount of face-to-face time with our clients, and we should be taking better advantage of that. In order to expand client engagements across departments, we need to have the knowledge necessary to confidently speak to other services that our other departments are performing. And we also want to improve our offboarding process to leave the door open for future engagements. So this objective was created because although our engagement guides are helpful for those who are directly involved in completing the services, they aren't high level enough for everyone to be trained in these services. We don't need everyone to be experts in everything, but just have a general understanding of what each service does and what needs they solve for our other clients. So the first key result will be that leadership approves external service guide location and execution of service guides. This is very new, but it's not something that is just for the design team. So we need buy-in from every department to keep it up and running for years to come. So we definitely want buy-in from senior leadership team first, so it can be dispersed throughout the other departments. The next key result would be that a new service gets a guide approved by senior leadership for company-wide distribution. We have to start with one. This would set the template and hopefully make it easier for other departments to latch on and create their own service guides. The next key result is that all guides created before May 1st will be reviewed in the month of June and signed off by the responsible party. This was created as an intent to keep them up to date. We don't want to just create them and then forget about them. We want to do regular gut checks just to make sure they're staying up to date and are relevant. Any questions there? Awesome. Our next objective is that each client experiences a professional and consistent offboarding process at the end of their engagement. Some of our web engagements are pretty defined and limited timeline. This means that this isn't a multi-year project. We're with them for 2 to 3 months, and then right now we're just like awkwardly, gradually parting ways. And right now that's a very missed opportunity for future engagements with other departments or other services. So the first key result would be that marketing team approves new offboarding process for web engagement. Obviously, the marketing team is a subject matter expert when it comes to upselling, so we want them greatly involved here. The next key result would be the one service expansion, client signs on for a new service, is gained by a client after an offboarding experience. This would be the design team just testing the waters. If it's successful, we would want to expand this into other departments as well. Not every client is eligible or fits the role for any other service. Maybe they are strictly just an ADA client. So other ways that we could utilize them being a fan of us is just getting a review from them. So this offboarding process would also provoke them to leave us a review, non-Cali, so that at least they're still supporting us in some way. And then the new offboarding process is used one time by a team that does not have a UI UX designer on the project team. That would just prove that it could be extended beyond our department. Any questions for offboarding? For the next strategic plan goal of demonstrate our capabilities immediately, our team focused on how we can better support the sales and marketing team to make selling design services easier. Our objective actually aligns very closely with Lynette's team in terms of creating a showcase. Ours will just be more specific to any design project, just to keep kind of like an index of all of our projects and all of our capabilities. So the first objective is define what belongs in a showcase for the department. In order for sales to obviously demonstrate our capabilities, we need to document what our capabilities are. And specifically with web projects, we have probably done most of what a client would want on a website. So having examples of all of that documented would make selling it a lot easier. The first key result would be that the sales and design team approve location and maintenance procedure of the showcase. Since this is more than just the design team, it's going to greatly impact sales and marketing. We want them involved in the process and make sure there's buy-in across both teams. The next key result is that showcase is reviewed and updated and approved 6 months after implementation. This goes along with the other one, just having a regular gut check just to make sure everything is staying up to date and relevant. The next key result is that sales is able to utilize a showcase on a prospect call without needing a design team member present. Obviously, that's the goal, to limit the amount of non-billable time we're spending trying to get these clients in the door when we have the information already documented and available for review. Any questions on the showcase? And then the last goal is being the best place to work. For our team, the biggest hurdle we face is the ebbs and flows of workload. And in turn, this is just stressors that can add to burnout possibility. Especially during the busy season, sometimes there aren't enough hours in the day. Sometimes we don't have enough work to sustain our week. So those are all stressors that we want to try to reduce as much as possible. So with inconsistent workloads throughout the year, we go through numerous phases of just utter chaos or just scraping the bottom of the barrel for at least a billable hour. These are all stressors that can cause burnout, and we want to just see if there's anything specific we could identify that's causing that. So the first key result would be that we identify those stressors through a survey. Obviously, my stressors aren't the same as John's stressors, aren't the same as Kelsey's, so we just want to survey and see if there's anything that overlaps that we could tackle first. And then the next key result would just be that the top 3 that we have identified at least decrease somewhat by the end of the year. Those are all numbers that we're going to identify once we have the results back from the survey. Any questions there? Awesome. That's all I got.
So I know I introduced myself earlier, so I feel a little obligated to do something a little different this time. Carrie is looking for pictures, so we're going to take a giant selfie for my presentation because I think it's going to make my presentation cooler than everybody else's. So if everybody in the audience could smile or do something crazy. I don't believe you. And if everybody virtual, I know you don't see me, but just smile with me. Excellent. Thank you. Carrie, if it's flattering, I'll send it to you. If not, you can make it up. So I'm going to be talking about project management now. Under developing knowledge and capabilities, the biggest things we wanted to focus on were onboarding and CE, training, making sure that everybody is on the same page with everything. So current employees right now, if you were to ask James, if you were to ask Rolana, hey, what did training look like for you? I don't know what they'd say. I don't know, and we're not going to ask them because it would probably, we have the Kyle stink face in the back. It was on the job, right? It was them just kind of teaming up with someone and saying, hey, how do you do this stuff? The project management team as a whole is one of our more new teams here because it used to be something that people just did on the side. You could have developers doing project management or designers doing project management. It was just on the side. So when we were onboarding new ones, we really didn't have a plan on how we were going to onboard them, and we just figured, they'll figure it out. And then the team's CE program, it's been largely non-existent for the same reason. It was a new team. They didn't really have here's what we need to be good at, so we know we should be training on this. So we want to really start beefing that up. So the first objective here is onboarding new PMs more effectively. Like I said, the onboarding for PM team has been lackluster. Isabel, who is on the line, I'm so sorry you have to be watching this right now, but it's telling you what you're getting into in 2 weeks or whenever that is. But we've also never really tracked how long it takes to onboard a project manager. It depends on what projects they're put on. It depends on how hard the projects are. We just don't even know. So if we're hiring a new project manager, I can't even say when they'll be able to help anybody out. I have no idea right now. So that's something that we just want to start getting better at. The first result here is that leadership approves a competency list for project management. If I were to ask everybody here or everybody online, what does a project manager do? I think you'd get different responses. Because we've never really said, these are the responsibilities of the project management team. They're going to do X, they're going to do Y, they're going to do Z. Nobody really knows. And to do a throwback, are they the ring bearers? Are they going to ride the eagles out of Mordor? Chad, is that good that I threw that in? I don't have pictures. What's that? In and out. We'll just use the eagles for everything. But what do they do? So if we define this competency list, then we start to know, okay, this is what we want to make sure that our training revolves around. This is what we want to make sure our CE revolves around. But we have to define what that actually is first. After that, the next result is that a new hire is tracked to training markers with some sort of templated document filled out that shows how they could improve. So with this stage, it's still kind of a gut thing, right? Saying, here are the things we think you should be good at. I think you could improve here. And where we can, citing ways, saying, well, you could have done this better, or this is something you could try next time. For the last key result, it's to use this training plan and actually have scoring with feedback on areas of improvement. So that's kind of the difference between these two key results. For the end of this, we really want to have okay, this is what you're good at, and here's how we would actually rate you. That will show us where does somebody need to improve, and hopefully it's not all just, well, my gut tells me you need to be better at this. If we actually have some sort of scoring system in place, ideally, in a perfect world, we'll be able to make sure that we're training our PMs a lot better. Any questions on onboarding? All right. So the next objective is improve the team continuing education program. So why was it created? What does the team do for continuing education? No, but seriously, we don't know. We just haven't really had a good program for them. So we really want to dive into this and say, what can we be doing on a weekly basis for the PM team to make sure that they're actually growing and getting better? So for the first result, we have that a PM team member completes the first department hit list item. Rolana, what's the first hit list item? Yeah, I don't know either. Do you know? Me neither. It's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. We don't know what the hit list is right now. What's that?
Should have made something up, Rolana. You had a chance.
Yeah, she could have steered it right now. She wasn't ready, though. I didn't warn her. We need to create a hit list. It's very related to the competency list. What do we need to be good at? And then we can start creating this hit list. Okay, maybe we have these videos over here that we want to do, or maybe we have these lessons. But the first goal is that somebody does a hit list item. After that, we want to make sure that the PM team gets opportunities to present lesson learned to their team where they were able to do something well or poorly. I've gotten feedback from Rolana, from James, where they say, you know, when I think about my team, I more think about project team than I think about PM team. That's kind of where they feel they get pulled, and that's who they work with all the time. So we want to really create a PM team who can grow and learn from each other. What worked? What didn't work? What did I suck with this week so that I can make sure you don't do that next week? If we can start to give them opportunities to present these things, then we know that they're learning and growing from each other, and not just, here's why a project suffered, and I'll make sure that I don't do that on another project. And for the last one, this is specific to Zoho just because it's something we have to do a lot of. 5 unique Zoho courses are completed, each for a unique Zoho service by all team members. If we want our project management team to be very effective, we need to make sure we know what we're selling people. So if we're starting a Zoho engagement and the project manager has to keep going over to Mike, over to Chad, over to Josh, Nolan, and say, hey, what are we using Zoho people for? Or what are we going to do with CRM? What can it do? They're not really being effective in their role. They need to know what those services are so that when they're talking to the Zoho team, they can field all the high-level questions that a client may have. We'll defer to the Zoho team for the specifics, you know, integrations or how they're going to do these things. But the more the PM team can talk to the client about it and understand what we're using things for, the better they'll look to the client, and they can consult with them and say, I think we can use this service for what you're trying to do. Any questions on the CE program? All right. Moving into developing teams that generate demand, we really want to focus on defining a standard for PM time on a project and get our clients on the same page as us. We do not know how many projects a project manager can take on right now. We have ranges of SLAs, we have non-SLA services that we sell, we have ad hoc requests come through that always just throw a random 5 hours in one week that we weren't planning on doing. And it's also common once it hits billing for a client to actually question, hey, why is project management logging so much time to this project? I'm paying for 10 hours and 3 of them are just project management and not actually work being done. We want to get in front of that. We need the clients to see the value that project management adds to this. If we didn't have a project manager, you wouldn't have any scheduled work, and then nothing would get done. So helping them to understand what they're paying for there. So the first objective here is just ensuring that all projects have a specialized project manager. That means that, Mike, you're not project managing a project. You don't need to be doing, oh, he's pumped. Crowd, he's pumped. He's in the corner and nobody saw it, but he's very pumped. We have a lot of projects right now that we don't have a specialized project manager on. It's not for anybody's fault. We don't have the people for it right now, and we're trying to address that. But just this month alone, Lynette emailed me a list of, I believe, 6 different projects, and she said, hey, Matt, I need project managers for these 6 projects. And I said, James can take that one. And then she said, hey, Matt, we need PMs. And I said, that one, we could do that one. So I don't like that. It's not fun. It's not good for the project teams for that to happen. So obviously we need to grow the department to meet that demand. But we need to make sure that all of our projects are being run consistently. So the first result for that is that the sales and onboarding documentation is updated and used on the first project, telling the client what to expect from project management on a project so that we're setting those expectations up front. I expect that the RACI matrix that I touched on in my earlier presentation is going to go a long way with this. We'll be saying, hey, this is your project manager. Here are the tasks that they're going to be doing for you to make sure your project stays on track. But as long as we can tell our clients that, then when they get the bill at the end of the month, they're not like, hey, why do I see this name on here so much? I wasn't expecting to have to get billed by them or anything. So, excuse me, setting that up will ensure that the clients aren't surprised when it comes through. The next result is that the billable target is hit by the PM team as a whole for 7 out of 8 weeks. So right now, if you were to look at the track record of PM, they'll go 3 weeks and they'll smash the goal, and then the last week of the month, they're like, well, we're out of hours, now we have nothing to do. We want to really try and even that out so that they're not working 60 hours one week, 40 the next week, 50 the next week. We want to even things out and try and make them more consistent. And lastly on here, no onboarding call occurs without a project manager for 3 months straight. I believe for every project we're starting right now without a project manager, getting one on after the project has started is going to be a fight, because the client is like, well, I haven't needed one so far, why should I add one now? We want to get to the point where we're consistently assigning a project manager, or at least introducing them, even if they won't be there for the first week or two, just so the client expects it and isn't surprised when we want to add one on later. Any questions on that one?
A real quick question about the project manager on all engagements. Does that include MSP projects?
That is an excellent question, Dan. Truthfully, that's not something I'd considered. Maybe. Is that a good answer? That's pretty good, right?
It's good, yeah, sure.
Trying to shine a laser in his eyes so he stops asking questions. No, Dan, that's a great question, and that is something we'll have to hash out this year, honestly. What does that look like? I don't think MSP, it makes too much sense, but maybe when you're doing side projects for people or ad hoc as needed, maybe it is worth bringing them in. I think that's something we'll have to discuss. Good question. Anything else? Rolana, oh no, I'm nervous now.
I want to word this well, so I probably should have waited a second. When we're talking about not onboarding without a PM, I think specifically we're talking about, this is more of a clarification maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, for projects that hit the minimum qualifiers needed for a PM. We're not saying like every engagement ever needs a PM. We're specifying what PM should be doing, and it relates back to the last one. So just clarifying for Dan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so that wasn't the question. You helped me. Thank you so much. So just to reiterate, I had a little trouble hearing, but I think I know what you said. Essentially, we have to say, these are the types of engagement services that we absolutely must onboard with a PM. Maybe there are a few that slip through. Maybe an ad hoc client signs up and we say, you're not gonna have steady work. It's not worth putting a PM in front of you. You're gonna go through help desk or whatever it may be. Is that what you were getting at, Rolana? Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. Any other questions? All right, moving on. So demonstrating our capabilities immediately, we need to take a step back for this one for the PM team, and we really have to define what the team capabilities are, and then create this documentation to support these capabilities. So first off, we want to make sure we're defining our services more internally so that when a project starts, it's not just, oh, it's a Zoho SLA starting. If we want to get really good as project managers at migrations or custom CRM work, we need to start specializing in that and training our people as such. So when an engagement comes through, if all we know is that it's Zoho, well, how do we know? What if Rolana specializes in 4 services of Zoho and James is in 4 different ones? We need to start getting more specific internally so that we know what can we train people on, where is the crossover occurring the most. And then second, creating that supporting documentation will make sure that we're storing more information for projects in a more consistent way, and I'll touch on that more. So the first one, defining team capabilities. I think I already wrote something like this. If you asked what the PMs do, you'd get a very inconsistent response across the organization, and we've never really fully defined what the team can improve on or specialize in. So the first key result for defining the team capabilities is creating a list of more specific project types in Zoho land, and it means it can't just be it's a Zoho project. and it gets signed off on by Mike, the AVP of Zoho. If Mike says, these are like the different types of projects that come through, oftentimes these two Zoho services are paired together because they integrate well with each other. That will help us to train project managers and say, if you're using CRM, you also really need to know Creator because they're always talking together. And I'm being hypothetical, sorry if it's an awful example, but it'll help us to understand so that we can train our project managers as well. Next is that the non-billable average decreases from 21 year over year. If we can start to specialize in things, we won't need to spend as much non-billable time learning about these Zoho services or whatever it may be. Just to give you a recent example, James, I'm sorry I'm gonna pick on you. James B was recently, well, I guess a month or two ago, added to a project that had Zoho People. He's never even used Zoho People. He had no idea what it was. So I had to find a few links for him, send them to him, and I said, hey, check this out. It'll show you what Zoho People does so that when you talk to the client, you're not just like, Zoho People is for people and just giving weird answers to things. He can then learn about it. So if we're specializing this before we get to those projects, then we already know about it. We're not then scrambling to say, oh, this week I need to learn more about Creator because it's my first Creator project and we've never had one. And lastly, the updated onboarding process is followed through by a new project manager, and the new PM can answer a set of questions about specific services. If we have some sort of testing, you're going to learn about Creator, and we're going to ask you some basic questions about it. They're not going to be, oh, what query would you use to do this? It's not going to be that specific, but just making sure you understand, why is CRM useful for someone? Why is Creator useful for someone? It'll make sure that our project managers can answer that question. So if a client comes, or a prospect comes through and they say, hey, I know I'm hiring you for Creator, but I'm thinking of using Zoho People to manage all my HR stuff. Do you think that would be a good fit? We're not like, well, let me go talk to Zoho, or let me call Zoho support to find out. We should at least know the basics of it. And testing for that will ensure that the people on the team do know that stuff. Any questions on team capabilities? All right. And the next item is creating documentation for responsibilities that the PM team is filling without having standards currently. KDG's documentation sucks. Everyone knows it. It's not a secret. We need to improve on that, and we do have some standards. Let me be clear. Progress updates, meeting notes, but there's much more to a client relationship, a project, than just those two items. So the first result for this is that we have agreement from 4 team members of leadership, this being team lead and higher, that 3 specific documents, if they were to exist, would provide value to our clients. We need to find probably more than 3. We probably need 100. Who knows? Rolana, 200? I'm not sure what the final number is. 10 good ones. We're starting with 3. What 3 documents, if we created them, would provide documentation that the client would see value in, whether it's transition documents when somebody has to leave a project and pass it off to someone, whether it's just an intro about the client so that when somebody is onboarded, they can find out about them without having to go talk to the team members about it. We're gonna listen to the team leads on this and figure out where are your biggest pain points, where if there was documentation for this, it would make your lives so much easier for these projects. The next one is that one of the 3 documents is created and filled out for an existing project. So first we have to say, here's what needs to go in a document. Then we have to fill it out for every project. The next one is that time is billed to create it for a project. We can do documentation forever. The clients won't care if they're not getting billed for it. If we're billing them for it, that means that hopefully they are seeing the value in the time that we're spending on it. They may, yell at us at the end of the month and say, why'd you create this document, and argue it, but that's not my problem at that point. That's Zach Powell. I think that's the second time I've pushed it off to him. But if we are billing time for it, it means we believe it's adding value, and hopefully we've told the customer, and they also see that it will add value to a project. I had said we're gonna do 3 documents, so the next result is that all 3 documents are filled out for a single project. I'd say it's probably likely that it's going to be either one of our long-term clients that's not going away or a new one that's coming through, but I don't know right now what kind of project will get this. And lastly, all active KDG projects have one of the 3 documents on record by the end of the year. We may hit a point where we say, oh, this client's leaving in the next 4 months. It's not worth doing those two pieces of documentation, but it would be good to have this one, because if they come back to us, we want to have this on record. By the end of the year, we're hoping that at least one document has been filled out for every project. Hopefully we exceed this by a lot, but just trying to set expectations right now. Any questions on the documentation side?
Yeah. What are you trying to get at with the emphasis on the without having standards of the title of your last slide?
Yep, sure. So right now, we have, Rolana is kind of a big one doing this. She has ideas for documentation of things that we've been doing, but it's not a KDG standard right now. So she's filling things out for her projects. She's sharing some ideas with her team, but nothing has been rolled out to the company to say, hey, if you don't have a project manager on your project, you need to make sure you're doing this document. So what we want to do is create documentation and standardize it so that whenever a project starts, we say, these are the documents that need to be filled out. Does that answer your question? Awesome. Anything else? All right, moving on. Be the best place to work. For this one, we really want to focus on the work-life balance. A project manager can go from having no work one week to 60 hours of work to do the next week. It's inconsistent, it sucks for them, and it makes it very hard to resource projects because somebody could start one week, we onboard a project, and they're like, I have time for it, and then the next week, everything blows up, and they've got 60 hours of work to do. As a tech company who helps others to automate, we just haven't been doing a whole lot of that ourselves. We don't look at ourselves and say, what can we be automating? So the first objective is improving our work-life balance. As I mentioned, a PM could have a 40-hour week and then a 60-hour week, and just trying to bring consistency there. And if we want to make sure we're keeping our PM hours down, we want to make sure we're keeping the hours down, or they're going to get burned out. They're not going to want to work on your projects anymore, and they're going to bounce. They're going to say, I'm out of here, I'm heading out, good luck. So then we also know, when is it necessary to hire another PM? If we're allowing them to just continuously work 60-hour weeks, are we going to hire another PM, or are we just going to coast on that? So we want to try and keep their hours down so that we know when it's the right time to hire someone. So the first result for the work-life balance is that the PM team agrees on items they think could save time on internal items so that they could focus on their external projects. Rolana, I know this was the question you asked Mary Beth during her presentation, was with the strategic plan, that's going to add non-billable time. How are we going to get that time back? This is what we're going to try and do. Try and identify those non-billable things that are not adding value, axe them, or find other ways of doing them that are going to be more efficient or different ways of doing them. But whatever we can do to allow them to just focus on the projects that all of you are working on. And the second one is that the average time it takes to perform a progress update for a 50-hour SLA is reduced using the 2021 average time. Obviously, if we can get progress update time down across the board, that's great. But identifying those 50-hour SLAs, to start, will be one place where we can actually measure it. And we can say, here were our 50-hour SLAs last year. Here is the average time it took week after week. This year, what have we done to try to make it easier for people? And what's our average time log look like now? Any questions on the work-life balance item? All right. And last but not least is improving automation where possible. Why it was created was just there are ways that we can create reports. We've tried doing it a little bit this year, but ultimately we just haven't had the time to do it. But if we created reports or automated tasks somewhere, it could bring down the time that we have to spend on whether it's internal items, external items, doesn't even matter, anything like that. Right now, we're just drowning, trying to keep up with the work, and we just don't have the time set aside to create these items. The first result for this is that the first automated PM team responsibility is created, and the time logged to it on a specific task is lower than the previous week's average. So say we want to find a way to make progress updates easier, and we're going to automate X. We're going to check those time logs out, and we want to make sure that the time it takes is decreased. I know for my other example, the progress update was a specific example because Fridays are just awful. And they have to do, 12, 14 progress updates. For this, it may not be a progress update. It may just be, when I review tasks, I want it to be automated and have this report built for me. I don't know what it looks like right now, but that's something we're going to have to figure out this year. And the other item is that we save 50 hours of automated responsibilities. Again, we don't know what those are going to be yet. We don't know if it's going to be tasks, if it's going to be reports, some automated email that goes out to our clients and tells them something. But by the end of the year, we're hoping that we save at least 50 hours across the team in time that they no longer have to spend doing these tasks. That's all that I have. Any questions on automation? Cool, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are in the home stretch. We have just a couple more OKR presentations to go, one more breakout session, and then we'll wrap up with the final topic. So I'm Jim Hutchings, for those I haven't met, which I think is not anybody here. But I'm VP of Software Development here. That includes both Zoho and Custom. What I will be talking about today, along with team leads Andy and Rob, who is on the video there. We'll be talking about the custom development OKRs that we've established and what that means to the group, what that means to the team and the rest of KDG. So as you can see, our teams are still getting fleshed out. We still need to hire a couple team leads, and we're still very integrated as a custom development department. So our presentation is going to reflect that as well, with the two team leads, as I said, joining me in this one presentation for custom. Then we'll wrap up with Mike after us. So strap in. For the first of the strategic planning goals, developing our knowledge and capabilities. So you'll notice similarities, some repetition between ours and other teams' approaches. That's as expected, and I think it kind of shows that we're all in alignment here, going in the same direction. The repetition that Kyle mentioned this morning, that's kind of what you'll hear going on from us as well. So with Custom Dev, we're approaching the development of knowledge and capabilities with a three-pronged approach. So first, it'll be to expand our external educational opportunities, getting credentials to prove it. Second, share that external knowledge that's gained by one or two folks on the custom team, and then share that among the rest of our department and other colleagues when appropriate. And then third, we want to beef up our existing approach to CE. So at KDG, we do well with knowledge sharing and experience. We have a lot of people with a lot of experience that we do share across the board here. But it's not always industry recognized. Sometimes it's sharing what we've learned along the way and then reproducing that. So the first objective we made for this goal addresses that. And it's got a couple points in one objective. So one, define the needed skills for the department or the teams. We don't know what those certifications are that we want to pursue yet. We're going to talk to the team leads, talk to the folks that already are here, see if they're familiar with those certifications or other external knowledge that we want to gain. And then two, demonstrate that knowledge and the skills across the board with those credentials. Obtaining externally recognized technical credentials will help individuals beef up their own abilities. Also learn those best practices that are going out in the wild. That's the goal of this, because even though we've got a really strong team, a really bright team, a lot of it is self-taught. So how does this help us? Formally recognized, industry recognized certifications. They're clear ways to demonstrate our chops externally, both to prospective clients as well as new developer candidates as we're hiring. The key results, they're pretty simple measurables for us. I'd like to get a quarter of the custom dev team to obtain at least one certification in their area by the end of April, and then at least half of the team get a cert or external education by the end of July. Any questions with that? Pretty cut and dry, right? Anybody at home? Okay, onward. Objective the second, activate peer learning with training and a knowledge repository, with a training and knowledge repository. Great, so our first objective, we're gonna have some folks get some certs, whoopee. This objective was really created to help all of us benefit from the new knowledge that we're gaining. Let's share it across the team, and let's really do it. Let's show that we're doing. doing it. It's fine and good to get out there, but if we can't show that we are actually sharing it together and collaborating with it, what good is it really? So I want to create this repository to share, comment, and expand the learning. And for this, the key result that will show we're meeting this objective, that's to create at least 3 of these training experience entries, whatever they look like yet. I don't know, you hear Matt say that in a lot of his presentations. What is it? I don't know what it looks like yet. Maybe it's just in Connect. Maybe we're gonna create something else. We gotta figure out what's gonna work best for us. But how we're also going to prove this, we're going to create those 3 entries, but with that feedback, we're going to look for feedback from somebody who did not create the entry. So if Andy goes off and takes a course, we want Zach Reeder to comment on what Andy has shared and say, like, ask a question, maybe offer a suggestion for continuing this course of education. That's the kind of interaction that we're looking for. So just getting others involved in that learning process. Any questions about enhancing and activating this peer learning objective? Nobody. And I will turn it over to Andy now.
Thanks, Jim. Hey, how's everyone doing? Excellent. Oh, a lot of thumbs up there. No, oh, I got a sad face. Oh, good. So I am Andy Hauk. I am the team lead of the LAMP stack in the custom development department. Let's talk about CE again. As Jim said, this is a common theme that has been coming up in just about every one of our department presentations here. It's a place where we're definitely weak, and we know we are, and we think we have some solutions to help us get better. So the first goal here is expand developer CE to allow us to tap knowledge of resources throughout the entire team. I want to say it was about 4 years ago we got together, me, Rob, and Mike. We came up with this really ambitious CE proposal that we just didn't have the resources to pull off at the time. We probably still don't have the resources to pull it off at this time, but I thought we could pull out a couple of the nice parts, well thought out parts of it that we could bite off easily and get some real value from. So the first one is get other people in the department to share their knowledge, so that we can tap into all these subject matter experts we are talking about hiring right now, and spread their knowledge throughout the team. We want to be able to share knowledge that's gained externally as well as already within our team. So as Jim alluded to, we're going to be pursuing certifications. One of the things we want to do with that is have developers who have done certifications consider doing a continued education where they could sum up what was done in the certification, hit the key points, and maybe this would inspire someone else to go get it, make them feel more comfortable about going and getting it, but just generally sharing that knowledge so that we have a consistent understanding amongst the team. So yeah, rather than every developer attending a training that will shut down the team for a period of time, select individuals will attend the training and share the most relevant information with their peers. This decreases the lost billable time. It makes the process more efficient. Like if we all went to a certification and in the end we got the certification but found it wasn't valuable, we just wasted a whole lot of time. So it'd be better off if we could audit that first and then have someone come in and share what they learned. Oops, this happens all the time. Skip the head. Okay, key results. So our key result for this is going to be, we want one non-leadership developer per month to create and lead a CE activity with guidance from a leader. So we're going to be actively pursuing and encouraging people in the department who aren't leadership to put together a CE, something they're knowledgeable in, something they're good at. And the benefits here are kind of multiple. When you go through the process of creating a lesson plan and trying to figure out what are the important things to communicate to the people who you want to teach, you gain a better understanding of the subject matter yourself. You also learn how to share knowledge in this process. And last but not least, you have shared the knowledge. So we get a lot out of this one thing. And really, how does it support the objective is instead of leadership determining what to learn, peers are going to share their accumulated knowledge with each other. And hopefully this would be stuff that they find important, like the people in the trenches have found important and want to share with other people. I keep doing that. It'll work, trust me. Oh, I think, okay, yeah, I messed up. I thought there was a question slide there, but there's not a question slide there. So the second thing we want to do for CE is we want to create a queue of CE activities to pull from to be more purpose-driven. The way custom developer CE has worked historically is we say, oh, we're going to do an hour a week. We're going to do it on this day. And then that day comes up, and then we're like, what are we going to do? Okay, let's do a HackerRank challenge, which is just a coding challenge for those who don't know. Sometimes it's stuff that's relevant to what we do, but a lot of times it's not even relevant to what we do. So it is a continuing education and exposure to the world of programming, but not necessarily stuff that is easy to see how to apply to what we do here at KDG. So what we want to do is, rather than have custom developer CE be this ad hoc thing without any kind of structured plan or objective or goal, and turn it into something that has a structured objective goal and is very purpose-driven. So like when there isn't that kind of planning, it's like I said, like we end up doing things that don't get us further down the road in CE. How is this going to help KDG? With a backlog of CE activities planned with specific objectives, CE will regain this value as intended and will be actually teaching people things that they can use to conquer challenges they see in their day-to-day work. All right, so what's our key result here? We want to have a queue with 2 months worth of CE activities with specific objectives. CE activities in the queue have a basic lesson plan or stated objective connected to them. So we don't want to have any CE lesson that doesn't have this documentation associated with it, where it's a stated objective, a lesson plan, and any other key takeaways you would need or would be relevant to that lesson. We want to have this queue available so that we can both pull from it when we need something on a short notice, and also use it to, I think Caitlin mentioned on the design team, they wanted to use it to onboard people, new employees. So that's the idea here too. Same kind of thing. Having a queue of CE activities with stated objectives, lesson plans ensures that we stick to our committed goal of ongoing CE that is relevant to the audience with fewer cancellations. Any questions on the Dev CE approach? Okay, I think I'll turn this over to Rob now.
Hey guys, so this is Rob Sweeney. I'm the team lead for growth and general development. I'm phoning in from Muncie, PA, and this is not my first time phoning in. So we want to restructure the code review process. We believe that the code reviews, as they currently are constructed, do provide some value to the customer, although we think that if we change when and how they are conducted, they would provide a significantly more value to the customer. We really want to use this to ensure that KDG, that we are providing consistent and more reliable products to our end users. What that looks like yet, I don't know. We have to sit down and truly think about, what the best way to bring the most amount of value to the customer would be with this, and that's going to be our first step. Is there any questions with this one?
What's the I guess the motivation that you guys had when you're like, there could be more value here?
So currently right now, the way it was structured, it was a little bit of ensuring that people were writing better code, opening them up to ideas and different techniques and such. And you would end up in a spot where someone who wasn't as experienced could potentially be reviewing code. And what ends up happening in those particular situations is it becomes a learning experience for the code reviewer rather than the reviewee. And so we think, adjusting that a little bit so that it's more, it's more teaching, making sure that the people who are reviewing the code know what to look for and, best practices and whatnot, that it'll provide more value that way.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Turn it over to Jim again.
First tag team presentation all day, huh? Hopefully it's going pretty well. Thanks for bearing with us. I also want to add, Rob was commenting on that, like the code review process. I do want to chime in that we want to make that a tool internally just as much as bring the value externally. I think there's a lot to be learned, both from associate developers on up, like on best practices. So we want everybody to use that as a learning tool to get stronger, as well as catching those oopses and gotchas before we release code to the clients. So just wanted to reiterate that to make sure that we hit that. For the next strategic goal of developing teams that generate demand. So custom dev is already pretty much in high demand as it is, but we also have the ability to drive even more demand with existing customers, which is almost always the easiest way to get new work. It's working with those customers we already have a relationship with. And developers were often on the front line in seeing the pain points once we begin work. Lynette, as thorough as she can be in the sales process, there's always going to be something new that we uncover just working with them. So maybe a client has an issue with efficiency in the way they do something, and they've never even thought to complain about it or look for a new solution. But in us working with them, we'll just see that as apparent, as plain as day. So developers can actually, once they see that, be in a position to offer new solutions. And the first objective here is to expose our development team to some sales-focused techniques to both recognize and offer solutions for client pain points that they've discovered. The objective, it kind of dovetails with one that Matt shared earlier today, because really anyone close to clients should be keeping an eye out for new business. Not only because of the obvious revenue that it brings us, but it strengthens that relationship with our clients and builds trust. And no, we're not going to turn anybody into a used car salesperson here, but with some additional awareness to identify the client needs and some techniques to offer those solutions and not seem pushy, not seem like a salesperson, it will all become even better trusted advisors. So this is why we've created this objective and how it will help KDG gain additional business. So the key result, I just want to start with 2. And yeah, for those playing the home game or watching out for overlapping key results here, This has some repetition with professional services, but as a group of folks working so close with external stakeholders, it's a really good area for us to be able to focus and try and get those two opportunities added directly from developer intervention. So what's it going to take for me to get you in this car today? I mean, any questions? Nobody? I can't see the full audience anymore, so I'll ask you guys to let me know if they're waving hands or anything. The next objective, this one is very close to the one that Mary Beth shared earlier, and that's we want to increase the workforce and continue to expand the custom development team. I think we've been trying to do this since I started over 7 months ago, but we still need more developers so we can focus, specialize, maintain work-life balance, and also increase our capacity. And it's not just developers. Obviously, we still need the 2 team leads to get those teams formalized. And we've got an interview next week with a candidate already. So the goal for custom dev here, I want to hire 5. I think that's easy. It's approachable. It's an approachable task that we can even accomplish if I can find my words right. So we're going to spread that out over the first 3 quarters here. 2 for the first quarter, 2 for the second, 1 for the third. And that includes the team leads. Hopefully it's more, but that's the goal that we're going to go for. Anyone want to apply to be a developer? Any other questions? And I will turn it back over to Andy for this one.
Thanks again. All right. Now we're going to be talking about demonstrating our capabilities instantly. What does this mean? Being able to instantly demonstrate our capabilities helps the sales process immensely because show and tell is often the best way to explain what we've done in the past and how that could help prospective clients. We can also have application foundations better prepared so we don't have to have a long period of time before a client can actually see results of what they've been paying us for. So, build out of rapid development projects. Why was this objective created? So custom development is custom development because it's custom. We have a lot of different clients with a lot of different concerns and a lot of different needs. But if you look across this spectrum of custom development that we do, you can definitely find commonalities amongst those things where you can have that core foundation that you work from be something that's tried and tested, where you can get it out the door and start modifying it quickly, and keep the consistency that we talked about too. We want that new customers will not experience a long period of time without seeing results, as I mentioned in the previous slide. What this means is we want to be able to get something in a client's hands as fast as possible. Anything. Move the ball down the road as quickly as possible. It shows them that we're on our game. It allows us to show value for the money they've been paying. So for example, if a project goes 3 weeks without anything showing up in the client's hands, they might get a little worried. They might get concerned. If we just are able to give it to them a week after we start the project, just something, hey, log in, then we're showing that we're actually moving the ball down the road, which is a good thing. This also helps get them in quickly so that we can do like rapid prototyping type of thing. Getting the client in there and looking at something and playing around with it often leads them to rethinking what they asked for or maybe what they agreed upon. So it's good to get that. It's even less than a minimally viable product. It's just a thing that works. Get that there and then start iterating on that when it's in the client's hands. It's going to reduce the need for excessive wireframes that then need to be translated back into slices and stuff like that, so we can slice right in the application. We want to take what we did with the giving campaigns, which is something Caitlin alluded to, which is one of the repeatable projects that we definitely, I think, moved the ball along far on. We have checklists and all kinds of documentation, and we have several different projects using the same code base. So we want to kind of take that idea and amp it up and apply it to everything, like what we do in Laravel, ERP systems, Zoho integrations. So looking at stuff we've already done that works well and is well tested and pulling those out into custom modules. How does this help? Having project foundations ready to go for a new project will help us strive for excellence and predictability across the board, which I think is a phrase Kyle might have used earlier today too, predictability across the board. Showing these capabilities will also allow customers to see the sweat and details and treat them with honor and respect. So, key results for this objective. I'm going to talk about the LAMP side of it, and then Rob is going to talk about perspective from his department. So from the LAMP perspective, we want to take the existing KDG framework repository and make sure that it's updated with the latest code. We want to take this and get it installing through Composer, which for those of you who don't know, Composer is just an industry standard way of managing packages in your PHP project. So this allows us, this makes us more standard with the industry, and it also allows us to do some other things. Once we have this proven to be working from Composer, we'll be able to make these other smaller modules that plug into things also in Composer and be able to have stand up a fully tested app very quickly. So we want this to reduce the ramp-up time to start custom development LAMP projects by at least 25% using this consistent, reusable foundation. So going back to the phrase across the board, it helps us be consistent and predictable from start to finish. And that's from Lynette when she knows what she can sell. Project management should start to know how long things generally take, because we're going to be doing the same thing from the same foundation over and over again. So it kind of gives us a set baseline that we can work on then improving. Because like Rolana mentioned early on, we don't want to do bad things faster. So simply getting quicker is not the right way. We need to do it right first and then look for ways to do it right more efficiently. So this is going to be us trying to do it right, and then we'll iterate and try to get that efficiency. How does this support the objective? I probably already mentioned this, but shorter ramp-up time demonstrates that KDG is ready to and able to work on client projects without spinning our wheels early. And now I'll hand this over to Rob for his portion.
Yeah, so to piggyback off what Andy said, this is largely the same thing, but this is for the Microsoft stack, which is just another section of the custom development team. Microsoft stack is a relatively new technology that we've used here at KDG, and up till now it's kind of been like the wild, wild west, where you know, depending on the project, we pulled any different number of technologies, and across all of the projects that we have, there's no real consistency. And so what we are going to look to do is to build a solid foundation, known technologies that we have used, that we like, and we know solves problems, and then use that to provide more consistent, more reliable applications to the end user quicker. This way, the client's not sitting there waiting for 3 weeks on something because we pulled technology A off the shelf and got halfway into the feature and decided technology A doesn't actually fit what we need, and now we got to go pull off technology B. Is there any questions?
Come on down.
Yeah, so if you guys are talking about project foundations, the thought it to eventually have like standard task lists and like framework for technical designs? And how do you see the PM on projects helping champion the SDLC through that?
So the way I see it is once we have this consistent foundation to go from and we get a little bit more experience of seeing what we can get from that, and just having reproducible modules and stuff like that, working from the same foundation, I think will give us an opportunity to get a better baseline for estimates, which I think will help the PM team. Like, you should be able to know how long it would take us to get a login into the page from inception on the project. So better, more realistic expectations, I guess, being communicated to the client from that perspective. Anything else? Okay. Moving along. Back to Jim.
This hybrid presentation style is actually working pretty well, even remotely. So the next objective for demonstrating our capabilities instantly, it's to create some sample projects. Let's say, hypothetically, that the sales team has a custom dev lead, and they want to see our work. I think this has happened once or twice. Lynette shaking her head, yep. So sure, there are some public websites out there that we've had a hand in, but nothing really to showcase our custom development chops. And while the nature, Andy said this earlier, the nature of custom software is that everything's going to be different. That's what makes it custom. It really helps to have some examples that we can show. So if we get a customer that creates bar equipment and they want a mobile application, we can show them a mobile application that we made for, 10.4 or something like that. But we can't really do that when there's customer data in there, branding any sort of intellectual property that really isn't ours. So when a prospect asks to see a web app or a mobile app, something like that, we'll have some examples in our back pocket, free of client intellectual property or branding. And obviously this supports Lynette's OKRs for demos and parallels Kaylin's showcasing OKRs. The key result here, plain and simple. We want to create 2 samples free of any sort of PII or IP, and actually get the sales team to use them, to show these demo kind of sample projects off. They don't have to be created from scratch. In fact, I don't want them to be created from scratch. We've built so much. So a key here is going to be identifying which of those applications has really got a wow value, which has something that's really impressive for our clients, and then kind of rework that to make it our own, put our own logo on there or some fictitious company, and show that this is a cool thing that we've created. And if we've created this cool thing for a company over there, we can create a cool thing for you as well. Any questions about having demo projects, sample projects?
Would ATC and Hacker be like a good use for those?
Zach, I love the way you think, because not only are those created, but they have our branding on them. And if we want to productize those, I mean, that they would definitely be good to show those off. So I like the way you're thinking, Zach. And then Kyle still has a question?
Borrow yours.
Yep, I'll walk over.
Look what I found.
This may sound silly, but I don't mean it to be silly. Have we given any consideration to, creating truly a fake company that we demo with everything? Like Zoho has Zilker, Microsoft has whatever it is, Lemon Tree. That's the demo and everything. So they sort of have this fictitious backstory for the company that's transferable from demo to demo. Oh, they do X, Y, and Z, and here's their problem. And usually they do such an odd combination of things. It's not a real thing, but it allows us to keep a common thread going. Oh, you remember we showed you, KDG Industries, prior. Now here's their accounting problem. Now here's their custom software problem type of stuff. So just thoughts.
Thanks. I'm not familiar with pumpernickel brands, but Matt just came up with that. And yeah, Kyle, I mean, thanks for creating more work, but yes, I mean, that is fantastic because it's one thing to show something, but to tell a story is even better. So showing that evolution and showing that, yeah, it's not just an application that does this and that, it solves these problems that this fictitious company had. So that's a great idea. I think I'm gonna have to have a few more KRs now. For our final SP goal, we want to be the best place to work. We've heard this throughout the day. You're going to hear one more presentation coming up. But you know, I've worked at places I didn't fully enjoy, and maybe others have as well. So let's make it an easier, more enjoyable place to work here. That's kind of the approach that I want to take from the custom dev department. And it's not just the fun and games to make it a more enjoyable place, so I'm open to that as well. It's really trying to eliminate the areas of frustration and making our work lives easier in the custom development area, which will also help make the lives easier in, say, project management. For instance, like how many custom developers have moved on to different projects, either from leaving the company or just internal shuffling around. And it seems that when you work on a new project, you're working for a completely different company. So we've touched on this earlier with the presentations, getting more standardization, more predictable documentation, better ways to ramp up. That's kind of what we're going to look for here. I'm sure Rolana and James, you've also experienced the frustration as we're moving developers around. So yeah, we don't want the documentation owned entirely by project management. Custom dev has to be a part of that. And that's the genesis of this first objective here, building out better requirements for the code documentation so that the knowledge can easily be transferred between employees. We've done this a bunch in the past few months because we've had to create offboarding documents as people leave the company. Let's create these documents and make them onboarding documents instead of offboarding. We'll do it as we go instead of waiting for somebody to leave to say, oh crap, now we've got to document everything that's in that person's head. And the key result here will be that when we move a developer to a new project that's specifically already in progress, they don't have a ton of unbillable ramp-up time. That is the key measurable that we see here. Anybody who's familiar with, I won't name the projects, but you know, moving to specific projects where 3/4 of the time spent is unbillable because we're trying to figure out what the heck the last person did and the person before them and the person before them. We want them to get up to speed, get the environment set up and understood and able to generate that value with less than 10 hours of unbillable time. That's my goal. Hopefully it's not too ambitious. But this helps support the objective because we get killed on this when it happens. And it's happened too many times, even in my tenure here when we move people around. It ultimately doesn't make a fun experience for people working in custom dev, which therefore makes it not the best place to work. So let's save time. Let's make our lives easier. Any questions there? Don't hear anybody online either. Moving right along, I'll pass it over to Andy again.
All right, thanks again. All right, moving along with the creating a consistent onboarding environment across all projects with a tech stack to make it easy for developers to work across project teams. So we got a problem in custom development. Projects are run so differently. They use all kinds of different technologies. And we have to be able to move people quickly between them to cover things certain times. When developers move from one project to another, the developers sometimes struggle to become familiar with the new project and set up environments. I'm not going to give specific examples, but this is something we've been working on for a couple years and chipping away at it. At first, we just everyone had their own development environment on their laptop using EasyPHP. Some people ran in a VM. So what we did in Strategic Plan 2019 was we sought to standardize that a little bit, and we ended up settling on a couple different things. One was Vagrant, which for those who don't know, Vagrant is just a way to write a script that the computer can then use, the Vagrant program then uses to spin up a virtual machine that has all the stuff that you defined in it. So if I run this on my computer, I get an environment. If Matt runs this on his computer, he gets the same environment that I had. So it's a consistency of environments. However, we've had some issues with this. It's not always reliable. There's glitches that cause some headaches. So we've definitely reduced our onboarding to project time from probably about a day down to about half a day in certain circumstances. We also have issues with when a technology that we have in this Vagrant script is updated. So let's say the operating system used to be version 14, and version 14 isn't available anymore, so now we have to go to version 18. We found that it'll get fixed on one project. They'll fix their Vagrant file and get it to work, and then this will never get back to other projects that should also be using the same Vagrant file. So, and please, when I say Vagrant, you can think Docker too. It's a similar thing, just a little bit different technology. So we're going to be investigating which one of those is going to work best for us to carry out this goal. So consistent development practices across the board improve morale and efficiency. So what happens when someone sits down and they say, okay, Riza, you have 10 hours of tasks to do. You're all set. You just got to get VitaQuest working. And she goes to get her VitaQuest development environment working, and it doesn't work at all. Well, now we're doing unbillable time because this is something that was our problem. Riza has to call me. Riza has to call other people. This is stressful. We don't want people to have to be feeling like they have to reach out to other people. We want it to be self-sufficient. You can just start up the project, and you should be able to be coding within, no time really. Should take as long as the thing just to get started. But we're going to set a little more liberal goal on that one to start with. So again, from the LAMP perspective, and then I'll toss it over to Rob for his team's perspective. But creating these consistent onboarding environment across all projects within a tech stack. So talking about the LAMP tech stack, what we want to do is kind of have two parts to this. One part is to define a minimally acceptable set of onboarding instructions to begin a new project across custom development. So that's an example of this would be a README file that comes along in the repository. This README file would have to have all the things necessary, all the information necessary for someone who has just downloaded that repository and talked to no one else to be able to get that project up and running. And that's what's in this. I know you've heard this before. I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. We started out with READMEs. We have a couple things, but they're not really standardized. So we want to standardize in the same way we standardize what goes into budget updates and progress reports. We want to standardize what needs to be in these README stand-up files. The next thing is create one script for a tech stack, which is where I was blathering on about Vagrant and Docker. So in the first quarter, we want to solidify one of these for LAMP. And really, we don't just want to make it so that we're all using something consistent, because that's cool. I could just hand the VitaQuest file to everyone here and say, boom, there you go, there's your LAMP stack thing. But the other problem we're up against in this is that we are often developing our code in vastly different environments to where it ends up. And this has caused constant problems because you test it, it works on your machine, and then you go to Google or you go to Azure, and things just aren't working the same way. So we want to make sure that we have these vagrant files, Docker scripts, that match what is available to where we will be deploying it. And with Docker, you actually have a lot more flexibility with that when you go to different, I'm not going to get into this too much, but essentially you could ensure that the environment it is getting deployed to in terms of the server that it's running on is the same as the one you developed it on, which is great. So how does this support the objective? Consistency across the board makes developers happier and more productive. So we get more code out of them. We get more good code out of them. Handing it over to Rob.
Yeah, so like Andy said, we really want to ensure that if someone comes onto a project, they get to be spun up very quickly, very easily, and efficiently. If somebody is, say, out of the office unexpectedly for a month because their kid may or may not have ended up in the hospital, we don't want everyone scrambling around, wasting hours upon hours of time trying to figure out how to spin up their projects. We want to have documents that are structured such a way that any single dev would be able to pick it up and get it spun up within, a couple hours. That's really what it boils down to. Are there any questions?
And up next, this is a carryover from last year. We've had a couple carryovers, and as I said, I've been here for a little over half a year. We're still trying to catch up with this one, but we're working at it. So the reorg, that's largely done. We need to fill the open spots, but I didn't want to lose track of it, of course. And honestly, once we hire, it's a gimme. So some KRs, satisfied. Yeah, I've tried, and I think with some decent success, to hear about the work, hear the concerns, the problems of all of the direct reports and custom dev team. But with over a dozen, there's only so much I can do. So the team leads, they're going to be integral. They're going to continue to give better hands-on guidance in a quicker, more efficient manner than I ever could. So really, I'll repeat myself here. Carry over, filling the spots, get the efficiencies. See, we've been talking for about 45 minutes here, a little over. We're halfway done, but no, I'm kidding. Anybody have any questions? That is the last one for custom dev. Okay, thank you all.
All righty, so of course the best was saved for last, Zoho development. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, so I am Mike Dranginis, AVP of Zoho Development. I've been with KDG now for 7, almost 8 years at this point. I do want to recognize all the folks that are a part of the team, because I know there is someone new joining us with KDG today. We have Chad Dewing in the back, also known as Chadillac, here in person. We have also in person, we have Joshua Yakub, also known as J-Cube. We have 3 individuals joining us remotely today. We have Scott Klein joining us remote. I believe he's in Kyle's office today, actually. So then we have Christy. Yeah, there you go. Then we have Christy Janko coming all the way from Utah, joining us remotely. Sporting her, well, not right now. She was sporting her Christmas hat she won from the 12 Days of KDG Christmas. There it is. And then last but not least, we have also joining us a new hire, the Pedro Pascal lookalike, Nolan McSweeney. So if you get a good look at him, you'll see exactly what I mean by that. So before I dive into the OKRs for Zoho development, I do want to kind of preface this a little bit. The team in 2021 really tried to focus on how do we improve quality, how do we meet demand, how do we improve the workforce itself. So really, after doing all of that and finding success and making a rebound with our revenue, we really wanted to put that in black and white, not only to make it so that, hey, let's stop asking questions about what do we say this or that for this standard, but not only so that we know, the client knows, but you all at KDG know what that looks like as well. So let's dive right into it. So for the first goal, develop knowledge and capabilities. We advertise ourselves as the Zoho experts, and as such, we want to make sure we're holding true to that. To date at this point, we only have 2 folks that are actually certified as Zoho creator developers, which is not a very good look when you're really selling yourself as the experts to our clients in this case. So we're really trying to focus on getting that established across for the team. That's where we're really trying to get ourselves more notable with those Zoho credentials. And then beyond just creator, we want to get ourselves certified in other applications as well. We also want to focus in on the actual responsibilities from individual to individual, from the different job ladder, from associate developer, lead, senior, AVP, team lead. I know what that looks like, but you all don't necessarily know what that looks like. And I've been asked numerous times, is this what you would expect from this role? Well, hopefully you can stop asking me that question and click, and then you can go to a document that'll be readily available for you to do so. And of course, we want to solidify our continued education approach. If there's anything I've learned from teaching this past year, or really 2 years at this point, the best way to know if you're doing well as a teacher is to give someone else the podium and let them stand up and teach as well. You listen to how they teach the lessons you gave prior, and maybe you learned something from them as well. And so we really focused on different approaches and different ways to get individuals involved and to expand our CE so that other individuals can expand their knowledge as well. And now a lot of you have also mentioned continued education as a big focus point, so I think we can kind of learn a lot from each other. So we have a lot of other ideas that we already started with at this point. So again, really our first objective here is to standardize capabilities and expectations between different roles. I do want to make sure it's absolutely clear. When we get and we put a lead developer, Zoho developer on a product, you know exactly what to expect. Also to this point, really, we sold all of our clients as they're all lead Zoho developers, but they don't really see and feel the difference between that at this point. So I do want to make sure it's evidently clear, not to say that one's better than the other, but again, just so that you know when you're getting a certain individual on your product for Zoho development, you know exactly what you're going to expect in this case. And our first, really our key result to measurement for this is that we're going to document each role. I'm really going to be oh, whoops. There we go. Apologies for that. So we're really going to try, I'm going to be spearheading this to really kind of lay out what all of this is going to look like from role to role. And again, really just to make sure it's evidently clear and make sure that you all know exactly what to expect along the way. Next, we're going to be enhancing our CE approach to get more folks involved, create an expansive learning platform. Very similar to what a lot of others are going to be doing as well. But again, we tried a lot of different approaches from show and tell to webinars to lectures to all these different kind of approaches. And we learned a lot along the way, what works, what doesn't. And we're really going to try to solidify that. What's the value it provides? How can you do it? Why would we do it? If Mike gets hit by a bus, what do we do for CE this week? We want to make sure that everyone can continue on their merry way and progress as developers. So our key result here, we're going to be documenting our CE strategy. As I mentioned, we want to put it in black and white. We'll see it, you'll know exactly what to do with this. And then we could also possibly share and collaborate different ideas in the process for this as well. We're then to become more notable and credible through Zoho-related certifications. Again, it really doesn't look too good when you're selling yourself as the experts and you're not certified in anything whatsoever. I mean, I really believe that everyone in this team can easily get certified in these credibilities here. So I really don't see this being a hard challenge here, but our first key measurement for this is we're going to start by getting all of our developers certified in Zoho Creator. One, because it's already readily available. It's one of the biggest platforms that we engage our clients with. So it's kind of the bread and butter of all the systems within Zoho. But then we're not going to stop there. We're going to expand it into other systems that they provide because they have certification programs in like analytics, CRM, or books. Not going to get too far into the accounting world. We're going to let Steve's team take care of that. He does a very good job at it. We're really have no need to be taking work from that side there. But it does help us be better suited to help for that cross-selling on their department too, though. Moving into the next goal, and I realize everyone else had questions in between. I'm saving them for the end here. But develop teams to generate demand. So there's a lot of demand for Zoho itself by other clients and consumers. So we also have to be ready to take on that demand that surges for them. But then we also have to be able to expand our clients into the other platforms by being knowledgeable in that aspect. So we're really going to be focusing on standardized and document development practices. Again, we really focused on a lot of different standard this year. How can we do better? And to this point, those of you that are a part of the Real Slim Shady's Click Group, you know that Bailey standards have been decided by me just going, hey, this is what we're going to do, and it's valuable. And that's really all there is to it. There's nothing listed anywhere other than to go back and say, hey, when you talked about that 3 weeks ago, what exactly did you mean again? So it's time to get that in black and white and start to get the mysteries of my mind outside of it at this point. And then really we're going to be establishing more leads within the department. Really take advantage of that hierarchy and role, that job ladder within there. Really kind of separate ourselves a little bit more in terms of expertise. To this point, the team has been all of associate level developers. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just that that's where we are at this point. But we really want to diversify ourselves so we can really have different levels of expertise to give us more flexibility in terms of CE, resourcing, and in the other likelies as well, even training when it comes to onboarding. So our first objective here, standardized development practices, create more consistency, efficiency across all developers. We all want to act and be able to push toward the same level of success. It's time to document that now so that we don't have varied outcomes when you're working with an individual on this department. Again, so that you're not going to go and get somebody that's going to implement one way, someone else a totally different way, and find yourself picking favorites at this point. You should get the same experience all the way across the board. So our first measurement, well, our measurements and results of this, we're going to be working on a standard document. We're going to start with 1 at the beginning of the year and work our way towards 6, hopefully by the end of the year. It seemed like a rather arbitrary number, but I hope that that number expands along the way. 6 is just a starting point. Perhaps it goes to 10, maybe it doesn't, maybe even more than that. But I do have to take a moment to call out Christy Janko, joining remotely again, but she raised her hand during discussion when it came to standards and said, hey, I would love to document and take the charge on that and make sure we polish everything off, something she's really passionate about. So really do appreciate Christy for the short time she's been here, really only like a month, maybe like 2 weeks beyond that. And already she's saying, hey, I want to get involved with this right away. So that's very commemorable right there at that point. Our next objective, create and determine a repository for standards. So it's always great to write things down, but it's even worse when you don't put them somewhere where people can find them. Again, I want you all, I don't really say I want you all, we all from the Zoho development team want you to be able to see and find, what is that measurement of success? What does it look like? So we're going to create a repository. I know we had Toolbox before in the past. Can't promise that it's going to be utilized or revived in some way, but we're going to find some mechanism in terms of housing all these different standards and documents that we create. So that, again, that they're easily searchable and so that we know exactly what to expect. So key result, permanent home is established to capture all these documents. It's pretty darn straightforward at this point. Again, once we establish this, really have that one common place we could all refer to and get out of the Real Slim Shady's chat all in all for good. We're going to then be establishing lead Zoho developers. So at this point, like I mentioned earlier, we're a team of all associate level developers. That's not a bad thing, I keep saying it, but that's all good. But we really want to push individuals up a little bit further. I really do think we have some individuals that are pretty darn close to this at this point. So don't make me eat my words for that one there at that point. But we're really going to be focusing on diversifying the job ladder within there. So I will be documenting this is what it looks like, and then we will be putting somebody, hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, I have full faith in you all, but we're going to be putting somebody into that level at some point this year. So key result, really looking to establish at least 1. And I say only at least 1 because maybe there's 2, maybe there's 3, maybe there's 10. We only have 6, but maybe there's more we can do there. I'm going to go in to demonstrate our capabilities instantly. So a lot of questions that we get at this point is like, hey, how does this look? Have you ever done this before? How do you do this in Creator? Well, we're really trying to make it a lot easier and more efficient so that when Lynette has a prospect and comes to us and says, hey, someone wants to see how you do this in Creator, I can say, yep, well, right here, there's a sandbox right here ready for you to go at this point now. So we're really trying to get all those common questions and applications, those different solutions that clients always come to us looking for, and get them into a sandbox that's easily repeatable and demonstratable at this point. Then we're going to be really trying to establish ourselves in the Zoho marketplace. So this one actually is probably going to come out of left field sounding for most folks here. But the Zoho marketplace, what it is if you're familiar with like WordPress and like the plugin store, God bless you, I hate it going to the plugin store. But it's effectively just tuned just to Zoho at this point. So it's focused on putting Zoho applications into the marketplace so that consumers can pull it right off the shelf, it's ready to go, and then we make some money in the process too. So there's a lot of benefits to this. We established a brand, we put ourselves in the actual Zoho community here, and KDG benefits from that. And it's not to say that, hey, Zoho is now has all this mystery money sitting somewhere. It's again, it's for KDG, for us as a company, so that I don't know how much money we're going to make off this. You know, I mean, we're not going to. I can't say we're going to make $1 million and say, oh, you don't have to worry about revenue targets anymore. But maybe we make a couple dollars here and there, and happy hour is on the table or something like that. But that's something we're going to be really trying to investigate into. So our first objective here: create usable sandboxes the sales can use, demo at any time. So really going to put those together so that sales can pull them right off the shelf. Here you go. Instead of getting on a call and then saying, hey, Mike, go ahead and show them, be like, oh, here you go, respond back an email, you're at the sandbox, go ahead and take a look at it. But one thing we also want to push for on that is getting them recordable. So our key results in this, we're going to start by getting creator analytics and CRM. We already have a creator one set up, so kind of cheated on this one a little bit, but we're going to push it into CRM and analytics again because those are our three big main drivers in the Zoho ecosystem at this point. And then we're really looking for a sales team to be using those to demonstrate the prospects in that sense. We're then, as I mentioned, going to be looking to record these walkthroughs because one of the things that I'd also like to do in the process here is reduce the amount of time and overhead it takes from myself or Chad Cadillac getting involved with a client onboarding call and saying, hey, here's what Creator looks like. And when we could have just had that recorded and they could have saw Chad's face on the video already saying, hey, here's what it looks like right here in front of you. So we save some time because a lot of times with those prospects, it's non-billable time. We're not charging them for that. We can focus our energies elsewhere and continue to grow revenue in the process. So we're eliminating that unnecessary non-billable time. I know somebody else had that goal here as well. But then we're really making it just that much easier for Lynette to work not only with us, but then work with the clients themselves too. And I say Lynette, but I also got to include Christina as well and those who come in the future with the sales and marketing team. So key results for this, have a repository of videos. So we got to make sure if there's somewhere that not only sales, but anyone, you're cross-selling for Zoho, where could I find a walkthrough of Creator? Right over here. Go ahead and pull it out and send it on its merry way. But then also, it's not just about making these videos. You have to make sure that you all feel comfortable giving them to clients. So what good are they if we put a video together and you go, you know, I'm not sending that to anybody. That's just no good here. It really doesn't speak to our knowledge and capabilities at that point if you don't have confidence in showing off what we can do. So really want to make sure that sales, we're focusing on the sales side because it's very right in front of the prospect at this point, but sales, we're all part of the sales process here at KDG. Cross-sale, sale to a new prospect, somebody using those demonstrations, or even just as a marketing tool alone. That's the measurement we're going to be looking to track. And then as I mentioned, the Zoho Marketplace, we're going to try to get ourselves in there. We want to push the brand and see if we can identify a stream of revenue that we can just get just easily available for us. And our key results toward this, we're going to publish one application and try to sell it 5 times. I'm hoping that 5 times is pretty easy to do, and I'm hoping that it doesn't just sell just because someone told their mom to go buy it for them and they reimbursed them. So we're going to look to see what we can do with this. And again, I can't promise that we're going to make any money off it. I don't even know if it's going to work, to be quite frank with you. I do have confidence in the team that we'll put an application together, and I'm sure we'll get it in the marketplace, but we'll see what the success takes us from there at that point. But again, we're really looking to emphasize our brand as KDG. You know, hell, we're the U.S. global leader for Zoho Creator. Like, where's our name at this point? Let's put it in the marketplace. Let's get ourselves out there a little bit more. So I think this is really something I've been passionate about for the last couple of years, and I think now is the time to finally just let go of the reins on this one and let's let her rock and roll here. Last but not least, we want to be the best place to work, of course. So really focusing on like the lessons that we learned from the 3 new hires we had. I know Jim and Mary Beth have talked about hiring more individuals along the way, and they have a much better approach to making it more steady throughout the year, where I say, nah, you know what, 3 all at once, that sounds like a great idea. Let's just go ahead and bring them all on at the same time. But in that process, we learned a lot of different things. I mean, some had more questions than others. Josh hammered me with 1,000 questions about a lot of different things, and I knew the answer to them. It kept me certainly on my toes for sure, and he's back there laughing at me right now. But let's take those questions, let's put them somewhere where we can say, hey, next time someone walks in the department, or is even just looking for some general information on Zoho development, here you go. Here's all the common questions we run into. Here's how you do these things. Let's make your life a little bit easier so it's not always, well, I got to go talk to Mike. Well, Mike's too busy right now. He's training somebody else. We're going to alleviate some of that pressure there. So our first objective, we're going to develop those how-tos for those forms of documentation. This was a standard that with another real Slim Shady's click message, hey, we're doing UMLs and entity diagrams now. Have fun. We need to do these now to make it easier to communicate with our client. But I never really set up enough in terms of here's how you do it, here's some tools that are better to set these up, here's how you work with it a little bit better. Numerous times I've given a CE lesson, here's how you build it. But then we hired somebody else and I gave the same CE lesson 2 weeks later, and then I gave it 2 weeks after that. So let's get a little bit better about these reproducible lessons, and let's put these in black and white already at this point. So we're going to be focusing on these how-tos for these kind of life cycle items. And for key results to this, we're going to start with making our first instructional guide available for one of the forms of documentation. We're just going to pick one. We're going to get started. We're going to move on that. That's going to be our first real milestone beginning of the year. And then we're looking for the rest of the forms of documentation being, again, the UMLs, our proposal documents, and our entity diagrams. We're going to have all those captured within the later portion of the year. So really kind of just encapsulate everything that we do, why we use it, how you use it, and easier ways to get it done. We then want to make a Q&A format with guidance, improve the project onboarding process for new Zoho projects. We learn in the process, again, we're hiring 3 new individuals, that there's a lot of different questions that come up, and we need some obvious, quick answers right away. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a collaboration between, I know PM department, Matt has talked about this today, and be focusing on what it looks like and what, even that racy matrix is going to be showing itself to be. I imagine being some crossover there, so we'll probably have to collaborate a little bit more on that together, so that I'm not instructing, hey, yeah, this person for this, and Matt's over there like, no, I don't know who the hell told you that, because we don't do that. So there's going to be a little bit of collaboration being, brought about in that regard. Key results, we're going to identify and document our first draft of this. Again, it's kind of, these key results piggyback off of each other, really, but we're going to start beginning of the year, getting that first draft put together, encapsulate those questions. So really the new hire is going to be very directly involved with this because they're the ones that came forth with a lot of these questions. We're going to put them together and see where there's any kind of overlap from other departments. And then we're going to create a process for expansion to future-proof it, because I don't imagine the questions stopping there. We're going to answer 20 questions today. There's going to be 20 more tomorrow, and then there's going to be 10 the next day. And quite frankly, we're just going to have a way to allow this to grow. Because any kind of documentation that we've done in the past, we set out forth to get it done. We put the, here's the bookmark in the book, it's done. But then something comes and changes later on, and we're like, well, it's already done though. I don't want to go back to that. So we're going to try to work on a way to make sure that we don't just set out with good intentions just to let it fall through. And I believe this is my last objective for Best Place to Work. We have our cheat sheet for new hires. With Zoho, there are a lot of gotchas that you are going to run into. And we really want to make sure that we encapsulate all of those into some form of documentation so it's referable. Not only for new hires, I say new hires here, but anyone like Andy and Zach Reeder, you have unfortunately had experience with working with Zoho's APIs and their resources, and they're absolutely stellar. And I did not, I didn't get paid to say that, but I had to say it. But we're going to try to really focus on those gotchas and those things that we know that you may not have had readily available for you. There were a lot of questions that came up this year saying, hey, were you aware that Zoho really sucks? And I would say, yeah, you know what, I wrote it down over here. If you look, it says Zoho sucks. But if I had actually put that somewhere where other people can find it, we would save ourselves a lot more time in that regard. So again, we're going to eliminate some of that unnecessary non-billable work in the process here. So really putting it out in front of everybody. Key results, create this cheat sheet, catch the most common pitfalls, and then we want to measure it. You know, we write them down and that's great, but if we keep repeating them, then we're just documenting that we really don't know what we're doing here. So we want to measure that, hey, from month to month, we're doing this less than twice a month, making these common mistakes. And I think just by writing them down and looking at these documents alone, focusing more on the Zoho development department. Unfortunately, Andy, if you get in the APIs and you keep running into it, like, I hope the document helps for it. We're going to really measure that as well too, but I'm really hoping we don't have to get you involved with that anyway. But really trying to measure it just to make sure that we are learning from our mistakes as we go. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all that I have. Those are the OKRs for Zoho development. Does anyone have any questions? And anyone in the room, you may have to speak up for me. I have bad hearing. I'm going to come down, Rolana, because I'm not going to hear you
Of
from
course.
up here.
This is for QA format for guidance. Are you looking, is it like project-specific documentation where it's Q&A when transitioning developers on and off projects?
So you're asking about developers specific for project types, developer documentation for that. So, I mean, we want to focus on more of the standards that would apply across all the project types. I know Matt has talked about, let's identify the different Zoho project types we have and what does that look like and what does that involve. We're hoping that the standards stay a step above that a little bit more so that it can be kind of applied everywhere. So not to say we don't want to get nitty gritty and specific with you know, this project type or that project type. We will certainly touch on those things, but I do want to make it so that really no matter what the work is you're getting, you know here's the level of quality and success that that looks like. Anybody else? All righty.
Well, I am going to get going, even though few people are still walking in. This is pretty basic for me to get everybody on the same page. So I just wanted to take a few minutes. We're now done with all of the big presentations. Mike, he says the best was saved for last, but so now that we're just going to have a few just kind of informational sessions for everybody. They should be pretty quick. But I wanted to take an opportunity to talk to everybody about our metrics, our targets, and our revenue goals. And this is going to be very elementary, so a few of you will probably fall asleep because you've lived it for the last couple of years. But we have a lot of new people, so I just wanted to get us on the same page. So you're going to hear the word metrics. In the past, we've kind of blended this and said, oh, these are our 4 goals. But in actuality, we have so many goals. We got our revenue goals and our strategic planning goals. If you look on our document, it actually says these are the metrics. And so I'm going to go back to using that term just so we kind of are more clear about what we're talking about. So for productivity reasons, profit sharing reasons, we measure everybody and we measure teams and we measure the whole company on 4 metrics. Average internal feedback, and these are the assessments. So as Claudia will talk about, this is something that we continually update every year, and it's our way of making sure that we're all on the same page and running our projects in a standard way. So it's just a way for us to do some colleague evaluation of each other's projects and provide feedbacks to improve it, make sure we're consistent when we're communicating with our clients through our projects, and we get scores on the projects and we get scores throughout the year, and so we've got targets on what our average individual scores should be as well as the team scores. We get project feedback every Friday. We have this feedback system that sends an email out to our clients asking us, hey, were you delighted with our service? Were you frustrated with our service? And they give us a value. There's 1 of 5 values. Let's see if I remember them. Delighted, happy, satisfied, Frustrated. What's the second one? The second to last one. Unhappy. Oh, that was easy, wasn't it? So they select one of those faces, it converts to a number for us, and then there's a target that we want to have an average of whatever external feedback is telling us because, obviously customer experience is very important. If people aren't happy with us, no matter how good we are, that's not good for the business. And then how much do we actually charge for every hour we work for a client? So as you hear the price increases, we need to raise that yearly, but we also don't want somebody saying, oh yeah, we'll give you a great price, we'll give you for $50 an hour. Well, we'd be losing money there. So we've got some targets about how much we want the different roles to charge per hour, and then the number of hours. So this is the number of hours in the day that you're working towards either a client project and we're charging them for that, or an internal, what we call internal billable project. And these are for some systems that we have that are just operational systems. And if we don't have them, like Hacker, ATC, then we're going to have a hard time running our business. So those are the 4 metrics that we are continually measured on throughout the year. So I'll leave room after this slide for questions. So for each metric, essentially you have a minimum qualifying target, you'll hear MQ, and you've got a fully qualifying target, or FQ. And it's a range. You have to, the minimum that you should be getting for an average for each one of those metrics, and one that says, yep, that is really good, that's actually your target. So for something like billable, very common are developers, lead and senior, they have to have an average of 5 to 6 billable hours every day. Now it's an average, so if you have a day where you're doing a lot of CE, you might do 4 hours. That's fine because the next day you could do 7 and you're getting your average up. And so the target is very dependent upon the department you're in and the job grade that you have, associate, lead, senior. So there is, I believe, linked in that briefing document, full table of these are all our roles, and this is what, for every single metric, this is your MQ and your FQ target. This is profit sharing, depends on how you do on those targets. MQ or FQ is going to determine how much of the profit sharing you'll be eligible for. So for 2022, the targets did not change very much. So what you should do is take a look at that document, see where you fit in, and then talk to your leader to understand what the expectations are for you. All right, so like I said, it should be pretty darn basic for some people, but anybody have any questions?
Yeah, so for hourly rate in particular, what confuses me is that there's an MQ and FQ for that target. As I understand, like I specifically, I'm an associate developer. I'm not in charge of that rate, am I? So how do I make sure I'm meeting my targets?
Well, the one thing is you should work very closely with your leader, because if you feel like you're not getting enough client billable hours, then you should be going directly to Rob to say, okay, what can I do to increase my billable hours?
The billable hours is clear, but the hourly rate is what's confusing me.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's good pickup. Our associate level only has to beat 3 of the metrics. An hourly rate is not one of them. So as an associate, you're relieved of meeting that particular metric. Yep.
Doesn't everybody only have to meet 3 out of the 4 metrics?
I'm sorry?
Doesn't everybody only have to meet 3 out of the 4 metrics?
So yes, associates have to meet 3 out of the 3 metrics, and then everybody else has to meet 3 out of the 4 metrics. So associates have never, sure, sorry. Anything else? All right, so this is important, so really take a look at that document, understand it, talk to your leader about it. But then I want to talk to you, you'll hear average billable hours, that we're going to tell everybody, all right, make sure you're getting your billable hours in. But that can include work that you're spending on a client project. You know, you spend 3 hours on a client project, you charge $150 an hour. We're sending an invoice for $450 to that client. Then you have billable hours that you work on projects internally that we've deemed internal billable, like ATC and Hacker and accounting services. And then that's hours you're going to get billable hour credit for, but we're not going to get any revenue for that. So as individuals, you need to be getting your client or your billable hours in. Now, what you're also going to hear is revenue goals. Now, this is something that our leaders have to worry about. So every team needs to make a certain amount of revenue this year. $6.5 million is what Kyle was talking about this morning. So every team is going to have a portion of that. The revenue comes from the client billable. And that's something your team leader is going to have to balance with the whole team. Yep, we need to do some internal work, but we also have to hit our revenue goal. And so you need to follow their lead as, okay, I know you could just spend all your time on one of the internal projects, but we have to balance that. And so they're the ones responsible for balancing how the billable hours are used for the team. So I just wanted, you're going to hear these two terms, and I just wanted to make sure everybody understood what the difference was between the two. Any questions there? Okay. Now, yesterday I spent more time with the leaders really detailing what their revenue goals were. And so I'm going to be providing them with lots of detail after this so that they can talk to you and share with you, all right, this is our goal. This is what our team goal is. This is what we're expected to bring in. Help me balance this. The revenue goal takes into consideration the fact that we do have to spend time on internal projects and that, we are starting people out in quarter 2 and quarter 3 and quarter 4. And so, the revenue that was calculated takes all those things into consideration. So I will provide them with that detail, which they've seen, but not all the detail. And then they can work with you and you guys can start strategizing on how you're going to make your revenue goals as well. Does that make sense? Are there any questions? All righty then. I'm going to turn it over to Claudia now. Let's see. I stop. Okay. All righty. Go ahead and share. Yep, I think you're all good. Go ahead.
So we have adjusted the assessment process for 2022. In this presentation, we're just going to walk through how we arrived at these adjustments, the adjustments themselves, and then the rollout plan for these adjustments. So to be clear, as Mary Beth had mentioned, the adjustments are planned for every year. It's a good way for us to be able to step back and ensure that the assessments are in alignment with the KDG standards. And the objective of the adjustments is to raise the bar within expectations for our assessments, as well as to clear up any uncertainty around the current process. So this year, these adjustments were handled a little bit differently than how they have been in the past. So I think it's important that we just talk through how we got to this point with the adjustments. So the process that we're about to talk through was spearheaded by a team of 8 employees, each from a different department, and you'll likely hear me refer to them as the assessment team. And I just want to give a shout out to them. It was Mike Dranginis, Rob Sweeney, Steve Solt, Andy Howe, Caitlin DeHaven, Carrie Lindenmuth, and Rolanda Bauer. I just want to thank them because I think everyone knows how important assessments are to everyone at the company, and this team really took the adjustments seriously, and I think it's paid off. So to talk through the process how we've gotten to where we are today, we first started by gathering team feedback. So about a month ago, all departments should have had the ability to given the opportunity to provide feedback on the assessment process. So during this step in the process, we gathered a total of 32 ideas. From there, as an assessment team, we voted on each idea. So only the ideas that were mostly agreed upon, utilizing a scoring system we had created, were considered for further refinement and implementation. Just to make sure everyone was on the same page, we had a limited amount of time and we wanted to make sure we could execute these well. That is the reason that we did the voting, and we ended up moving forward with a total of 16 ideas. From there, we broke the ideas into groups, which I'll talk about more on the next slide. And 2 team members from the assessment team were assigned to each group for further refinement and implementation into the supporting documentation. Once we got all the supporting documentation updated with the adjustments for 2022, we went to leadership and proposed everything we had worked through, and that got approved. So now we are here today to talk through what we are going to be changing. So as I mentioned, we broke out all of the adjustments into groups. This is just an attempt to make all the adjustments more easy to digest. We have broken them out into personal assessment changes, project assessment changes, algorithm changes, so how you're selected for assessments, and then just general refinement of the assessment process. Now we're going to talk through all of the adjustments in a little bit more detail. And I know that this is going to be a lot of information coming at you, but I just want to make sure you know before we get started that all of the accompanying documentation for assessments that you have probably grown to know and love have all been updated with these adjustments. So you'll have all of this. It's linked in the briefing packet that Mary Beth had sent out. And actually tomorrow, there's not going to be assessments. You're going to have time to review all the documentation in detail with your department and come up with any questions that you may have. So we're going to talk through them now, but I don't want you to freak out, take notes, anything like that. You're going to have all this information to review in more detail at a later time. So to start, we're going to talk through the adjustments to the personal assessment. So for the first adjustment, we're going to be changing number 2 in the personal assessment. Currently, the question is, what had been promised to complete this week and was not completed when planned? And in 2022, this question is going to read, walk us through a task you completed this week or an in-progress task. Show us the proof of delivery if completed, or highlight the proposed proof of delivery if it's an in-progress task, the descriptions and the dates. Share why this task is important and of value to the end user. So this question raises the bar for assessments because it makes sure the presenter is displaying ownership and delivering value with their work. The individual needs to be aware of when the task needs or needed to be completed, because that's an important piece of showing value, whether it's to a customer or to another team member who's going to pick up the task and run with it from there. The second adjustment we're going to be making is we're changing question 3 on the personal assessments. Currently, the question is, show us a written example of an excellent internal or external experience that you have provided this week. So this is the TOEFL question. In 2022, the question is going to read, show us a written example of an excellent internal or external experience that you have provided this week. How does this written example provide value to the recipient? Show us a supporting detail within the written communication that exemplifies this point. So the goal of the adjustments to this question is just to put in more of an emphasis on the value. We want to make sure that even if it's an internal written example, there is value to the recipient and it's not just being sent to purely past assessments. And that's going to really be the difference between a 4 and a 5, which you'll see in the rubric documentation. The final change to the personal assessment is that when you're selected for a personal assessment, you're only going to be selected for a maximum of 2 projects. Right now, you can be selected for up to 5 projects. But with the adjustments 1 and 2 that we just went over on the last slide, we're going to be looking more closely at projects and the tasks, and we think it's beneficial to narrow the focus. So all questions are going to be focused on the two projects that you get selected for, with the exception of question number 3, which is TOEFL, and that can come from anywhere. And also, by clearly stating this, we're hoping that scoring is more consistent, because this has been a point of confusion in the past. Now we're going to talk through the project assessment adjustment. So the first adjustment is that we are changing question number 2 on the project assessment. Currently, the question reads, show us the last budget update, contract abstract, current invoice, and user rates for the project. In 2022, it's going to read, show us the last budget update, contract abstract, current invoices, and user rates for the project. If this is an SLA, were all of the hours in the prior month used, and does the current month budget update reflect any rollover? Compare time logged to budget. And the reason that we're doing this is because we received feedback that the project assessments should be more specific to the project type. We thought our first step was to focus on SLAs. This has a big impact because this ensures that we are notifying finance when it's appropriate, and it's going to result in more accurate invoicing. So that's why we have put this adjustment into place for 2022. The second adjustment to the project assessments is that we are changing question number 4 in the project assessment. It's currently, do the notes from the last client call meet the criteria? In the supporting document, you might remember that you are actually required to have meeting notes or an attempt to communicate with any client, regardless of if they were in maintenance or not, within the last 30 days. We are going to be updating the supporting document. I actually misspoke when I first introduced this. We're not making any changes to the question itself. It's just to the supporting documentation to clarify that you only need to be in active communication with clients when their project is in active development. If anything's in maintenance, this is no longer, you're no longer looking for these communications within 30 days. The third adjustment to the project assessment is that we are clarifying the meeting note acknowledgement, which is just commenting requirement. We have updated all the accompanying documentation to clarify that only the users in attendance or specifically tagged in a comment with an action item need to post a comment. Previously, we had relied somewhat on the follower feature in Zoho projects on the forums. We're no longer going to be looking at that. We're just going to be looking at attendees, and if there was a separate comment posted on the forum tagging an individual to let them know of an action item. Those are the only times you need to comment. And this is, again, just to make sure that scoring is more consistent in 2022. Now we're getting into the algorithm. So just to take a little bit of a step back for those who are newer, the algorithm means this is how on Friday those emails get generated, pooling people randomly for assessments. We're taking a look at the how that is being generated to make a couple adjustments for this year. So to start, we are going to look at employee selection, and Mike kind of summarized this as making the randomness a little bit more predictable. It's kind of simplified, but it helps me to kind of wrap my head around all these adjustments specifically. So to start, we are going to target a set number of assessments of either a project assessment or personal assessment for one employee. That should mean that everyone has an equal, or we're targeting an equal number of assessments for everyone throughout the year. We're also putting in place that employees may not be selected 2 weeks in a row. And then we are going to make sure that the number of assessments each week is scaled to match the number of employees in the office at that time. That makes sure that your probability is the same week to week, no matter how many people are on PTO, you always have the same probability. And then the last adjustment that we're going to be making is that we already went through this on the personal assessment side, but you can only get selected for 2 projects for a personal assessment. For project selection, we put in place one adjustment to make sure that we're looking at projects that have more content. We don't want to spend time, or we feel it's more valuable to look through those projects that have more content rather than looking through projects that were just started. Like maybe they just had their onboarding call and tasks aren't built out yet. We want to make sure that our time is put more towards things that are built out. So a project may only be assessed when either of the following statements are true. They have been in existence for more than 1 week with any amount of time logged, or they have any amount of time in existence and more than 8 hours logged. Then for how the project assessment scoring can impact you. So employees will only be scored on a project if they have logged billable time within the last 2 weeks or logged non-billable time within the past week. Right now, I believe it's 3 weeks, regardless of the type of time that you log. Also, if you do not have any projects that fall within that criteria, you could get pulled for anything within the last 30 days. But we think that that's a very rare edge case. And then the last set or group of adjustments is the general assessment adjustments. This is just really for ease of use and transparent communication. The first adjustment that we're going to be making is email notifications are going to be sent out after assessments if you were impacted by a project assessment score. Right now, you would really only know this if you logged into Hacker and checked your dashboard to see that you received a project assessment. It's really not super transparent right now, so we're hoping to improve that by sending out email notifications. Also, there's going to be a portion in the Hacker dashboard for projects that you're eligible for assessments on this week. That will also just make sure that it's very clear the projects that you have log time to and could be selected for, and you're able to focus your time there a little bit more just to make sure that they are up to the standards. And the final adjustment that we're going to be making is a change to the UI in Hacker. I put a screenshot in here of what the form looks like when you're submitting an assessment, and right now it's all drop downs. And it's admittedly a lot of information to fit in that drop down. So we're going to be changing it to radio options just for ease of use and making sure that you're able to more easily access all that falls within a score. So as I mentioned, all of the documentation that we are familiar with has been updated with these changes. This is sent in the briefing document that Mary Beth has put together. All of those links exist there. Anything that has been updated for 2022 is highlighted. We have different color-coded highlights based on the group that it falls into, but that really doesn't matter. As long as it's highlighted, that means it's a change for 2022. And just to go through how this is going to roll out. So today, after we hop off this meeting, we'll make sure that all of the documentation also gets posted to Connect to make sure you have access to it. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, there's not going to be any assessments. You're going to meet with your department at 4 o'clock, and you're going to go through all the documentation that has been updated, and you're going to document questions that you may have, just to make sure that everything is clear going into the assessments for the year. Then for the next 3 weeks, so January 14th, 21st, and 28th, we're just going to do mock assessments. The scores will not count. The algorithm changes will not be in place because those will be in development, but it'll give you some practice going through utilizing the new standards that have been put in place. And then after that, on February 4th, we will resume assessments utilizing the changes for 2022. So as I mentioned, tomorrow you will have the ability to document any questions, but I did want to open it up to see if anyone had any immediate questions.
I do. So I think I've always been confused about this policy, and I don't know if if I understand it now, that it might have changed a little bit. So the policy I'm referring to is some members of management have told me, and some have contradicted this, that you need to have a client call every 30 days if it's an active project. Does the budget update or progress update or communications on the forum count as a client communication in that 30-day window? Or do you have to actually get on the phone and speak to a client?
Let me clarify in the documentation and I'll follow up with you. I just don't want to misspeak right now, if that's okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
I was going to say something on that. If I remember correctly, it had to be explained how the client is being communicated with and how they provide feedback, because not everybody's going to have a call. If it's a maintenance, they may send in a ticket, and some of our other ones are only via email and task comments.
Yeah, I'm not talking about maintenance clients. I'm talking about, in particular in the accounting services realm, we have clients that we have a set task list for every month, and it's
That
not even worth our time to.
the description says explain how they're being communicated with and how they provide feedback.
Perfect, because those situations, we're still commenting on forum posts or tasks too.
Yeah, you have to explain how it happens.
Okay, perfect. Claudia, if you could make sure that that's what it says for sure, that would be great, because I think we're probably the most susceptible to that since we have recurring tasks, but I want to make sure that's right.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one actually.
Go for it.
All right, so eligible projects, you were talking about that, and it's obviously not projects that are new or recently started, because I know a lot of times those were the projects that I was always pulled on for project assessment. So it's like something that had started like the day before. So it's going to be projects you had logged billable time to in the last 2 weeks to be eligible for a project assessment.
Yes, but we did, to the issue that you're describing, we did put into place another adjustment that will handle that. So if a project has less than 8 hours logged, it's not going to be eligible for assessment. So if a project just started, it's not going to be able to be pooled, if that helps to ease those concerns.
No, I'm just wondering it, like, because that would probably then fall under like an edge case, because I normally do not log time to like billable time to a project unless it's within the first week.
Sorry, I'm not exactly following what you're saying.
So qualifying for like a project assessment then, because my billable time is usually only within the first week of that project starting.
Gotcha. So billable time is 2 weeks, non-billable time is 1 week. So it may decrease your chances to be on a project, but you should still have, like, with the adjustments to the algorithm, you should still have equal opportunity for assessments. It would just probably be more heavily personal assessments, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yep, that was my question.
Any other questions?
Hey, Claudia. Correct me if I'm wrong about this, but in that situation, weren't we going to just, if we couldn't find one where there was time logged in 2 weeks, we were just going to find the last one they logged time to and pull that?
Yes, I think, yes, you're right. That's the edge case that I was mentioning, that it will look for the last 30 days as well. Any other questions?
The last thing that I have for today is to talk about the CE reimbursement program. I mentioned this as one of my strategic plan goals for professional services this morning, and I said I'll get to it. Now is the moment everybody's been waiting for. So let's do a drum roll. Oh yeah, that's that good stuff. All right, so I'm gonna run through just a few slides. It shouldn't take too long to go over it, but it'll give you an idea of what it is, some of the details about it, and then we can see if there's any questions. So first off, too long didn't read. I wanted to try and summarize this in just one sentence, just to tell you what the plan is. So this reimbursement program is a trial program that will support employee education outside of KDG by providing financial backing to employees who pursue additional training and certifications on their own. So too long didn't read. If everyone understands it, I don't need to do my other slides. Is everyone good with that? Should I stop there? All right, cool, good meeting. I'll keep going anyway though, because I put time into this. So why is KDG doing this? In October, Adam Such from the IT department gave a GoBox presentation about the benefits of being reimbursed for certifications and continuing education. Adam's a very cool guy. That's why the sunglasses came down. He didn't come to me and say, Matt, I want to do a GoBox. He just brought up the idea at a high level. And as far as I'm aware, it was the first time somebody had at least talked to me about it. And I said, Adam, I think that is a great idea for a GoBox, AKA tell us why we should do it. He did all the homework. It was great. After that, Claudia and I also met with a bunch of other individuals here at KDG to talk to them about what their experiences were with programs like this, and that was kind of how we started getting the idea. In the Best Places to Work survey, I mentioned this morning, only 50% of employees agreed they were satisfied with the tuition reimbursement benefits, which made it the lowest score in the pay and benefits category. So half of KDG is satisfied with this. So it's obviously something that needs to be addressed. So what is it? First off, on the amount side, in this first quarter, KDG will pay for up to $500 towards continuing education efforts. In terms of the usage, it can be used towards training, lessons, certifications, books, anything that you can think of as it relates to your role. Right now, we don't have any limitations or you can't request that. We don't have anything like that right now. It's a completely open book. We're really using the trial program to help us define that for the rest of the year. So don't think that we have any thoughts on what everybody should be doing right now, because we don't have that. We want you to come to us with these good ideas so that we can really start to take advantage of what you're passionate about and help you to be better at it. In terms of eligibility for the trial program, all employees who have been with us for 90 days as of January 1st, so just a few days ago, are people who can take part in this trial program. In terms of requests, obviously you can't just send us a bill. Just mail it to Kyle and he'll send you a check in the mail. It's like a mail-in rebate. How cool would that be? It's not like that though. We are gonna have a request and approval process. So a form is gonna be shared with you all where you'll be able to request an item be reimbursed. Things we're looking for is just, what is it? A link to it. I hope there's some sort of link and you're not just like, my neighbor's gonna give me some personal lessons and I need $50. We're looking for something that is real and will make you better. How much it's going to be, and why you want to do it. Why are you passionate about this? What's making you go outside of KDG to try and get better at something? The requests then should go to your department lead. So it could be team lead, AVP, VP. This person's going to then review the request, and they're going to pass it up to leadership. So something I want to make clear. Ultimately, we're not going to have a senior leadership decision for everything that came through. Something we want to make sure we're doing to be good to all of you is being consistent with how we say yes and no to things. If Kaylin says, hey, Kelsey really wants to do this one program, and we say yes, and then someone goes to Mike with a similar request and he says no, there's gonna be some chaos that ensues because we're not being consistent. So we're really using this trial program to start discussions with the leadership team to say, oh, Lynette approved this kind of thing. Oh, well, now this team lead could go to their department and give them some ideas because this is something that worked over there. So it's not a full decision. It's more, let's have a discussion and see what everybody thinks. After that, AVPs and VPs will make the final call into whether something is approved or not. They will fill something out, and if it is approved, you will get something that says this is approved. You'll get the option to file for reimbursement through Zoho Expense. If it's denied, we will give you a reason. It won't just be, sorry, Dennis, not really into it today, but maybe if you try tomorrow, I'll say yes. We're gonna give you a reason, and then hopefully that gives you guidance on, okay, if this didn't work, what's something else I could look into? Or maybe we even have an idea on a replacement. But ultimately, it's gonna depend on the request that comes through. So how long is this gonna last? I already mentioned it a few times, but it's gonna go through the first quarter. Officially, I mentioned this yesterday, I believe, April Fool's Day, we're gonna look at everything and we're gonna say what worked, what didn't work, and then we're gonna hopefully have an idea on what we wanna do moving forward after that. So after that, on April 1st, we're gonna create a proposal, and it's going to be, this is what we want to do next. Right now, I have no idea if this will be a quarterly thing, where every quarter we essentially get like a budget approved for this, and then we tell everyone what the amount is. Ideally, it's not that complicated, and we can just say through the year, this is what's gonna happen, but it's really gonna rely on people putting requests in and us seeing what works, what's worth pursuing. That will help us figure out how we wanna budget for this moving forward and longer term. Full details after today, at the end of the day, I'm gonna post a link in Connect, and it's going to be the full process of how things work. I'm just giving you high level. You'll be able to go in there to find all the details about everything. So it'll be there. It's also in the packet that Mary Beth emailed to everybody. You can find a link for it in there. I think it's like 3 pages or something like that. But you can see about the request process, the approval process, and it'll give you a few more details. So that was going to be my last slide, and then after I made this and Claudia looked at it, she said, we need to amp people up, so I added this awesome slide here for what's next. So start brainstorming. It ends on the 31st, so start thinking about what you might want to do. Start talking to your leaders. Leaders, I'm going to really rely on you to help people generate ideas on things that they can do and guide them on things that your department could be doing to be better. But really, it's A-okay for people to share ideas and multiple people do the same thing. We really just want to make it a successful program for the company in this first quarter. Any questions on this?
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, sure. So just to clarify for the eligibility, when you say to be eligible, you have to have been employed 90 days by January 1st. That means the 90 days previous to January 1st, you have to be employed, not like starting from then, right? Because then it end up in March.
As of January 1st, 2022, if you've been at KDG for 90 days, you are eligible for the trial program.
Gotcha. Just clarifying. All right, thank you.
Just so, do you have to take the class first, or the certification, or whatever to be reimbursed, or are you submitting first to see if they will be reimbursed? Because I can see people going, well, I'm not going to take this unless I get reimbursed.
That is absolutely true, and I think I put something in the other document. It's up to you on if you want to do it first and then try to be approved. Ultimately, if your thought is, I'm not going to do this unless it gets approved, I would try to get it approved first. And I can say we're not going to drag it out for 3 weeks talking about whether or not we want to do something like this. So if that is on your mind, I would certainly recommend putting the request in first and taking it from there. But it's ultimately up to you. If you're going to do it anyway, you could start it and then put the request in and say, hey, this is something I'm doing. It's helping me, and here's why I think it counts.
Scott had my exact question, because I was thinking about maybe doing something like a night class somewhere, and I'd rather have it approved ahead of time than something like that. And so he asked the question. Thanks, Scott.
Any other questions? All right, go ahead.
So for reimbursement, is it like pass fail kind of thing, or what's the deal with that one? And is there like a timetable for how long your cert takes kind of thing?
It needs to be something that you're going to do that quarter right now. In terms of pass fail, we don't have any hard requirements. If this is, say, the third time you're trying to do the same exact thing, it's going to go through the approval process. And people are probably going to start saying, hey, James has done this 4 times now. Are we really going to approve it again? So it's going to be a conversation. Nothing set in stone right now. But yeah, if you're doing the same thing over and over, it's unlikely we'll keep approving it over and over again.
So like CAPM, I think it's like 240 hours. Like, I think you can clear that in that time frame, but like, would there be an exception, say like I don't know how long an F# course or any of those things take to get your certifications in that, but like, say it goes outside of a quarter, what happens?
So I'm not familiar with how payment works on that. Is that something where you pay up front or you keep paying?
No, it would be like a one-time payment as far as I'm understanding. But like when you said there's a timetable on it, I wasn't sure if like you had to be done it in X amount of days.
Gotcha. Right now, it is just use it or lose it in the first quarter. After this, we'll decide, say you have something that's carrying over and you're still doing it and it was like way more than $500, then we can start the discussion on, okay, do we want to have something that extends it where if someone's still doing something, they can continue to claim this. I don't have an answer right now, but that would be a part of the full plan starting in the second quarter.
I have one more question. Do you have a tentative timeline for after the trial, how long you're going to take to reassess the situation and move on from there?
I don't have anything set in stone right now. It really is going to come down to how many people have used it, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and if nobody files anything until the last week of the first quarter, it's likely going to take us a bit of time to take a look at it and figure out why it wasn't successful. If people are using it throughout the quarter, I think that we will have a proposal in the works probably before the end of the first quarter so that it's approved and there is no stop between the two, if that makes sense. Yeah. Cool. And I didn't think that that got people amped up, so I added another slide, and this one's a surprise slide. But I figured might as well put in every picture of amps that we can, and if that doesn't get you amped up, then I just give up. I'm not adding any more slides after this one. So Claudia, I hope that one works for you, but that's all that I got. Thank you, everybody.
Just a few more minutes. How's everybody doing? Woo! Everybody's good here. How about online? All right. You all see my slides on the screen online? Thank you. All right, whoo, last one. And it involves money. Money, and money for you. How's that? So you have heard all day about all the things that we're gonna do to achieve our strategic planning goals for the year. And as you probably heard in some of them, there's a lot we don't know. There's a whole lot we don't know. And there's a lot you know that we haven't tapped into yet. So we've got a program called GoBox. Now, the reason we set this up is everybody here is very different. You know, we've got older people, younger people, people who've been working through a bunch of different companies, people who have only worked for one company, all kinds of different degrees or certifications, life experience. And so there are a lot of eyes and ears out there seeing things that, you know, just the leaders are not going to see. And so we really want to capitalize on that. We want to learn what you see. What threat do you see that maybe we can avert? What can we take advantage of? What new programs we can get into? What clients maybe have, you know, potential clients we haven't even tapped into yet. So we want to pay you. We want to pay you up to $1,000 a year to go, you know, on your own time and come up with an idea. And an idea on what? It could be an idea on, you know, any problems you see, and a new opportunity we never thought of, a resolution to an existing problem we seem to have trouble figuring out, other help to get us towards our strategic goals, things that make coming to work here a lot more fun. So in the past 2 years, we've paid $6,000 for some really great ideas. One was, hey, we developed some really great software for ourselves. Let's sell it. That was an idea. One was to improve the aesthetics of our office. We had one person who just said, okay, it's kind of boring coming into this building. We should jazz it up. We should dress it up. And so actually, Kyle put some money into doing that during COVID so that when people came back, it was a bit more refreshed. And we have some new furniture, some new wall hangings, ping pong table sitting in the middle. So it was a pretty cool idea. Just like, hey, nobody ever thought that furnishings in an office would actually have an impact on productivity. Reducing stress through continued education. So this is one that came up even before Adams. It's just like, who would ever think that continued education would reduce stress? That was a pretty cool idea. And then of course, Adams he came along and said, yeah, people want to learn more. And so these are really important ideas that, you know what, you weren't hearing from one of the leaders. And there's a lot more out there, and they're really worth the money. So you can even try something. You may have an idea, and then you go and you try it, and you find out, oh my God, that didn't work at all. We want to hear about that too, because you learn a lot from failures. So there's a link in your briefing packet. It's called GoBox, where we will pay you to work on your own time to come up with an idea, and then you present it to senior management. And maybe we'll use it, maybe we'll put it away and use it later. But hey, it's a great way to collect other ideas and see what we can capitalize on. So that is it. I just did not want that to get forgotten. All righty. Any questions on that?
If I have a GoBox idea, are you going to mail me some Red Bull?
I'm sorry, you have a GoBox idea.
If I had one, are you going to mail me some Red Bull? because I can't really go to the office.
Well, you know what? It used to just be Red Bull. But then I think it was Adam who said, I hate Red Bull, so we've changed it to the energy drink of your choice. And we will mail it to you. Yes, we will. That was a tough one. I just, we learned it's Red Bull is too specific. So we just want to give you it's another way to amp you up. All righty. Anything else? All right, then let's wrap her up. How's that? Matt, don't get so excited. He's so pumped. Wrap it up. Let's pump it up. Wow. So this is really exciting. I'm really excited to hear everything I heard, because in past years, what we've done is said, okay, here are our goals. Let's go figure it out. This year, we're already got a plan. We've got objectives. We have results. It's really exciting because I'm excited that we're not just going to hit some goals. We're going to blow them away. I mean, we're already started, and I hope that you guys spend some time on your project plans and already put together some due dates and some tasks and some action plans to just really start getting work on these. So I'm just really excited. I'm really excited I got to see all of you today. I'm really excited I got to see everybody online. It sounds like I had a lot of fun. I had a whole lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. And so when we go back to the office, we'll know exactly what after we get out of all the emails that came our way and all the stuff that we have to catch up on, I think that hopefully everybody knows exactly what we need to start doing, which is really good. So it gives us I would say we're about a month ahead of where we were last year and just actually getting some work done. All righty. Everybody online, how did it go? How was the experience today? Oh, good, good. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask all the leaders to take some time with your teams and just figure out what could we have done better, what worked well, what didn't go well, because this is kind of our life now, at least for the foreseeable future, is hybrid meetings. And so, let's learn from what worked, what didn't work. There were probably some pauses here, some moments of silence, which you don't want to have on the radio, that, come on back online and just say, you know what, these are the things. I didn't see faces. I didn't feel like I got feedback. People in the audience, how did you feel interacting with our hybrid or our remote team? So leaders, if you would take an action to collect that feedback, so it's our lessons learned, and then we'll just continue to improve this environment. All righty? Kyle, is there anything you wanted to say before we let everybody go home for the day?
Yes, and I promise to be brief. As Mary Beth said, just thank you everybody for attending. I know it's a very, very long day, and I know there's a lot of repetition involved, but the point of it is let's get it all together, let's get it done, and certainly let's get moving on things. I asked all the leaders to talk in their breakout groups about something they're proud of their teams for doing, and so I'd like to take 5 minutes, end on a high note, specifically because I'm paranoid. I was walking by Rolana and Matt as I came through the door, and they were saying, it's not that bad, to somebody on the other end. And truly, oftentimes these meetings come out as, beating up KDG, and we do that because we want to get better. One of our values is humility. And ultimately speaking, you can't be humble if you don't identify areas of opportunity. So I'd like to put it over. I'm going to start, actually, I'll start with Mary Beth, since you're standing right next to me. What's one thing you're really proud of your team for accomplishing?
Actually, it's the leaders. I mean, if you think about the amount of change that Matt has gone through, that Mike has gone through, that Lynette has gone through, and now we've thrown Kaylin and Steve and Jim and Rob and Andy into the mix, they have just done, I think, a stellar job and just reacting to change, and I think they've been great. I'm very proud of them. Chad, why are you putting up the
Jim.
So I shared this with the smaller of the breakout groups, but it applies to all of custom dev, and I'd say it's the resilience, it's the interaction, the engagement. I came in a little more than half a year ago, and we had ideas of what we wanted to do, we had plans for what we want to do, and then we keep getting wrenches thrown in it, and the whole team has adapted and participated, offered to help improve things, pick up slack when we really needed some extra hands, and that's what it is. I mean, coming into a new company with new coworkers, I couldn't have asked for better people to work with. So that's what I'm proud of here.
I just shared with my team. I'm always proud of their. They're always pushing out high quality outputs in a very professional manner, and always willing to help others. And I think that was manifested earlier this year when Carrie was voted by her peers to be the MVP this year, and Christina was voted to be the rising star by her peers this year. But also to note, these one thing that I was especially proud of for them this fall is, you know, there are a couple of departments that needed work, and so thank you.
In my team, we discussed how flexible the team has been. We morphed quite a bit. We had quite a larger team just a few years ago, and it's crazy to see how much it has changed. But also just a shout out to Kelsey and even John. This was probably the smoothest onboarding we've ever had for a designer. John has been up and running. I sent him a GIF of the Flash yesterday because he got a desk ticket before I even saw the email notification. So just Kelsey chipping in to train him, and him being overly enthusiastic about everything has just made it super easy. So thank you both.
So project management, I know we said it's not that bad. Pretty proud of that. Can I say anything else? Probably. So I know for James and Rolana this year, they've kind of taken a team that what we were talking about in the hallway was, we have no documentation standards. We don't have anything like that. And I know it can be very frustrating at times, not even just for the project management team, but they have been positive about it. And I know they have started to create some of this documentation themselves, not seeing, you know, oh, I'm an associate, I'm a lead, it's not my job to do that. They have taken the challenge on of trying to make us better at project management across the board, and I couldn't be more proud of that, because I know I didn't work with them for the first half of the year. I came in and I was like, oh, this looks like fun, and they've just been great to work with, and they're always happy, and that makes me happy. So I'm very proud of them for that.
Yeah, so LAMP team hasn't really been together very long, but I've just like, I feel like everyone on the team is really interested in doing things that help us adhere to our values and looking for where we can improve in technical and non-technical things. We had a very spirited discussion about something that was totally non-technical for one of our meetings, and everyone was kind of involved and pitching in, and I think we all took something good away from that. I mean, everyone's just so eager to learn and help improve what we do here at KDG. They're, like Matt said, with his team, they're just a pleasure to work with. They're some of the greatest people I ever had an opportunity to work with, and yeah, I'm just really happy.
Yeah, proud of the team, of course, from a two-man wrecking ball to taking over the world, baby. I mean, what more could you say about that? You know, we're a team of 6 in total here, and we're rocking and rolling and moving ahead, and the team's full of energy, motivated and ready to go. We had a happy hour to celebrate on the year and take a toast to it, and it lasted 5 hours. I was not expecting people to stay that engaged that long. We even cold called Jim and woke him up. Well, he claimed he was drinking wine that night, but he's not that old. But no, proud of every individual on this team. Everyone's coming together. I couldn't be happier what 2022 has to bring. So.
Steve, on the line.
So I talked about this with the guy earlier. The amount of cohesiveness we have to shift things around without being truly camaraderie. I don't know what the word, that dynamic of being able to work so tightly together, and like things come up where Ashley's covering for me, I'm jumping in for her, Zach steps up to some other things. Annie came in, she's 5 months now. I think like the way we've cohesively come together, and like to me, like for that we wouldn't have hit that revenue target if it wasn't for that cohesiveness. So that camaraderie together, just it's second to none.
Claudia?
So when I was thinking about my team, I am relatively new to the team. I'm not new to KG, but I've been with the team for a little less than 4 months now. And the thing that stands out to me the most is their passion for KDG, their passion for their clients, their passion for one another. I think that it's super admirable. And I know that they're passionate because they're never afraid to share ideas with me. They are always truthful and honest, and I appreciate it. They stand by their clients and always have their best interests at heart. Dennis has been spearheading QA solo, so that takes some serious passion to start a whole department basically by yourself. And everyone's been super eager to train me and teach me, and it's just very much appreciated and makes me excited for all the things that are to come.
And last but not least, Rob Sweeney.
So I would say that I am most proud of my team for how they've come together and really act like a team. I can't tell you the amount of struggles that the team has had, everything from people leaving, disappearing, to different technology stacks, and no one's ever complained. Everyone's always been more than eager to help out, lend a hand where needed, when needed, under any circumstances. And I can't say enough about that.
No, I didn't thank you all for that very much. And I didn't do that for just a fun kumbaya time. I did that to really put the dot on the fact that we are all collectively building a company here. It's not me, it's not Mary Beth, it's not even Harwick or Kaylin or Lynette. Mike, Andy, Rob, Steve, Claudia. Did I miss anybody? Jim. I'm only looking right at you. No, the point is that we are building a company. And it's the reason we are profit share. It's the reason we are open books. This is a collective effort amongst everybody. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to have everything handed to you, but on the same token, realize that you guys are doing something special here. When a 40-some person company in Allentown is the global partner of a $5 billion SaaS company, i.e. Zoho, we're the #1 in the globe. I think we're doing something right. So y'all have a lot to be proud of right now. And that isn't just, for the Zoho team, that's been a collective effort across the board. That's just one of the many highlights. It's the only one I can think of after a long couple of days. But on the same token, be very, very proud of that. We got a long, long road ahead of us in the most positive of ways. There's a lot of runway to go. But thank you all. And here's to a good 2022. Thank you.